This H2K lineup will be one of the best.
Misfits in absolute control, and it's just an absolute slaughter.
H2K, it looked grim, it looks dire, but they come back and close out the series.
Welcome to day 2 of the last week of this EULCS Spring split. Today is a battle between a top and a bottom as H2K and Misfits look to prove their dominance when they face off against Origen and Giants. As we see them setting up on stage there, Prolly and Jankos, we are here. Good afternoon. I'm Eva supporter. With me at the analyst desk is Martin the Fisholing, and joining us, and I'm super excited for this, is Henrik Froggen Hansen. It's like a time capsule or something that you're here. Welcome.
Thank you.
You know, how are you gracing us with your presence? Did you want to come and visit the EU teams?
Yeah, I'm just having a good time here. Wanted to say hi to you.
Do you miss the EULCS?
Yes.
Yes. Well, we miss you too, and so it's great that you can join us all day, and you as well, Martin. And yesterday we had a great start to the week as G2 continued their undefeated split in a very interesting match. It wasn't an easy win. Fnatic, they took the Kings of Europe to Game 3 in a thrilling series. I'll start with you, Henrik. You said you only caught the first game, which was a very interesting one. So what did you think of the battle?
I don't know, I think Fnatic did pretty well. They got a bit lucky with the dragons too, because 3 Infernal Dragons, and then they just kind of like was able to get picks onto G2 all the time, and G2 didn't really look ready for the first game.
Were you surprised? Because of course the backstory is that Fnatic has been not performing that well in the spring split.
I mean, I'm surprised since obviously G2, they haven't lost in like, what, almost a year now?
More than a year.
More than a year.
Like, I would just expect them to go in and then like show why that they have been winning for that long, but quite the opposite happened.
Yeah. Martin, what happened?
I think game 1, I actually talked to Perks about this after the game. He was kind of like, yeah, we disrespected Fnatic a little bit in the pick and ban phase. You know, things like Shen were left open against a team who's only been winning playing pure split push with Shen very specifically, and like Reckless in the side lane. That was left open in the first game. That kind of backfired. I think when they banned it out, they showed in the second game how G2 is supposed to play versus them. But the last game was just insane.
Yeah.
Back and forth. It could have gone both ways. So I think Fnatic are very happy with this series despite not winning.
The
G2,
day after, they'll be very happy.
The day after, yes. G2
yeah.
probably is fairly disappointed that they didn't actually play cleaner, but they still managed to win.
Definitely. In the end, they still won. They're still undefeated here, but with that one game win over G2, Fnatic are now also all but locked for a spot in playoffs. It's very difficult for Rocket, who now have to beat G2, and the Unicorns of Love are one step closer to securing first place because they won over Splice, and Misfits are also locked in second. So everything is kind of looking almost locked. How much do you follow the European LCS in general?
I watch it from time to time. Like, it's always on in the morning for NA, and I always wake up like 8 a.m. So.
Do you?
Yeah.
That early? Wow.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
So I just watch it.
I don't wake up at 8 a.m. But I wish I did sometimes, but I don't.
All right. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but there's still a lot to fight for in the last 3 days of the split. Today we have H2K versus Origen, Giants versus Misfits, and some very interesting matches on the card. G2 versus Rocket, as said, and then possibly Misfits versus Fnatic could have big implications.
Yeah, exactly. I think G2 Rocket is the big one for Rocket here. And the cool thing is, if they do manage to win, you know, it would be fairly crazy if they break like the winning streak of G2, but if they do manage to win, all the pressure's on Fnatic for the last game, you know, of the entire split. So that would be pretty cool just for like the story and the broadcast. But I think the Fnatic fans and Fnatic, they probably just hope for G2 to win that series and they can get playoffs.
They would be very happy for that. Well, let's turn to the first match of the day where H2K are looking for a key win over Origen, and H2K, if they win here, they have the second place in Group B just behind Unicorns of Love and above Splice. So let's talk about H2K, a team that's been doing well and then slumped recently, or is that too harsh of a statement for a team that's not done so well in the last 2 weeks?
No, I mean, the last 2 weeks, it's fair to say they didn't play very well. They almost lost to Vitality. They were down like 12K gold in one of the games. And also, they lost to Unicorns Aloft, the 2-0. So I think it's been a pretty rough moment or period for them. Funny enough, I was talking to Froggen about, some of the issues of H2K, kind of explaining what was happening. The late game was a bit of an issue. They were pretty good early game. And he told me that there's a team in North America, I believe he's on the team, who might have the same problem. So is there anything, H2K can do to kind of fix this very quickly, or is it just really hard to kind of control?
I think there's a lot they can do to fix it, but since I'm in the same situation and we haven't fixed it, maybe I don't have the right answer for it.
Well, luckily you don't have to play anymore, but they still have to play the playoffs, and that is next week. So do you guys have confidence? I don't know how much of H2K you've seen, but that they will be able to put on a good performance in playoffs with the players that you know?
Yeah, I think they can definitely put on a good performance. Like, they're strong in the early game, and that's an easy way to go into the playoffs. It's like, okay, you're gonna come out with a gold lead, and then the only thing you need to focus on is how to close out the game and like, what you really want to do. It should be a pretty simple task, like in what you need to learn.
It doesn't sound so simple.
It sounds so simple, but it's been about 2 years of H2K not really understanding always what's going on in late game. Probably always says like discipline is a problem, communication can break down a little bit. One member steps a little bit too far forward, he gets caught out, and then you lose a fight and you lose a Baron. And he actually said to us, if there's no Baron in the game, they'd win way more.
Yeah, we should have the 50-50 spawn for Baron, then a lot of teams would have a lot more time winning. But we are being very harsh on H2K for a reason. We want to see them do well as a top team in Europe. They went to the semifinals of Worlds, so we also want to see them just play well and give us a good playoffs against the other teams, right?
Exactly, and I think we have a lot of teams in Europe going into playoffs who are very close to each other, and it comes down to some of these problems that we have had already, like all the teams. I think H2K can definitely make the finals.
Yeah.
I agree with Froggen there.
So World Semifinal team H2K, and they're playing against a former World Semifinal team as well in Origen, but obviously we're a long ways from that. A lot has happened for the team, and now they are on the brink of the promotion tournament. That is in just 7 days, so every game they can play now is practice. Froggen, you of course were in the promotion tournament with Echo Fox not too long ago, so what kind of advice do you have for these players? How should they approach these games?
I think, first of all, they have probably been able to see that they're going to end up in the promotion tournament for a while already. That's kind of the same situation we were in Echo Fox. So I think that kind of gives them the edge of just being, okay, it's not a surprise that they're going to end up in the promotion tournament. They don't need to stress about it. It's just a thing, it's going to happen. And then they can take it from there, where they just need to accept the fact that they're going to be in it and then prepare the best as they possibly can. Like, they can watch all the games of the teams they're going to play against. Like, they can prepare so well for it because they don't really have to focus on anything else.
And they get to play on this stage multiple times, where for a lot of the teams coming from Challenger, they play like 1 or 2 BO5s maybe on the actual stage. Also with Origen, you now get a luxury scrim against H2K in a potential...
Because you might not even get scrims versus H2K.
Yeah, you probably do not get to scrim them normally. So the fact you get to play them against now, maybe see if you can take something from what they're doing and learn from them a little bit and use that against the Challenger teams you're facing could be a big thing for Origen. Like, Misfits Academy and Fnatic Academy, they look fine. I don't think they look super strong, and I don't think it's guaranteed that Origen will not make it back into the LCS.
Well, that is next week. Now we're going to focus on this match because there is nothing more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose. We'll see what Origen can do as we send it over to our casters for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Good evening, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry. Joining me today is Mitch Pepper Forceballs. And Mitch, you're looking particularly ravishing today.
Thank you.
Right, let's take a look at teams.
I don't know what you got. That's a little quick here. I know you have the spanking thing with the Visio, but like boundaries.
I appreciate and respect my coworkers.
I do like the shirt, I have to say.
Thank you very much. I wasn't fishing, but I will take it. And can we get to the rosters?
Lineups?
Yes.
Teams?
On the blue side, H2K, they picked blue. They've got game selection on 1 and 3. The returning Odo in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Febiv mid, Nuclear and Che, 80 carry support, and of course their coach Prolly on stage. H2K, if they win here, they win the series, they take second in the group.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for that victory, but they're going up against, honestly, a tough opponent, because an animal that is trapped in the corner, it will claw back, and fierce claws are unexpected. Razor sharp, one would say, and I don't know who else his team brings here today, but I think you can run us down the roster.
I can help you with that one, Crepo, because it is Origen, of course, with Sartorius in the top lane, Synchro, the returning jungler, Nahyun in the mid lane, tapped ADC, Expecke with those claws, and their coach, Litak. Now Origen, of course...
Just look at that player picture on the roster rundown. Expecke clean shaven, honestly, what a beautiful man. I think he can lead Yeah, this guy shaves. He can definitely take his team to victory, I think, today.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I mean, last week, Rocket took down Misfits. That was a game that was never going to happen, a result that simply was inconceivable.
Yeah.
And this is even more
great
inconceivable,
movie.
right?
Great movie, by the way.
Yeah. Well, what movie?
Have you never watched
Inconceivable?
Princess Bride?
No, I have not. Is it good?
Have you actually never seen it?
No, I've not heard The Princess's Bride. Princess Bride?
Oh my
No.
dear lord.
See, the problem is, you're a movie snob, and
Yes.
I'm not, so I don't watch the same films
For
you're
one
watching.
moment, I thought we were actually on the same
No, I'm
page
very sorry.
on something. But yes, it was indeed inconceivable, which is also the result of that series and a major quote in the movie. And I'm just hoping for more inconceivable things to happen today, because it would be a shame if the script would just be boring old H2K going 2-0 versus Origen.
It would indeed. What would need to happen in today's script reading for Origen to pick this up? It is patch 7.6. Galio will not be permitted for this week or all of playoffs.
I think we start with a layer of disrespect.
Okay.
And hubris. And then we just sprinkle some clown fiesta over it. And I think then we can maybe get there.
Well, that could actually be a thing. A few minutes ago, we saw Jankos on stage trying to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
I am not making this up. He was communicating this in the lobby. He was screaming and yelling. And we'll see if the man on your screen on the left there goes Super Saiyan today. Because right out the bat, some targeted bans. Syndra for Feathervin and talent taken away from Nahyun.
Yeah, Nahyun plays that a lot in solo queue and even on the stage. It has a limited impact, so I think they're actually doing Origen a favor, because while the talent, it can technically take off, it requires some team play, especially on split lanes, to make that champion work, because you really want to find like isolated opponents, right? And I feel good macro teams will just ward out Nahyun, deal with him, and the remaining part of Origen never seems to kind of get to the same part. If he steals all the kills, then the other guys kind of just get beat up in a fight every time.
Yeah, what is the rest of Origen going to do? And H2K's macro has been pretty good most of the split.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It depends if your definition of macro includes like late game team fighting and Baron setups.
Touche.
Which it should.
in which case then I'll be more specific in my definition. How H2K have played the map has been pretty good. We'll see what level they come at today, because of course, yes, that second seed in their group is available, and a series win here will guarantee second. It should be the result that happens, and only the inconceivable will throw us out of loop. First pick, what do you think? Because there's no real surprises yet. Elise, Malzahar, Lulu, the final.
If it's like North America here, it's an installer Graves. Sadly, we're not there. We brought one of them over, one of the traders, Froggen. He's on the desk right now. But yeah, the meta is pretty diverse, and it really depends on what the team has prepared. Like in older times, you would go Rengar here, but people have been so willing to trade it for like whatever on a jungle pick. There's a case to be made here for maybe like an Ashe early you could go to, you know, if you really want that kind of utility AD carry. I think the Rengar is a fine choice, but by no means is it like miles ahead of any other pick.
Yeah, well, Tabs has played Ashe a couple times in the past, so maybe they could take that on this rotation. Rengar, no real surprise, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of Anivia hoppers today with, you know, one of Europe's best Anivia players on stage on the analyst desk. And there's that Ashe, as you mentioned already, Crepo.
I think Ashe Karma could actually be a good rotation here for Origen, because it removes any semblance of skill of the lane. you just play push all day. And the thing is, though, we need to see if Pekka's arrows have improved, because I still remember Pekka AD carry. Oh no, it's no longer Pekka, it's Tabs. If Tabs' arrows are actually better than Xpaco, because the Paco arrows left a little bit to be desired.
They did indeed. It's been a little while since he's had the opportunity to shoot those arrows.
Support Ashe does exist though. It's a thing.
I mean, you know what? If backs against the wall, Origen, this game is, what was the word the analyst desk used? This is a scrim, a bonus scrim ahead of the promotion tournament. Origen don't even get to pick their opponents. It'll be Giants that'll select whether they play Misfits Academy or Fnatic Academy.
Yeah.
And then Origen just have to deal with whoever's left.
Worthy opponents, but right in this series, right, Origen can work on the foundations, the communication, just the game flow.
Yeah.
Like, they don't need to beat H2K, nor are they hoping to, but they want to put systems in place that they can then take over to the next series, to the scrims, and then hopefully win. So far, they're drafting utility bot lane with kind of a perma-pushing top laner if the Rumble doesn't end up in a jungle for some whatever reason. So it's definitely... It's a quite readable and playable game pattern, you know, that they can do. Like, top lane wants to push, so jungle should end up there to cover, bot lane can play utility, and then obviously at level 6 on Shen, you'll have to rotate and go into the Shen lane. That is like exactly Origen already know what they have to do in the early game.
All right, now let's see if they can do it, right? Because like you make it sound very simple, Crepo.
Problem is H2K also know that Origen want to do this.
There we go. And of course, for H2K, they've got a nice, strong sort of lane AD carry in Varus. They've got that sort of EU heavy favorite top laner Shen. Still, like, really high priority here in Europe. And Synchro is going to lock in the Rek'Sai, so at least there'll be some kind of quasi-global response as well.
It's quite surprising, though, to see that Rek'Sai come out when there's so many other jungle opportunities available. I don't even think you need to pick it up that early. I mean, Origen really want to leave their mid lane pick last, I guess, for the counter pick, and they want to cater their support pick to the composition, but like, why do you need to rush Rek'Sai here? I think you just rush your favorite support here instead. Because, like, who's going to ban out Rek'Sai in second ban phase?
Well, it's, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. And you talked about supports. So Karma's off the table. We're not going to see Ashe Karma. Zyra was banned away. Malzahar's and Lulu's gone.
If they ban Zyra, they should ban Tahm Kench, because I really like Che on Tahm Kench. I think he's a really smart player when it comes to Abyssal Voyages. He also has the laning synergy with Nuclear to really get through any of those matchups. Tahm Kench is technically melee, but he provides so much zone, both with like spitting out creeps or saving people with Devoured so that Nuclear can actually play further up, that it becomes quite a strong lane.
Not going to be banned away by Origen. Would you pick it away?
I mean, let's see what he's playing against, right? If somebody gets Varus ulti, jumped by Rengar, taunted by Shen, these are all valid scenarios where Tahm Kench could help you. You pair it with an Ashe who has decent lane presence on her own. So definitely, there's a case to be made for picking Tahm Kench. Can Peke play it, though, is the question.
That is an exceptionally good question. One game played in the past.
I see you looking at your pick and ban sheet. Just because he's played it,
I know. I
doesn't
know
mean
that.
he can't play it.
I just like to see if he's been brave enough to play it on stage, because that's an indication that at least he's willing to try.
Yeah,
right?
Will he uninhibit the ribbit?
And we're going to find out, because it's potentially there. H2K elected not to ban or missed to ban.
Very
smiles on the faces.
Very rarely do people elect not to ban. They might tell us they elected not to ban, but then once we go into the comms, they were very much so discussing a second ban. So,
well, the ribbit is uninhibited, Kench unbenched. Peke, how good is your Tom? Because of course, Che, we know how good he can play. With a champion pool so heavily targeted, where does Che look to next?
I mean, what's left? You definitely don't like playing Thresh in Tahm Kench because it feels like you get damned if you do, damned if you don't. So some ranged poke lane is definitely something you could go for.
Like Brand?
Yeah, like Brand.
That's pretty fun.
Ooh, I love Brand, man. There's this insanely cool combo you can do. Somebody did it at All-Stars. I don't remember who. I know Doublelift told me about the combo because you can QE, you can Q flash on Brand. Basically like an Ahri Charm flash.
Right.
You can also cast your Q first, and then while it's mid-air, you can cast your E, right? So the way Brand's stun works, they need to be on fire for you to stun them. And obviously you don't want to put them on fire with your Q because you need your Q to hit off. So you do Q, while it's mid-air, if you're at a certain range, you can pop E, and then you can stun them. Now you can combine both, Q flash into the specific range, while Q is flying, you E, and you really can get surprise stuns out there.
Now, is that just for flashiness, or do you think there's real-world
that is like
scenarios?
laning outplay to the extreme.
Laning outplay to the extreme. Che, we're going to be looking at your lane. We're also going to be looking mid lane because it's Katarina versus LeBlanc.
I've only seen two people do that combo in a game. One was at All-Stars, the other one was me on my stream after failing it 20 billion times. But I did it. I made it once. So definitely a fun combo.
Okay, so fun combo, right. So we're going to look at if Che's going to be potentially making that play.
I don't think so.
What do you think of Nahun? Last pick, Katarina. It was the option.
It could be the sprinkle that we need. I'm not a big fan of Katarina here, nor in general, but it could be just what the game needs. It either has to snowball into Oblivion downwards, or he just needs to take off, and carry the game solo. And I think Katarina is exactly a pick that could bring that flavor.
Ooh, that flavor indeed. Craziness in week 10 here at the European LCS. This is the last time that Origen will be playing their last series of the split. Will they go 0-13? That's what we're going to find out. Nahun and Katarina. That might be what's going to help Origen out here. Pull off a gigantic upset. It's quite an interesting pick and ban.
Oh yeah, we don't see Katarina very often. Rek'Sai jungle, when the likes of Kalix and Lisa are open, means you're chasing or you're digging deep or you're uncomfortable.
Or the other direction, you're going super comfort. Synchro has played a lot of Rek'Sai.
Yeah, but you're uncomfortable on the main picks, right? And you go back to like a comfort pick that is out of meta.
There we go. All right, that makes sense. Comfort pick out of meta for Synchro. This is something he played a lot in the LVP and last year as well, in previous seasons. and see what he can do with Origen as we load up between H2K and Origen. It is, of course, Group B starting off the day. And as always, laning phase can have a gigantic impact in the game. It feels to me like the bottom half of the map will be pushing towards Origen. H2K in the advantage. Is that about right? Mid lane, bot lane?
I feel these color roots, they're coming back.
I'm really not trying to nurture them. It didn't work out too well for me.
Yes. It took you about 2 years to have just people forget. Just a whole new wave of fans come in, it's like quick shot. No, he's playing that play. No, he never used to be a color.
No. It's the new guys that I appreciate.
The new dawn, the new day. No, I think you're definitely right on the money there, Trev, because a Brand Varus lane has all the potential to shove. Luckily, if Che ever oversteps, Tahm Kench is actually quite powerful kind of duelist potential if he can actually use Devour offensively. So that forces people to play a little bit at a distance, and Asher is quite high range and can like CS with volley. So if Tabs and Peke manage the lane position right, they shouldn't lose too much farm. But H2K will always be in control, and especially if Synchro starts in the top side, what you'll probably see is Che again go for that Gromp ward that he does so often. You know, push bot up, get the Gromp ward, and suddenly Origen is playing kind of revealed on the map.
That'll help Jankos on this Rengar, especially in the early stages of the game.
I think Jankos just did it. Yeah, he just took, he went to the, you see how he has 2 stacks already? He used the Blast Cone to get 2 stacks. It's a little cool gimmick you can do. You jump, the Blast Cone was actually southwest of where he is right now. He jumped on it from the brush, and then I think he leapt in the air and pressed W, or whatever, and then you get 2 stacks, and then you can start the camp, and you can do actually much more sustained clear in the jungle because you get to 4 stacks faster. So it looks like usually Rengars drop really low in the jungle, but this little gimmick keeps you much more sustained and can actually catch people off guard.
Do you think Jankos will use it? I mean, if you look, there's CC in literally every lane, so options available if Origen decides to push. Maybe Sartorius, the most obvious.
Yeah, it's more if you end up in a duel in a jungle. It probably won't matter. It's a slightly faster clear maybe, because obviously he's doing kind of Korean clear. But because of the, if there's a ward being placed soon by Che, they like to see that blue buff is still up, and he can actually go for the counter invade. Because Synchro is doing a path that has been very commonly done recently. It is basically Raptors into red into enemy blue, and it's to punish junglers that do exactly this Korean style clear. But obviously as metas evolve, this counter has become so stale and so meta that Jankos actually just knows that the enemy blue buff is still up, and the counter is kind of played out in itself.
So instead of being a steal, it just ends up being a trade?
Yeah, and more importantly, this is done between 2 pushing lanes like you just pointed out, so it's very safe for Jankos to do this path. And that begs the question, with that in mind, should Synchro maybe kind of change it up here, you know? Like if the enemy really thinks you're going for this play and suddenly Jankos arrives here and the blue buff is gone, then obviously Origen could have caught them off guard. This is how you can kind of use patterns to your advantage.
Yeah. But then you have to know that they know that you know that they know. You know, in terms of anticipation and preparation.
It's the same thing when lane swaps were kind of played out every single game the same way. You could do what's technically stupid, but it will work because nobody will expect you to do the unexpected.
What was that quote? How can I be expected to hit my skill shots if the person I'm targeting doesn't even know what they're doing to try to dodge them?
No, it's the great I'm cute about. If I don't even know what I'm doing, how will they know what I'm doing?
There we go. There we go.
Lord Santana.
Yeah.
Maybe he ever return to the LCS.
He likened himself to Shrek. I don't know if you read that interview with him.
It's a great interview.
It was fantastic. A lot of personality on.
Dude, his streaming schedule, and then we go back on topic, is actually super impressive to do that consistent over many years. I think people always paint him as a bit of a goofball, but like to be that dedicated to your work is honestly very impressive. Now back to the game.
Okay, back to the game. We have pushing lanes down bottom. Nuclear and Che going to be shoving into Tabs and Peke.
All right, let's see, Tabs. How well do you guys CS together? Peke takes the heat.
Well,
that's
that was not good, Peke. He eats an entire combo.
Tabs got the CS though.
Okay. Do you call Worth?
If my AD carry says, like, can you hit that for me? And I'm like, I don't know, man. There's like a Pyromancer on the other side. He's a bit of a zombie. He'll mess me up. It's like, gotta get the CS, bro. And yeah, he bases.
Well, that just, that stinks. I mean, Tabs is already down 2 waves of CS.
I mean, he has technically a wave coming. That's like the play-by-play cheating, you know. Oh, this guy down.
Well,
look at how quickly he's catching up, Trevor.
I think if he gets all of them, he's still going to be just under 12. So I tried to factor it in. Close enough. There you go.
Yeah. And he's not even getting them all, is he?
Look at all the pressure from Nuclear. The piercing arrow. 10 CS.
10 CS.
Less than 2. But now there's some
Fake
shenanigans. In the mid lane, Che's gonna be in trouble.
Nahyun.
Flash forward from Nahyun, comes in and gets first blood, escapes with the dagger and
Run,
the Shinpo.
Nahyun, run!
Here comes Jankos and Feathervin. Ignite starts to tick him down, and Jankos secures the kill. We've got a sprinkle of Fiesta.
We asked for it, and that's exactly what we need. Che goes mid, he loses flash, exhaust. Nahyun still gets the first blood. He forces Jankos to flash in, and then Syncroft gets the acceleration. And now this Origen comp is getting much closer to level 6 as well, where Syncroft will have a global. Eventually, expect if he stops eating those trades, we'll get to level 6 too, and then we can really start spicing up the map. And Che basically next to the wall, that's really greedy to do versus a Katarina. Should always base in the middle of the brush here, and then Nahyun spacing out pretty well. He wants to walk to one dagger. Jankos is blocking it. This flash from Jankos gets punished very well. Syncroft here, pulling the trigger. Flash back up.
Nicely done. The comfort of Rek'Sai. Getting that unburrow, helping get a kill and assist under his belt. And I mean, if it were me and it was solo queue and Katarina got first blood, I'd be triggered already.
I mean, if you're Feathervin and you say in team chat, guys, I have enemy mid 20 CS down. I'm winning my matchup. Your support comes mid to roam for whatever reason, dies, and enemy Katarina comes back with a Hex Drinker. That's when you gotta think a second before you say the next thing that's on your mind, because it may actually be quite destructive between team comms.
Communication has actually been a topic with H2K all split long, hasn't it? In terms of some of the decision making, some of the team fights.
I feel bad for Feathervin. This guy is demolishing his opposing lane matchup exactly as he should, punishing the range advantage. You know, it's essentially a shotgun champion, and then he gets a kill and an assist, and he comes back with Hex Drinker, which counters the kit of LeBlanc entirely.
Well, let's see what Nahyun can do with this little gift from H2K. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, he's kind of going to be one of the pivotal members of this team.
Yeah.
There's some CC from a lot of the rest of the support squad. Sartorius can have some big impacts. I mean, Sartorius is a super comfort champion as well. This is the 8th time he's played Rumble.
Yeah, this is super teamfight oriented by Origen, and this could actually be one of H2K's weaknesses. If you remember, Unicorns in week 2 or 3 drafted like a Katarina Ivern comp, only 2 damage dealers. And the whole point was to kind of suck H2K in and then have Exile pop off in the Katarina, and exactly that happened. So they have shown weaknesses against this this pick in particular. So the dream is still alive.
Yeah, the pick and I guess the playstyle, right? The way it extends, the way you have to play around a Katarina, try to enable her hopping between those daggers. We obviously have a pause. I will let you guys know what the cause is in a moment or two.
Well, Odoamne just ran off stage.
So unfortunately, Odoamne's feeling a little under the weather. Feathervin doesn't seem to care.
The Hex Drinker doesn't matter as much. Talking to the ref right there.
Yeah, technically speaking, within the instance of a pause.
I don't think you're allowed to talk.
Correct, and I think that's...
Unless the ref gives you absolution.
Yes.
The ref give it, and the ref take it away.
The ref in this situation may not have giveth.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
There's actually quite a few old refs that are now my colleagues. And they always have, whenever they instruct new referees, I've met a few people who are in the new referee program. It's like, yeah, Raven's our old ref. And they tell me, you know what? He gives us one example of the most horrible, like, smart-ass player that there was ever to deal with. And if you can deal with him, you can deal with any player on stage.
Just for interest's sake, who might this player be?
Slips my mind.
You know, I mean...
Ravishing handsome, Belgian is all that was described. Great Nivea player, but I just can't put my finger on it anymore.
Is it awkward though when you first transition to being a shoutcaster from player? You know, we got a bit of a retro desk today with Frog and backstage as well, and seeing refs, guys that technically could, you know, tell you off or provide guidance depending on your point of view.
I mean, my straight superior all the way up to esports food chain is somebody who I vehemently insulted in season 2. Like, how the hell can this pause happen? But yes, darker times.
I think that time was justified though. That was a pretty spectacular moment for better and worse in League of Legends.
Anyways, you have your hand on the table, which means you want to talk. Do you know what the pause is about?
The pause is about Odoamne not feeling very well. Okay. He will be returning soon. I assume just going to get a splash of water and whatever else is necessary. In terms of this game, playing Shen Is that maybe what's put Odo a little bit...
If it was Soas, I'd be like, yeah, no, I think we got it. We're playing Dr. House here, you know? Is it Lupus? No. Oh, he's playing Shen. Yeah, no, okay. I think we found the main cause. I mean, at least Shen, you can move your pretty little dagger around. If it's like a Maokai or a Nautilus, maybe then you just get like...
Yeah, I'm done.
You pass out,
Yeah.
right? Your brain goes on 10% activity, and eventually you go into like a flat state of relaxation.
Oh, flat state of relaxation. The Origen squad, super chill.
I never found that to be good. I feel like whenever whenever players did this, it feels like you would lose your focus. You know, if you just lean
But
back,
it's each to their own, right? Like, I personally don't like leaning back on the chair. It's uncomfortable for me. But some people enjoy it. Some people are chill.
You also have a rather large head, so like center
Exactly.
of gravity may pull you backwards and
My
tip your
hair
chair.
is heavy. There's a lot of product in this stuff. It's the reason we stand up. You know, we have to support the weight of the makeup and the hair. And
You would
the
tip over.
get-ups. Yeah, I would. Absolutely would. Is it Senkux from Splice that goes like all the way back? I think he goes like practically horizontal.
Some of them do.
Like, come on, Tabs. That's not comfortable. We're breaking down the mechanics of laying on the chairs right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty comfortable to me.
Okay, I mean, that's an upgrade, right? The hands.
That's where you ask the ref for a pillow.
So, Crepo, if Origen lose today 0-2,
Yes.
they will
Nothing will
have-
change.
Nothing will change for them, but they will have, in the same split, broken the longest game losing record at 14 losses. And they will have the worst EULCS split of any professional team in the history of EULCS. Those are not two records that the man on your screen right now would want.
It's definitely not what you sign up for. You make an organization, you get to Worlds. You go in Challenger. You have that really nice house in Tenerife it was. And you progress, and it just doesn't really work out.
It does not work out, unfortunately. While we wait for the game to resume, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk for a take a look at what's happened in this early game.
I was just talking about... Okay.
Thank you very much, guys. Unfortunately, Odoamne is not feeling too well and stepped off for a second, so we're just waiting to see what will happen
will
there.
step in.
Froggen will
We have him here now.
You want to play Shen?
No, that sounds boring.
No. All right, so Froggen, we're going to get the picks and bans up on stage, up on the screen, rather. Talk to me about this European draft, and how do you think both teams did?
I think the only thing I really mind about is that they chose to ban out Zyra and then pick Tam Kench blind instead of just picking Zyra blind and then banning Tam Kench. Like, I don't know if it's because they want to contest it or not, but it's better just to pick Zyra because it's a stronger champion.
Especially also because we were looking at like, okay, there's a Shen, that's got Varus, that's a super strong laner. Now you're going to give them, support pick as well. On the side of H2K, they can pick, so this case, Brand, who's like winning lane against Tam Kench. Yeah. So you're now going to get shoved in the bottom lane 24/7. There's going to be a Shen ulti coming your way at some point as well. And then you're going to lose that bot lane tower. And then the game is going to kind of snowball in favor of H2K.
Well, we have to keep in mind that Peke is, of course, quite new to the support role, and Lulu was banned out, Karma was banned out, what he usually goes for in this scenario, so maybe...
He's an old mid laner, he should play Zyra.
He should play
I know,
Zyra.
when I played EU solo queue, Pekka would always play Zyra support.
Right,
it was also
so
banned.
he definitely played
Yeah, he banned Zyra.
Oh, right, good point. That was
Which
your
is
whole
not a
point.
banned
Yeah, that was
Zyra,
your
taking the
point.
Zyra.
What? Yeah.
I think if you look at it, it's like they could have had a really good draft where they counterpick top, they can counterpick mid, and they can blind pick support and just ban the other supports out. And they could counterpick the jungle too, like every single jungle except for Elise was open. So they could have like winning jungle and 3 winning lanes, but they chose to go with Tam Kench and then they have a losing bot lane against Shen. Like, it doesn't seem smart.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
What about some Katarina mid lane?
I mean, it looked fine. I think the skirmish they had didn't really go well for her, and then she's down in CS. Like,
We're going to take a look at it, actually.
yeah, I think for the skirmish, it's just like, it's fine. But
See, I hate these kind of recalls.
Yeah.
Just please, you don't know if there's a ward there, just step
still,
away.
It ends up being a good trade despite losing first blood because of the amount of creeps that Nahon will lose. Like, obviously there's a lot of jokes going on about that. Well, I will never lose creeps for these kind of plays, but this is just not good for Nahon in the lane matchup. He will fall really far behind, basically losing 2.5 minion wave, and it's just not a good situation.
He was already pretty far behind, so I think for Febiven it's just a bit frustrating, though, because he comes back and he still has his Hex Drinker coming back into lane.
It's fine.
Actually,
it's fine.
Most of the time, it's just about experience for the early levels in mid. Like, obviously, the gold will help a lot, and if he wasn't able to get the Hex Drinker, it will be a really bad situation for him. But falling behind, like, almost a level, I think.
Yes.
It's just a really bad situation for him.
And he basically got it, or he traded it for a kill on Rek'Sai. Because
Yeah.
Rek'Sai obviously got the kill in the end on Jankos, and that was about it. So, tricky situation for the mid lane. Bot lane is going to die very soon to a Shen gank.
They are. Well, we will see the players already on stage and ready to resume the game. So quick shot and Crepo, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Deficio there with some last little predictions. Bot's
I feel like
about to dive.
South Park, you know, they took our jobs. Like, thank you. All right, I guess I'm out. But he actually does bring up a great point in Champions League. We talked about, like, one of the things that Origen should predict is that on level 6 of Shen,
Yes.
you swap into that lane. You move towards the problem. You know, you face it. But Origen, they're delaying their problems. They're just saying, you know what, if we close our eyes and sit down, put our heads in the sand, then we can just pretend the Shen won't ulti bot and dive us.
Hey, look, every monster that ever wanted to get me when I was a child couldn't find me under the duvet. Couldn't find me underneath the blanket. So if it worked for me growing up, maybe it'll work for Origin.
Yeah, but has it not left you irreparable like
Damage.
psychological damage? Like, is that really what we want?
Well, I mean, you know, you start telling a story and I instantly get afraid. So, yeah, probably not the greatest situation. But as we look at the lane setup, Tabs and Peke, they've not swapped into the Shen lane yet.
Yeah. No, they're going back to bot lane. Obviously, the Doom Deficio scenario can be counteracted if Sartorius can somehow poke around the out or look for a turret trade or a dive with Syncroft in the top lane. But then Syncroft needs to start tunneling really quick.
Okay, where are these tunnels? All in the northern side of the map. There's one in mid lane, nothing down bottom.
Oh, wait, what? Peke, Tabs is alone. Peke went to red buff to assist Syncroft in taking it and is now walking back. Can we get the expected cam on level 4? Because he can't even ulti Syncroft into the top lane. I'm quite confused as to what Expeke is doing right now.
Let's see, maybe it's next level, or maybe Tabs maybe wanted to go top.
Maybe they were predicting the H2K prediction, saying, you know, they're going to match our rotation to top, so if we don't rotate ever at all, we'll get ahead.
That's exactly what happened with Tabs, although he's still down. CS. Is a wave coming towards him, though, which Nuclear is busy shoving in. Still going to leave him a little bit behind. I'm looking at the mini-map in terms of what sort of shenanigans can happen. Syncroft is in the area. Teleport's available for Sartorius, and he's got his Equalizer.
Yeah, and look at Jankos, level 6. He's going to do the Crux, it seems. Nope, he's just gonna... Yeah, he's actually gonna finish him just for a stack. Once he's done with the Crux, he can just run into the lane in bot lane, get the Shen ulti. Let's see if mid lane Featherman can get lane priority over Nahyun and leave. Then we could maybe see the bot lane party in full effect.
All right, let's take a look. Nahyun at the moment down a very sizable amount of CS thanks to all of the combat in the mid lane. And down bottom, Tabs has got some support from Syncroft. Che maybe greedy with the flash. Let's find out. Chain of Corruption starts to spread, and Odo Stand United just saving Che's life.
It's actually really good from Origen, forcing the Stand United in a defensive scenario, but also keeping the distance, not flashing in. Syncroft wasn't quite in range yet to follow up and look for the burst, and just trading that ultimate for an arrow, and then Sartorius has free reign over the top lane. And there's no Rengar to punish him either, so he can actually start proxy farming. It's a good moment of reprieve for Origen, and unlike Deficio, I actually know what that means.
Nicely done, thank you, my eloquent co-caster for the day. And this is good for Origen. 10 minutes in, they've got this like breathing room, not having Stand United available. They've got Syncroft with his ulti as well, so if Origen want to look to set up some plays, they can. The only thing they've got to try to cut back on, if you can use that word, like Nahyun and Tabs are bleeding CS. They're really struggling under some of the pressure of their opposite lane matchup, and like Tabs' tower, so close to being knocked over.
And now Che is level 6 as well, so if you're ever going to try and gank this lane, the problem is this brand can turn it around. He's actually the major threat in terms of instantaneous damage. So definitely have to be careful if you're Origen, and I feel like they're eventually going to end up in a gridlock.
Peke, stop eating skill shots. 40% of his HP is just taken away. He doesn't even have any biscuits or cookies to regen.
Ate them all.
I mean, Tom Kench is good at eating them.
Sometimes you regret it, you know.
Yeah.
Finish all the biscuits, wish you saved one for later. That's expected right now. Syncroft still hovering around his bottom side. He's been here for over like a minute and a half at this point. Looks like they're waiting for the second arrow, and they're going to pull the trigger.
All right, arrow. Che this time round flashes. Last time maybe knew he had the Stand United.
But that's 2 minutes spent for Shenalty and a flash. Now expect it's even more damage.
So much damage. Pekka can't even get the great health down. Che and Nuclear make it look so easy.
Yeah, he just disappeared. That was incredibly like non-committal, I think, from Origen. Really pathing to in the lane with the Tom Kench. Tabs didn't pop his heal at all, and it seems like Origen, the fire we were expecting, you know, a little bit of fiesta that we wanted to be sprinkled on it, it's not happening. It's also a Vitality scenario almost, where they're trying not to fail rather than do something and fail in the process.
Playing to not lose necessarily. That soft gank, it ends up costing Pekka his life. And of course, H2K get tower first blood. So that's a 2,000 gold lead already.
Yeah, now they can't even rotate into the top lane because they need to catch that wave. So this is what you always want to do when you're an AD carry. You want to, after every positive action where you win out, you always want to push out. That is your main goal. Don't ever stay and sit on that gold. It's a mistake a lot of players make in the early stages of the game too. They get a kill in lane and they, oh, you're stronger, right? No, you just have more gold than the other guy.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more experience. You probably chunk too. So to get the maximum benefit, you always want to base. And the best efficient base is always after you push out. Because not only does it reset the wave, it forces this guy to farm close to his turret, and then he has to walk out in the lane towards you, and you can farm safely under your turret afterwards. And again, that's what Tabs is dealing with right now. He got the wave pushed into his turret, it bounces, he can farm maybe 3 waves, and then he's very much so overextended.
Yeah, that risk of being jumped on, especially when you see that ward just to the left of Tabs. Stand United's available for Odo. Jankos has got access to his ultimate as well for a little while, and we'll see how good Origen's vision can be. Nagian gets jumped on. I don't think he's in kill range yet. But the numbers you see on your screen right now, oh, Nagian's actually decided to engage, looking for the kill. Stand United shield. That saves Fabi's life.
Yeah, it looked so good, right? Oh, he forgot about my combo. I'm Katarina, I did so much damage. Oh, we're playing against the Shen. Quite unfortunate for Nagian right there. All right, now we can start talking. You wanted to talk to me about control wards?
I did, because the teams that place the most control wards per game are the bottom 4 teams. And it seems the teams don't want to talk about this though. Vitality far and away above everybody else.
But I want to talk about it.
Tell me why. Why do the teams that are performing the worst place the most wards?
Look, it's not about the size of your ward stack, Trevor. It's about how you place them.
Okay.
That definitely matters. And I think bottom tier teams, very much so when they're behind, like Origen right now, you know, not to this extent, but they want to start contesting their own jungle first. So when they have a lot of these control wards, they have to place them first in their jungle, and then they can get them into the ideal positions. There's a couple brushes in the map that are very high value in terms of placing control wards. Those are usually the pixel brushes in River, maybe in the Baron Pit. And if you're a team like H2K right now with a 2,000 gold lead, you can generally walk up to the point where you want to place them, especially later in the game. Early game, it doesn't matter as much, but we're talking like 20 to 25 minutes. They can instantly place them in the right spots, and they can also actively defend their control wards, meaning they don't have to place as many. Yeah. Losing teams, they always want to fight their way back in with vision because they never want to be spotted in their own jungle, so they just overly kind of waste control wards in their own jungle to the point where Vitality was spending like 1,000 more or 700 more gold than any other team just on control wards.
And what's terrifying about that as well, Crepo, all 4 of those teams actually have average to below average game time, which means they're placing more wards in shorter games.
Yeah, more wards per time.
Yeah. So it's really, really interesting. But when you're playing defensive, you don't want to face check, and that's what Origen are going to have to do. 1-3-1 initiated. Febiven's going to be down the bottom lane. He's got his Proto Belt, his Sork shoes. Nahyun can't stand toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, and you have this Rengar as well, who's really good at lane ganking in any of these side lanes. If you're playing 1-3-1, you have the Shen that can appear everywhere. LeBlanc is kind of the perennial side lane mage, has always been that champion. Shay sidesteps, ooh, beautiful.
Oh, really nicely done. Didn't have flash available, but Shay, he's been tabbed as a target, and we're seeing Expected level arrows here.
Yeah.
Not finding success yet.
Not finding success. He was very far up though. Without Shen ulti available, he was, I think he tried, like, he figured out that he didn't have flash as the arrow was flying.
A little bit of an oopsie.
Yep.
But luckily, Chay's not punished for it. And Pekka needs to work on those side steps. It feels like every time he's under tower, Chay's getting a WQ combo and just chunking him down, chunking him down.
Oh, Chay's definitely getting him. Now Tabs gets cut out here by Nuclear.
All right, Pyroclasm, not going to get used just yet. Nuclear is going to be happy with the flash heal and turn his attention to the tower. I mean, that's what they're playing for.
Yeah, but Origen is stuck. They feel like they can't move every step like they make. There's always somebody waiting for them from H2K. Now Syncroft trying to fight his way out here on Jankos.
All right, Odo Amnes says, Jankos, I'm watching you. Jumps in with Stand United. A two-man flash taunt. Look at that, curving it. Odo gets a kill onto Pekan. Where is Sartorius? Looking to finish his teleports in a moment or two. Nahun gets popped. Takes one with him, though. And now Sartorius, he throws down the equalizer. This is getting a little messy. 2 for 3. The unburrow from Syncroft. He's going to give up the kill, and Origen get aced.
Yeah, there's no way back when Origen entered a fight. They just hard commit all in, win or lose. Like these guys, like they were already down a member, and then they're like, yeah, well, we're fighting to the death every single time. The last part, why did Sartorius flash in there? Why did Syncroft follow? Is really grasping at straws. Again, this was the type of fight that they need. The taunt flash curved beautifully, didn't actually connect with Tabs. Odo kind of leapfrogged him, which meant Tabs could bait him in. Now he's going for the long-range arrow. That's only useful if you actually play teleport Ash.
All right, does he have some support? Gonna deliver Tabs as well. Febby and Shay looking to run away, and they get Odo's teleports.
You get his teleport. If that arrow actually connects, that is a beautiful combo. Because this is something Season 1 Ash players did in the mid lane. They would send it from base, teleport on the mid lane turret, and then surprise them.
I did that too.
And look at it again. See, they find Jankos. So I like this. They're dragging a fight out 45. Right now, the teleport should come. Satori should be TPing already. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Still hasn't started, and he doesn't start for another 2 more seconds.
6 seconds, guys. This is Origen starting a play, and it takes 6 seconds for the Rumble, who is walking down to mid lane. So he's watching this fight to consider that maybe he has a summoner spell that gets him there ever so slightly faster. At this point, if you're Sartorius, you may as well run Ghost. And he knows.
Yep, that's the reaction.
And that's why he flashed in afterwards. He was trying to chase the loss. He knew he done goofed.
Too slow to TP. And that's both kind of like somewhat player error, somewhat team error as well, right? Because you can call for TP, you can decide to do it as well.
If it's under like 2 seconds, it's team error. But the guy was walking to mid lane.
Yeah.
He had vision on that fight. He knew the fight was going on. At that point, you just got to pull the trigger.
All right, Febervin picked up a lot of kills that fight. He's got the Abyssal Scepter completed along with the Proto Belt, and that's why H2K are now playing just so aggressive on the front foot. Nobody can stand against that burst.
Yeah, now Origen just need to suck H2K in, find a team fight here, find a pick, just go balls to the wall aggressive.
All right, Stand United's available. Jankos is going to bring Odo closer to the fight. The target is going to be Sartorius. He's getting dropped low. Nahun at least gets one back, and under the tower, Jankos is caught out. It's going to be a little bit of a trade so far, 2 for 2.
Yeah, Nahun is still looking for more. He is the prime target. If he can find more picks, he can maybe carry this game here. Expeke just playing bait, and he's really good at that.
He really is. Here comes Syncroft as well. No flash available, and the unburrow makes getting the knock-up a little more difficult, and Febervin going to look for those Shatter Orb damage. Not going to be enough to kill Peke.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, right? But they just kind of suck H2K into a bad fight and surprise them somehow. Make a little outplay here and there, a bad read. Get Nahun a kill, get the reset. That's what they got to do, because otherwise, if they play it slow, steady, macro style, H2K will come out on top. That's why H2K is looking for kind of solidifying their second place so far in the standings.
Yeah, going to get that preferred seed, most likely against Fnatic in the quarterfinals. That's what H2K are looking to lock in. I mean, you can't deny the fact that a Katarina and Rumble could be scary if H2K get caught by surprise or out of position.
Yeah, and here, like, they force a fight. Nahun's coming down, and look at it. They catch the enemy AD carry in rotation. This is, on the minimap, you saw him flash out, so Nuclear was watching the top lane fight, and that's what happens very often in chaotic games. People just right-click, watch the fight, and see who's using cooldowns. Like right here, he could just walk around, right? Take the safe path, and then suddenly on top side, you're fighting a 4v3 on H2K, and you will win that across the map. The problem is if you keep even trading like that, when you're not paying attention, that's the way Origen want to fight into the game. That's also how historically H2K have lost a lot of fights. Expect get caught again.
All right, how much damage is there to follow up? Febervin jumps in, piercing arrow, secures the kill. And Peke used the flash for that.
And has exhaust available.
Feels bad, man.
Spaco's support career
so
hasn't really taken off.
What was we were talking about can Expeke play Tom Kinch? I don't think Tom Kinch matters at the moment because he's eating skill shots. And I think regardless of champion, H2K are just punishing him over and over and over.
Yeah, Froggen made a good point on the desk. Just draft a Zyra. Froggen said it was because Zyra's a better champion. I would even extend that point. Just draft a Karma or a Zyra so you can play kind of AFK push style where you just focus on pressuring the lane and just adding an element of pressure to your team that doesn't require too much like individual skill. Yes, you won't get a CS advantage if you just push in and you let them farm on a turret, but at least you stay even and you keep the push going. Right now, this lane is quite hard to play if you're not in sync very well and if you can't sidestep grand spells.
And of course, the decision to pick Rek'Sai over one of those supports. Syncrov's Rek'Sai, he's doing okay in terms of the reactionary fights.
Yeah, I
right?
mean, he's 6 out of 7 kills, has 3 kills to his name. I don't think we can blame him for his Rek'Sai play.
Is it worth the investment of the damage of Pekka on Tahm Kench? Maybe that's also one of the questions you got to look at, right?
Yeah,
being pushed under tower and...
Then you got to feel for the duck, though. If you can't trade a Tahm Kench in this meta on your support because you're afraid he'll go down,
yeah,
then you have bigger issues than a Rek'Sai pick.
Well, yeah, there's quite a few issues to work through for Origen.
But there's hope, Trevor.
There is.
It's only 5,000 gold. Bigger comebacks have happened in the European LCS.
And internationally, and everywhere.
Everywhere. It's happened in solo queue, it happens all the time. All it takes right now is for Origen to write open, and then be like, ha, psych! It wasn't actually open. It was what they call an EU open in all chat.
EU open. I guess Katarina would be able to punish that pretty well. So we'll see whether or not you can. Pekka goes for the optimistic tongue lash. Comes away a little worse
the best
for
of
wear.
tongue lashes.
A little worse for wear. As Jankos and Nuclear poke him out. Okay, H2K look like they're setting up for Baron. That has gone badly for them at different points in the split, and Origen have got a good team comp to punish that. Let's see, Jankos and Febiven, they're going to chase between 2 towers and just force Origen away, knocking over their third.
Great rotation here by H2K, isolating the third and remaining turret. Can they get the Baron? That is the question. There's this one lone control ward that survived in the enemy jungle. That could be a teleport ward for Sartorius.
Yeah, we'll see how good his equalizer will be as well. And we've hit this point of the game, Crepo, where we start looking at teams and how well they farm side lanes.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking at on your screen. CS secured between 15 and 30 minutes. And H2K, they're actually pretty low down in terms of picking up the CS on the map.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite stats in the game because it's a little bit obscure. You basically count every CS taken by people from 15 to 30, and it just gives you an indication how many teams play on 3 lanes, you know, pick up on a side lane farm, and how many play on 2. And then obviously you need to contrast to what are they exchanging for that. H2K is a team that you see Febiven going to side lanes very often, but he'll just kind of peel off and join his team and look for picks when they play kind of these comps. Maybe when he's as far ahead on LeBlanc, he can push out further, but H2K, when kind of troubled, had this tendency to play more on 2 lanes in a lot of their compositions. Obviously, if they're playing a 4-1 comp, they're not going to split push as well, right? Yeah. But it's a good indicator, and you see that G2, kind of the best macro team in the league, was very much so first in that category. Because in the mid game, they take it slower, and they make sure that they're always farming their side lanes, using that for pressure.
All right, so then, of course, anytime you're playing around objectives, grouping up, you start sharing CS things. But there was a little caveat, which you haven't talked about, Crepo, because on that graphic, it said it's excluding jungle creeps. So what about jungle creeps? How do you farm those? Who picks them up?
Well, would you know? There's another graphic popping up. As you ask the question, amazing. I think it's actually really cool to then contrast that to the jungle creeps, and you also see different styles. While Origen, they're not the greatest at farming their lanes, at least they aggressively contest their junglers. This was definitely in the Wisdom area very much so, more so than the Syncroft era. They were at least actively farming. And if you look at G2, one of the reasons their mid game was kind of slow and steady is that Trick was always making sure he was maximizing his camps. So he wouldn't just blindly play only in the enemy jungle. They would play both in their own jungle, take the camps, then take the camps in the enemy jungle, and take small victories everywhere. A Gromp, a couple of Krugs here, side lane farm, and suddenly your gold lead from 2 or 3k amasses to 5k as you just squeeze the pressure out of your opponent, and then you can commit for Baron.
Pressure on the map, as well as all the resources being denied. I want to talk about Jankos and how he picks up farm, if and where. If they survive this fight, Che once again easily sidestepping the arrow. Origen group up and Tabs is blown up before the fight really even starts. Now Syncrov and Pekka are running away. Sartorius has already cancelled his teleport because the fight is lost. El Capitan is down and Nuclear gets a double.
Yeah, this was a beautiful execution, honestly, across the board from H2K. Side lanes both were pushed. You look at the jungle, Only the red buff recently just spawned, which means H2K was maximizing their jungle farm. They were taking away the opposing jungle farm. They robbed Origen of all of their vision, and they themselves counter-initiated a pick attempt by Origen because they were forcing them into a corner. This was very much so a forced error by Origen. As you could see, Odoamne landed in the fight before Sartorius was even halfway into the channel of his teleport again. So it's a 5v4 forced by H2K by just immaculate kind of macro right there. And it just shows you why they're a full class or a couple tiers even ahead of Origen right now.
Yes. A huge difference. I mean, Tabs, he got blown up in the middle of the melee instantaneously.
Yeah, but this is the where you pay the price for mistakes that you've already made. You know, this is credit debt right here.
Yeah.
Like you've already done your online shopping if you're Origen. This is just where the build comes in. Like, oh, well, I guess we're gonna try and pay that off, but then Che jukes another arrow. Really good at sidesteps, by the way. He gets the Shen ulti. Because he didn't get hit, he can flash out to buy time. Like, if Shay actually eats that arrow, he no longer has his flash available. They just one-shot him, and then Origen fight their way back. But it just means that they're making it too obvious. They need an arrow from Fog of War. Like, you can't have these wards everywhere. You need to de-ward, play with control wards, and surprise your opponent. Pick them off, not just start a full-blown, full-vision team fight, because H2K will win that.
And we talked about some of the warding earlier. Origen, one of the 4th highest at placing wards. They need to do a little bit more to regain some semblance of control. But it just gets like multiplicatively more difficult when you're down 10,000 gold, when you're down in towers, you're down in dragons. Now your opponent's at Baron. I mean, it's like it's now up to H2K just to knock over the inhibitors.
Yeah. If you're Origen right now, you wish you could save gold for the next game. It's like, can we put this aside? I'd like to my emergency rainy day fund for the next early game because it's looking super grim right now.
Yeah, it really is.
This is where you just death ball. You death ball and you just pick a lane and you say go. And maybe they're not ready. Maybe. And then you get lucky.
Where would the initiation be? I guess Synchro and X-Peke. Jump in behind somebody with less mobility than a LeBlanc.
I think you have Synchro go in with flash knock up somewhere, but you have expected deliver Sartorius to a backline. And you just surprise Che or something.
Okay, let's see if Peke and Origen try something at least, because they've hemorrhaged everything else on the map. Gigantic CS differences for mid and AD carry. When you're not allowed into the lanes, that's quite naturally going to happen. And I think despite a little, shall we say, speed wobble from H2K, trying to ramp up in the early game.
A speed wobble?
Yeah,
Let's say speed wobble, yeah. Despite that, very much so speed wobbling that they were doing.
Have you ridden a motorcycle before, Mitch?
I had quads when I was growing up.
Okay, so it's kind of similar. If you hit the acceleration too quick in a low gear, like the front end kind of, rattles and shakes around.
Yeah, mine were automatics, and I was also 9.
Okay,
so.
Okay, fair enough.
But I get the speed
when you
wobble
get to my age, you've ridden a few motorcycles in your time.
If I get my motorcycle before I'm 35 like you, I'll definitely know what a speed wobble is. But continue, your point.
The point was, other than the speed wobble, this has been a very clean game from H2K.
Yes.
They've had good vision control, they've played the jungle well. That was one of the best Baron baits I've seen in a little while.
I'm loving Che's sidesteps. This guy must be great at
this guy sidesteps.
No, the cha-cha-cha, he must be... The hips don't lie.
All right, Feberbin, gonna look for Peke here. That's a big burst of damage down. It's just so tough. I mean, it's a 14,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. Ash Arrow this time will catch Che. Chain of Corruption goes wide, and Nahun decides to engage. Stand United, not going to be enough to save Che's life, but Synchro's down, Nahun's down, and here comes Jankos. This is Origen's last-ditch effort, but they're so far behind. Maybe H2K have overcommitted. Defensive flash from Feberbin.
Odoamne's still not in the fight because he obviously was cancelled on that ultimate. Even then, it doesn't really matter. We see the 2 side inhibitors fall.
Yeah, 4 versus 5, and even though H2K look like they'll lose the fight, they win the war because they've got the inhibitors in top and bottom lane. They're not even done yet.
Yeah, making Leduc feel not so great, but there's always a game 2, right?
I mean, there is. It has to be a 2-0 for this to end. And Origen, they're on a 7-game losing streak at the moment.
They'll make it 8.
It will.
Will we see 9?
The expectation is yes. The expectation is we'll see 9. Surely. For the second time this split.
Yeah.
9 losses in a row.
But you may put Origen at a 0-9 deficit twice, but nobody puts them on a 0-9 deficit 3 times.
Actually, somebody did. I'm going to quickly just double check.
They've
exactly
actually had it already?
Yeah, they have. They have, because Splice put them on 0-8 at the beginning of the split.
Oh, but that, including that one, you know.
Ah, okay.
Next time.
Next time. Okay, right.
Sadly for Origen, they're very much so at risk of that being in Challenger.
Yes.
The way it's going right now. Because they need to make some growth here. Like the fundamentals, like swapping into a Shen lane wasn't done. They have not made a single proactive Abyssal Voyage play. The arrows are not connected. It feels very disconnected. Even Sinkov, who has shown like shimmers of okay play, can't shine in a team that is so stuck in negative and bad routines.
Crepo, the two teams that are in the promotion tournament from LCS, Giants and Origen, and then you look at the two challenger squads, Fnatic Academy as well as Misfits Academy. Do you think Origen at this level will be able to beat either of them? Because you kind of feel like Giants maybe is a step above, but Origen just don't really feel like they have what it takes right now.
Yeah, but we said that last year as well when kind of Misfits was blazing through everybody, right?
Yeah, they struggled as well.
They struggled. Speke, he's done struggling. He can rest now.
Well, let's find out if he gets a longer rest period. The Pyroclasm comes up from Che. Gonna tag a couple of Origen members. He's gonna start backing away. The rest of H2K now looking for the Nexus turrets, waiting for those super minions to walk in. Sartorius, he's teleported in behind, looking for Nuclear, uses the Hourglass to buy time, and while he's golden, Nathan's killed. Sartorius follows shortly thereafter. H2K take down the Nexus turrets. There's no objectives remaining, no opponents remaining. With the ace and the base, H2K 1-0.
Yeah, and a good confidence boost here for H2K. Didn't needed it. They wavered a little bit. Obviously, Odawamne was a tiny bit ill, so you had to go off stage. You know, that could also play with your emotions. So I think this very strong victory is good for them because they're heading into playoffs. They're obviously not thinking just about this match. They're thinking about progression paths, facing strong opponents, and really getting the routine down there is what you need, because you can't spend time refining the basics right now, because the good teams, they'll be ready to counter your basics.
And playoffs are next weekend.
Yeah.
There's no prep time, you know? Origen, this is their last split, last series of the split today. And next Thursday and Friday, promotion tournament starts. Like, they've got 4 days from now, 5 days from now, to get their stuff together.
Their stuff.
Almost. And,
I know.
And make it work.
I love it when we have pro players on the desk every time, and they're like, yes, they have their stuff together, and it can really mess with your head. Yeah. And it's a very unfortunate situation.
It's difficult, but you know, I found another word. I found an alternative.
Yeah, you found it. A minor speed wobble there, but it definitely.
There we go. Nice. You see, I'm glad I'm teaching you a little bit of you know, life stuff here.
No, but it'll still be a best of 5 under intense pressure.
Yes.
And as much as you can mock losing every week on stage here, Origen, they're done dealing and learning how to deal with the pressure. These other teams coming in, this is everything they've been working for so long. If you then lose a game 1 in a somewhat bad way, you can just go on full tilt. So I will never write off Origen in this promotion relegation tournament.
Yeah, we'll have to find out what they do next week. Before that, there's still going to be a couple more games. Let's take a look at how H2K have won the first game in the series. Shucks, what do you guys think about it?
Well, what do we think about it? H2K won, and that is what they had to do. But of course, we're looking towards how they are improving and what they can improve on going into playoffs just next week. And when we had the pause, you guys said, well, or you said, in 2 minutes, or in 1 minute even, there will be a gank bottom lane, there will be a setup. Shen will come and they will get a double kill or a kill at least and get that. However, H2K didn't set that up properly. So just to make them prepare for playoffs, what should they have done differently?
Well, Frank was talking a lot about this with like jungle support not really working together, syncing recalls, invading together.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like they show that they really want to set this play up. Like everybody on the team is on the same page. We're like, okay, we're gonna really make this happen, right, guys? But then it's still gonna be this half-assed thing where it's like, okay, the support is recalling. Jungler just got done with the Raptors or whatever he's doing, so he's just gonna follow the support. This is a boring time for the jungler, you know. It's like, I need to follow my fucking support, and I can't farm. Like, what am I even doing? Just set
Classic
it up,
junglers,
right?
by the way.
Classic
So
junglers.
he has no wards, he has no pinks, and you have the support with Sidestone, and he tries to like walk somewhere and put down some vision, but it's just not really done. You know, they get into river, and then it's like, I gotta go back home. I got stuff.
Yeah, I guess the issue is that this is something that is quite simple to set up, right?
Yeah, obviously another thing that kind of interrupted what was supposed to be that beautiful Shen dive was the fact that Syncroft went bot lane. So we saw the Ash Arrow, Che got hit by it, Shen used defensive ulti, which again stopped them from having the aggressive play on the side of H2K. I'd like to just see Che flash that one and then actually set up the play that Froggen was just mentioning. But all in all, while we can sit there and say, yeah, this could have been done a little bit better, because of this Tahm Kench pick, the bot lane just lost its tower just on its own. They just lost tower. And then H2K went mid lane and started setting up in the mid lane with the AD carry and support. And that's where it was like Origen are now behind, and they have to make like a big outplay. When they then got that one fight, it actually didn't go in their favor.
Well, let's take a look at that big one fight in the mid lane where H2K was setting up for. And I'm going to ask you guys, was this proactive or reactive? Because Jankos gets...
Firstly, I guess it was reactive,
Yeah.
and then it becomes proactive,
Yeah.
in a sense. But like, this was kind of the chance for Origen in a way to get back, but it's tough.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of issues with this play because H2K is not really ready to fight it. Like in the replay, you can see Nucleus walking back to the mid wave, and he kind of wants to push it in, and then we're gonna make the play expecting Jankos just to back out. But he gets the Shen ultimate, and then they obviously want to go for the play, and they're ahead, and there's nothing wrong with that. They're just like not really on the same page, I would say. And I also think from Jankos' perspective, he should have realized that what's called Origen, they can't wave clear. He can just be in mid lane and use his ultimate when the minion wave is at the tower, and he can just sit in the ultimate, and then LeBlanc can flank. Like, they don't need to flank two people combined. Jankos can just run straight at them, and they can't really do anything, and it will still be a free tower. So to avoid getting picked off, they can just go together and just execute it.
Is there a world where this is, oh, we know we can do this and just sit here, they don't have any wave clear, we can push? Or is this, well, let's try the more complicated approach because we need some practice? Is that a possibility?
I mean, I don't think it was that like complicated
No,
from them.
but-
Jankos was sitting in a brush on the side right there. They were probably discussing.
Super complicated,
was it,
dude.
like very complicated. I think another thing like we were looking at just to make it easier for H2K was like you have LeBlanc winning the side lane against Katarina and a Shen ulti. You can literally just go push in with LeBlanc and then say, Katarina, are you at your tower? Well, we're gonna kill you now, 2v1. And then you can then take the tower, or you can then send the LeBlanc to mid lane to flank, as Froggen was talking about, to force them off the tower. Like, there are very simple ways to do it. They didn't have to opt into a massive 5-on-5 fight between two towers. But that was also just reacting to Origen actually like trying to force that fight. I think there's in many ways as well, like from talking to these pro players, like when it's the top teams, especially against Origen, no offense right now, a lot of them are like, yeah, you know, we don't 100% prep it, we don't 100% sit and try and like fully execute what we're supposed to do. But that's just you should, obviously. You should try and play it perfectly because that's what you need to do against the better teams as well. If you make the sloppy plays against the better teams, you will obviously get punished.
Right. So what are we expecting here going into game 2? Origen obviously was not able to show a lot. And the Rengar pick maybe for Syncroft, just put him on a Lee Sin, let him go ham and try and go ham, right?
I mean, for me, it's just, I would just like to see them do it together. Like, whenever they recall and they know they can make this bot lane dive, just have the support recall, support and jungle recall, maybe even the mid laner, just so they come out base at the same time. You know the enemy team still has to recall. You just go up, set up vision, and then you just take the bot tower with a Shen ultimate. I don't think they need to be greedy about it. They just need to actually do it. It doesn't really matter if it works well or not. Like, they're probably gonna win the game anyway. So they should just go ahead, execute it, do it as fast as possible, see what happens.
So if you're Origen, I mean, what can you do? Either you draft full early game, you know, you try and get like really strong lanes, especially bot lane, and maybe you try and see if you can like pressure H2K a little bit there, like Vitality did. Or there's the other one where you try and say, let's draft like a comp with like a tank top lane, some scaling, and then see if we can get to a late game without being too far behind. But like,
We're scraping at the bottom of the barrel here, it seems like.
you have won 2 games and lost 25 games. I think if you figured out now what to do, it might be too late anyway.
It's just in time for the promotion
And if you
tournament,
know it, or
actually.
I know it, or he knows it, then I think we should have told Origen like a few weeks ago because it's a little bit too late.
All right.
I think I have a few things they can do. Like, what it looked like they were doing is just the bot lane matches bot lane, LeBlanc goes to the side lane, and then Nahun is trying to match the LeBlanc, but they already know it's not going to work, so why in the world are they doing it? They should be like, we have a Rumble that can use ultimate from really far away, like the range on it is insane. Rek'Sai has tunnels, it's really easy to flank. You have some Ken's ultimate that can just ultimate behind the mid lane, and you're playing against what's called Varus and Brand. And you have so many options to really just kill them in mid lane. You don't need to care about that tier 2 tower being up or not. Just use the Tahm Ken's ulti behind them, have Nahun stay mid, and just fight them. He hit a really good power spike, being level 11, and they can easily kill 3 people, even through Shen ultimate. They should just go for it, like make some plays happen, just don't
Yeah,
lose.
make the plays happen. I agree. Let's hope we see that as H2K has picked up game 1. We will see if Origen can make it happen and fire back when we return.
And now Sartorius, he throws down the equalizer. This is getting a little messy. 2 for 3. The unburrow from Syncroft. He's going to give up the kill, and Origen get aced.
Keep in mind they have Hamkench and TP, but I think we can blow that up.
All right, Stand United's available. Jankos is going to bring Odo closer to the fight. The target is going to be Sartorius. He's getting dropped low. Nahyun at least gets one back, and under the tower, Jankos is caught out. Origen group up, and Tabs is blown up before the fight really even starts. H2K take down the Nexus turrets. There's no objectives remaining. No opponents remaining with the A's and the base. H2K 1-0. And welcome back to Berlin for Game 2 between H2K and Origen. We've just released our second wave of tickets for the finals in Hamburg. Head over to eu.lolesports.com for some more information on how you can join us there. H2K are one win away from guaranteeing second place in the in their group, and then having the preferable seed in the quarterfinals.
Yes.
And they want to make that next step and get to Hamburg as well. Make semis, you guarantee you appear at least.
And Origen are 2 games away from one of the biggest upsets of the split, and time is running out, and I think it may just be, I don't know, Trevor, I'm just feeling it. It may just be the next game.
There was a little bit of spice at the beginning of that one, a little bit of fiesta sprinkled across the mid lane.
We have the same sides here. Origen, they can learn from their mistakes. They are on the red side again.
Yeah, because they have side choice. They picked red side. They went for the counter pick Katarina.
They even got the advice from Froggen, the man himself, who has domestically in Europe always been honestly great. So they just know what to do right now. I
mean, the difficulty is, if they're talking backstage as a team, they may have missed the golden nuggets, right? They may have missed that piece of information, and we'll see, you know, once we get to draft.
Yeah.
It might be inconceivable, the difference,
Just
if they
made me
had
a little
that
hungry
information.
here, talking about nuggets.
I know. That was last week's gag.
Yeah. That didn't go quite over that well.
There was a lot of eating. I didn't actually think Pyro was going to eat the whole nugget, but
Stress ate the whole nugget.
He went in it as well.
Yep.
And
they clearly underestimated nuggets right there.
They did.
Luckily, that's a mistake I would never make. Many experience with nuggets throughout the years.
I actually hope when you join Froggen later on the analyst test, we get some of those retro photos out.
Yeah.
You know, the previous iterations.
The good old days.
Yeah, the good old days indeed.
You can backdate them how old they are if you count the chins. You know?
It's applicable for both of us, actually.
You know how trees have like aging rings?
Those
when you
rings,
cut them
yeah.
over? Yeah, that's the same with the 1, 2, 3 chins and
Well,
down.
that's good. You've turned things around, got healthy.
I was talking about you.
Oh, cold. For me, the biggest thing that changes my hair is less crap.
And the amount of eyebrow piercings.
Yeah, I mean, true. I mean,
it goes from 0 to too many.
It's actually, it's a criticism I've heard. It's a criticism I've heard a whole lot. We're not seeing anything special, no shenanigans in picks and bans, except the Rengar's banned. So what does H2K first pick?
Let's see, is Malzahar open? The preferential first pick for a lot of teams here, European LCS. Malzahar could definitely be worthy. Lulu is out of... Okay, Malzahar's banned. I'm blind. Why did they put it there? Why do we keep moving where we put the bans? Malzahar definitely not going to be first pick because it is banned, Trevor. So yeah, Graves seemed like a likely option, especially since Origen kind of, their answer to Rengar was Rek'Sai. I think you just take a really strong jungler here then, again, if you're H2K.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jankos has done. Origen, they went Ash Rumble, first rotation previous game.
Ash Karma for me. Give me Ash Karma. If you're them. You may still lose to a great Tahm Kench player, but just get some push on that bot lane. Just AFK push. Focus on camping mid.
I'm waiting for the Karma.
Yes.
Or Zyra. Would we accept a Zyra?
I mean, at this point, like, we're in the same draft. Yeah, Zyra would be fun too. Oh,
yeah, all right, so maybe.
The problem is they haven't banned Zyra this time, so...
Okay, right.
It's actually still not that easy.
If you were H2K, would you go Zyra or Tahm Kench in this first rotation? At least match support for support and ban something else?
I mean, knowing them, I think they go AD carry top here instead. And they just say, you know what, Jake can play so many champions in the bottom lane.
Do they just take Shen again?
They could. Nautilus is open too if they want to play that. But I definitely think you want to solidify what AD carry you want, so the Varus makes sense. Nuclear likes the CC, it still has really strong laning. And then, yeah, because otherwise you can get squeezed pretty hard in top lane and then first picked on the other side of Origen.
All right, a few seconds left before we find out what H2K decides to lock in. Going to pivot ever so slightly. Okay. Lock in that Orion. It was banned out in the previous game.
It's in a similar vein because a lot of the top tier mid laners in Europe right now, they think like Syndra and Orianna are two of the strongest blind picks. If you're in the LCK, Talia is on that list in terms of kind of push and play on side lanes, but Europe really hasn't adopted that yet. LCK definitely plays slightly different there. So in that sense, Orianna is the strongest blind pick remaining, and you can just lock it in already and then cater the rest of your draft to whatever you need.
And you talked about side lanes and push, and how Febiven not necessarily one of the most confident in pushing all the way to inner towers.
Yeah,
and how
it's different though. In the Talia gameplay pattern, it's actually you keep the lane standard. She pushes out mid with her kind of oppressive Q spam, and then she just walls to the bottom lane and ganks you. And you just get constant side lane pressure doing that. And then obviously later you switch it up and she can move from any lane to any other. It's like a TF. A TF that only has access to like one lane, but it's enough. And that's why people play so much Talia. But yeah, Orianna super strong, especially if you look at laning ability. Febiven was already up like 20 CS earlier. This guy knows how to punish matchups.
Oh, it's really interesting you actually say that, Mitch. He was up 34 CS at 10 minutes.
Granted, the analyst has made a really good point of when that kill happened, 2.5 waves crashed into the turret. And obviously there was a big XP differential because of that. Not even a Hex Drinker could say that one.
Nope, not when you're down that huge an amount in a difficult matchup. We did see a pivot in the jungle. No Rek'Sai, it's the Lee Sin.
We asked for pushing bot lane, we got it. We asked for playmaking potential and potential sprinkles of hope in terms of the jungle. We got that from the Lee Sin. So far, this Origin draft thematically makes sense.
Yeah, looks good on paper.
Yeah.
And now we need to see if it looks good in the game. Zyra banned away. Is Tom Kench the next one to follow? No, it'll be Nautilus instead.
So they've removed that really strong top lane pick in Nautilus. H2K banned out Rumble themselves. Let's see what's left here that they could pick that is super strong. In terms of like S tier picks like Nautilus, Rumble, really on top of kind of the food chain there. Camille could not be picked because she's banned. This time I'm looking.
I keep thinking Shen. I can't get away from
Yeah,
this.
so like if H2K do not ban Shen, that'd actually be a decent pick here for Origen.
What would Odo run into it if Origen locked this in? It's going to be a LeBlanc removed from the table. And Gragas is the other thing that we've seen quite a fair amount of here in EU.
So Odo could still play Shen here, but I think Gragas is a fine matchup into it. It also just has that engage. I like it. It's just like body slam flash engage, Lee Sin kick flank, you have the arrow, and then you get the counter pick in mid.
Should also tell you that of Origen's 2 games they've won this split, Sartorius was playing Gragas in both of them. Okay, you said that sprinkle of Fiesta.
I think we're done here.
You know,
I think we just go to break and go to game 3.
this is Sartorius's highest win percentage champion in the spring split at 33%.
His only win.
It still counts. Yeah, I mean it's 2 and 4, but it counts. And the counter into the Gragas for Odo is going to be Kennen. We're expecting it to be that kind of split push style, I imagine.
Yeah, so AD Kennen rather is really good at abusing kind of tank matchups. So obviously they have the damage to kill him instantaneously, and he just whittles them down and eventually just wins any side lane duel. The problem is he is absolutely garbage in team fights. So if he ever falls behind and H2K is forced to team fight against a kind of a rapidly moving Origen on the map, then there's a lot of weight on this pick, right?
Yeah.
So there is a scenario where Origen, if they get through the early game and they just kind of go what they call like ARAM style, you just group up, you go for a fight, and you force them to fight you 5v4 or 5v4.5 with a small Yordle. And there's a scenario where that wins out.
Okay, so some more sprinkles of hope for Origen.
Yep.
For their mid laner, they're going to add another new mid lane champion for Nahun. It's going to be his first Zillion of the split. How does this round out the OG comp? I feel like there's not a lot of damage as the game progresses.
Yeah, but you're weighing that off against, in terms of just a team fight comp, like Kennen really doesn't bring that much either.
Okay.
Himself, because he really has to ramp up and then find isolated targets. And a Zillion double bomb does surprisingly large amount of damage, and also there's just so much crowd control effects. And you can weigh off in a damage race, obviously you get an extra life, right? With the Zillion ulti, so you're playing 5v6, so the trade-off is okay. It all depends if they can just keep tabs enabled. He has to shine in these team fights. He really has to choose his moments to step in, proc that Q, and then go to town.
Well, H2K are coming up against a team composition that has a lot of zoning and tools on the side of Origen.
Yeah, the problem is I'm really afraid of the 2v2 matchup because I don't think Thresh is great in this matchup, but I think if there's a skill disparity, Thresh becomes great in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Xpeke ate so many skill shots in the previous game. He's got a movement speed increase this time around with Karma. Maybe that'll help him get away from those death sentences. We didn't check in with the fan vote in the previous game. Hashtag H2K win or hashtag OG win. H2K are 1-0 up in the series, and it's after picks and bans, but before a 6-0 lead. So
yeah,
voting is permitted. Right? You tried to
allowed.
break the rules yesterday. Crepo, I saw that. Team was up 6,000 gold. You jumped in there.
I mean, you're supposed to hype the matchup here as it starts shouting.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Origen, what could be their last game on the LCS stage as they take on H2K. Will we go to a decider? Will Origen go into the promotion tournament with the worst win percentage in EULCS history? Let's find out. It's hard to do. This is a tough match to
You
hype.
should let it ride. When you watch online, that silence is actually quite comforting.
Okay.
You don't have to feel everything. That's great.
Thanks, dude.
Up until where you start doubting yourself.
Yeah.
Story of your life, eh?
It is. Yeah. Self-doubt. It's a killer.
It's a killer. Who else is a killer? Nahun on the Zillion. He's gonna double bomb people left and right. He is the man to watch in this matchup.
And he has teleport.
And yeah, it's stuff.
So we can help out any of these team fights.
I mean, just try and envision it. Oh, imagine a world where the arrow comes out, double TP lands, body slam flash. Yori will put one bomb down. The guy flies into the bomb, and then Nahun puts the second one on him. Isn't that beautiful?
It is beautiful. I'm imagining it. All Origen fans out there, send Origen your power. See if they can create that double spirit bomb.
That's the thing about Pickett. His man has played so many games in his career. Even losing 10 or 15 or 20 doesn't put him down. He walks up with confidence.
Luckily, Calm is also going to be a champion that'll be a little bit more in his comfort wheelhouse.
Not so confident, though. They've used all 3 wards already on the bot side. That means... Because trinket cooldowns aren't really displayed that well. But they've used way too many wards early, which means actually, if Jankos would punish, he could definitely get an opening there.
So in the previous game, Jankos went for that little cheeky start on Rengar, getting those stacks up early. This time around, invading onto Syncrov's red buff and a Raptor camp. He had some support from Odo, and it looks like Syncrov will at least mirror on the other side.
Yeah, Syncrov going for a buff to buff. He has been spotted. Jankos went for small Raptors only into red buff. Really doesn't want to get collapsed on. Now that he sees that he's safe and there's no kind of immediate reaction, he's going to just keep jungling. This delays Syncrov a bit. Buff to buff isn't that efficient. We'll see if Pekka can invade too. This may be like a preemptive counter to his bot lane being pushed in as well, you know? Because that is the natural pattern, what you could see. I think Syncrov was always planning to make this move with Pekka pushing in. It is how you play around the pushing bot lane. Jankos, he is quite smart in looking at the map and how things usually play out and adapts for it rather.
And that means that Jankos is currently sort of trading jungle. Pretty happy to play in the top half of the map. Of course, Odo's pushing towards Sartorius, so going to be some quicker support if needed.
But they know right now. You saw Origen, they sent a hawk shot up to the top left side. They revealed Gromp, Wolves, and Blue buff, so they know exactly that their jungle is gone, and that's why they pinged it. They pinged the left top side jungle, just like, okay, Jankos was there, he started there. So now Syncrov knows that he really has to make those last 2 camps last.
It's such a good tool, Hawkshot, that we actually don't spend a huge amount of time talking about, because the amount of information that it can provide can be game-changing.
One deep ward and a well-placed hawkshot can just neutralize any opponent's action for well over like 2 minutes, if you play it right. Because right now, like, they know Jankos wasn't on his 3 camps, right? He's been jungling for over like a minute and a half. They know exactly which camps he's probably done on the top side of the map, which means he's probably now doing the top left side. Which means Origen, they don't have to ward yet. Like, unless this guy based and goes for like a buy into gank, they don't have to ward just yet. They could have waited until right now to place their wards again and then be safe. Yeah. Like, you can really deduce predictable jungle patterns based on where they start, what time in the game it is, and what kind of champ they're playing.
And it's a team effort as well, isn't it? You know, highlighting the vision and then discussing it and also planning. Once you get that information, it is talking about what happens in the next 2 minutes, what possibilities there are open to you.
And it also helps if you just play a role a couple of times, because you will learn it so much faster if you just play a couple of jungle games. You're like, damn, these camps actually take a while to clear for me. I can't just gank everywhere. Just like Nahyun is getting ganked in the mid lane.
All right, flashes away, and that's flash for flash. Jankos decides to go aggressive. End of the line comes out. There's one bomb. Nahyun's very low on mana. First blood picked up by Syncrov. He's not done. Looking for Feathervin. Origen get a double kill.
And the fiesta has started. And by fiesta, I mean a really good counter gank for Syncrov right here. We saw actually Feathervin do a really sweet move. He moved forward to block the Q from Syncrov, thinking it was enough to save Jankos. But in doing so, he condemned himself to a death as well. They lose both summoners. Look at the X-Peke, what a beautiful...
He sidesteps.
Front steps even.
Yeah, aggressively. And here's that replay.
Yeah, so like Nahyun, he bases a flash, he gets away from the wall too, so he doesn't get bopped there. Syncrov plays this really well. Look at that, Feven soaks the Q, then that bomb ticks and hits both of them. And honestly, yeah, this is just... It's a greedy flash forward from Jankos. That is the mistake in this entire play. It was great up to that point, and then Feven is stuck in the I think I can mentality. Yeah. I think I can save this guy. I think I can imitate Rivington. Because he always says that.
And unfortunately, he cannot today.
I don't have the beard.
I'll wait for... Nobody does. It's particularly glorious at the moment, actually.
Nope. Quite lavish.
Yeah, there we go. Jankos, though, he was talking in the pre-game chat about going Super Saiyan. Hasn't quite hit it yet.
I mean, was Goku the first one to go Super Saiyan in the series?
He was, yes.
He also died a lot in the process.
Yes.
So technically, Jankos is right on track here. Feathervin.
All right, take a look. Feathervin's going to be able to escape for now.
That's deep.
Bomb actually hits him on the head.
Oh, Che!
Che saves Feathervin.
Che saves the day right there. With the flash lantern, nota bene. Not just a lantern. This guy, he saw it coming. He was reading the map. He looked into the future and he said, I'm going to be a hero. And now he's playing without flash because his mid lane was getting caught.
Yeah. And that means Origen not going to get their 3rd kill of the game, but I think they've started off pretty well. You said that thing about Super Saiyan. It's triggered me a little bit. I was thinking about it. I think technically the first Super Saiyan was Brawly.
I think Peck is getting caught.
He is. Is there enough damage to kill him? He's got Flash and Ignite. Can turn that one around.
When did Brawly come into the series?
He was a film, standalone film.
Yeah.
And then after he died, he was such a cool enemy they actually brought him back in later days. But yeah, I was just thinking about it. Distracted us. Odawam is going to use an ulti to survive the engage by Satorius. Tower dive. Syncrov, Sonic Wave. Point blank lands it with a kick.
Oh, I'm actually loving the synergy here. Satorius preemptively just body slamming to lock Odoamne, so he can't flash. And then Syncrov follows up and he gets the kill. I'm loving this Lee Sin play. And this guy is finally getting an opportunity to shine here. Not afraid on the big stage.
Yeah, very nice start to the game. Origen, 2,000 gold up already. Reactionary plays on a playmaking champion.
Yeah.
Why was Rek'Sai picked in the previous game, Syncrov, if this is what you can do on Lee Sin?
I mean, they definitely need a little bit of luck too, you know?
The opportunity presented
Jankos will not always dash in to feed you 2 kills. Regardless, they punished it. Febin is now down cleanse, which it also changes everything. Like these flashes being burned, it means Che can no longer play super forward in the lane either, because he's actually at risk of Peke self-channeling shield and then going for a Mantra W and just locking him down and just killing the Thresh straight up. So there's all these things that you have to think about. Syncrov becomes the bomb. Obviously that then goes to Nation.
And that means Origen, game 2, they picked a slightly different style of team composition. Played the early laning phase well, punished mistakes. What do they do next? Now, you've talked about how Peke can kind of kill Che without flash, but what does the rest of the team want to do?
I mean, it is so important that they got that early gank in the top lane, because again, the one breaking point to kind of accelerate the game is if Odoamne can keep making picks on the side lane, right? That was our one fear if we are Origen. And this guy has also been slowed down. This is something what I almost want to call like a Yanka signature move. Whenever there is any chance that he can, on blue side, dash over the wall to take the dragon, he does that. Because H2K generally have really strong lanes when they play that neutralize, and they have an idea of where the enemy jungler is, and they always find a way to get the jungler, get the dragon here. So I think this is a product of poor base timings from Origen. But this doesn't really play into effect. Everybody's like, oh yeah, the Infernal. But it's not strong in the early game, so for now, it doesn't really matter too much.
It's an investment to later, right? Yeah. And that's actually important for H2K because they're down in gold. So if the game state stays even for another 10 minutes, then Infernal starts to begin paying dividends and balance out the gold deficit they find themselves in.
I think this is a bit greedy of a gank path. Like, you have to assume this is ward, so they have to synergize it very well and not step out of the brush.
No, step onto the ward. Also, we quickly caught a glimpse of H2K vision. Crepper, you can see H2K heavily invested in that bottom right quadrant.
That, like, this is games where H2K win on like, the value of deep vision and macro, but you're not supposed to...
Ooh, follow it, follow it, follow it.
Yeah, there
Syncrov follows it. Lee Syndrome dashes forward, enlists the Gromp to help out. Jankos is going to use end of the line to buy some time. The barrel sends Jankos packing. That's Origen with another kill.
Yeah, and Aeon didn't even have to flash to get that ulti off here. He knew he had the backup for his team, so he's honestly hyper confident. When around at that point, Che should not be allowed to walk into the enemy jungle without flash and place these 3 wards that deeply. If you do that versus Koreans, there will be some guy waiting around a corner and he'll just hit you in the head and you'll die and the game's over. Like, you're not only did you lose flash, you're now behind level 5 or 6. So these are type of things that you somehow should be very careful with on the international stage here. But this was, against Syncrov, he's not afraid. He just goes for the play. Not only does he kick Jankos away, he forces Odoamne to ultimate. Look at him here. This is a situation where you feel like you're better than your opponent. You're toying with him, like, okay, now I can go in, get for a little dash here. Flashes out, he forces the flash and ultimate. He sees Nation behind him, he's like, okay, I can commit. Because Satorius now is much faster in the play. This is not the Satorius that took 6 seconds to teleport into a teamfight that he was already walking to. But now, Tabs is caught.
And look at this, teleport's coming down. Double TP from Origen. Cooldown time is much earlier. Unfortunately, Tabs is already dead. And Origen can't do anything else.
No ultimate on Satorius. We gotta go back and see how that happened, because why is Expeke playing behind his AD carry? How does his AD carry get hooked with flash up? And why does then the team decide to pull double teleports with no ultimates on either Zillion or Gragas?
Just as I get excited about Satorius being quicker on the trigger, it's one of the times he shouldn't have pulled the trigger.
I mean, in your excitement, sometimes you can pull the trigger too quickly. Trevor. It happens to all of us.
It does, and it's just something you have to deal with, unfortunately.
Repercussions can be big. There can be understanding from your teammate right there, or sometimes it's the end. And Tabs they're trading. They're trading into a double CC comp with Pekin not body blocking any of the CC. I dare say, Trevor, it was a mistake from Origen bot lane.
Unfortunate. And that means H2K are on the board. Nuclear picks up the first kill. Sartorius and Nahyun say, my bad, just give me a few minutes and I'll be able to TP again.
Yeah, oopsie. They do swap it up though. They push out the bot lane afterwards with the double TP. And they go for rotation here. H2K match, so far so good.
Let's talk about that lane assignment. In the previous game, Origen kind of went aggressive onto the bottom lane and got the Shen ultimate by making a proactive play, right? One of the other options was to lane swap, and that's what we're kind of seeing OG do now. Do you like this play in the context of the team comps?
No, I like swapping it up whenever you get killed in lane, as long as you push out bot first. If H2K wouldn't match here, Origen would get first turret on this play, because they have so much push, and a Kennen alone can't hold. That is the counter to an AD Kennen on the sideline. He wins 1v1 really hard, but 2v1 he is quite useless.
He gets struggled, gets bullied. I think we saw that yesterday as well, actually. All right, death sentence on a Synchrov. There's no support from H2K.
Yeah, Nahyun's looking as well. As long as Nahyun keeps track of Feven and he gets the inside track, he can always flash into the fight and revive, and then it's a big win there for Origen. But look, like H2K, they're actually defending D-Vision into the jungle, right? They're not giving it away like Origen did earlier with Shay.
H2K defending the entrances. Hawkshot is available for Tabs, and teleport's available for Odo.
Yeah.
So if OG decides to overcommit, maybe Odo can respond.
Yeah, maybe he can respond, but Sartorius needs to cancel that. And that's what he's doing right now. He's playing so far forward. And that's why that gank earlier from Synchrov matters so much. Because somehow, this counter pick Kennen that was drafted to beat the side lane matchup in a 1v1, which is his sole entire purpose, is now losing in the 1v1 against Sartorius because of the snowballs.
Synchrov, 3-0-1, every single kill. Look at Sartorius, even using the ulti to go aggressive.
No, don't ulti him. You need to cancel.
That one, Synchrov is going to flash forward. There's a flash cleanse available for Febiven. The bombs aren't really finding their targets. Febiven's going to get chunked out and not taken down. Here comes Nahyun. He's looking for a time bomb, and he's going to be forced to back away. OG, they need to hit those skill shots.
Yeah, incredibly close, but still the pressure, it's enough. Like, killing somebody sends them to base for a while, but just chunking them does the exact same thing, and you can still play the pressure game. Do not agree with the ulti from Sartorius in the bot lane, though. Your main role is to never let Odo teleport.
But Sartorius has been watching challenger teams. He was watching White Knight from PSG, and he pulled off that amazing Gragas under tower kill. Sartorius, unfortunately, missed it and didn't quite make it.
Yeah, I mean, if he chunks him and can dive in now with E-Flash, great, you know, then it's fine, but it's quite dangerous. He has no vision on Jankos.
He's gonna go for it.
Oh, Jankos shows
so
just in
risky.
time.
So oh, that's spicy.
That's what we need. But that's a tilter, by the way. If you now die with a misplay, you just tilted yourself. Congratulations, you just played yourself.
Is what tilt is made of
Right now.
Potentially.
Tilt is made of many things. It's a beautiful recipe here.
Body slam comes forward. Look at Sartorius' build. Ninja Tabi plus Chain Vest and Sheen. I mean, he can go toe-to-toe with this Odo and Graves.
I'm a big fatty tank, right? I get Snowball and I get Ninja Tabis. These items are commonly referred to as broken.
Whoa!
That's a tilter for Shay. Like, you can't expect this guy to keep walking. At one point, you have to think that he's actually using his brain when he walks into a brush, right? Like, Shay's like, no, clearly he must not just simply walk out of the brush. That's not possible. Sartorius is just, he's playing carefree. And that's the problem. You can't predict Origen right now.
The whole team can play carefree because they're locked into promo tournaments. Here comes Synchrov. He's got the kick available, but will not find a Sonic Wave. The box gets put down by Che, and Synchrov will survive a couple seconds longer. Ignite's not able to kill him. The shield saving his life.
That must mess with Origen right now. They're still getting top and third. Che is doing everything right here in terms of hooks, but they still get first third block.
3,000 gold. Crepo, are you a believer?
I was. I told you this was the game.
You called it. You called it.
I may have been wrong a few times in the road here, but
this time you're not.
I felt it.
Yeah. You've got a win on books here for Origen. They've only been able to pick up 2 game wins this split. One against Rockout, one against Giants. Will this be the third?
As a Taurus, this is a man possessed. He has been released of any reason whatsoever. H2K, they don't even know where he's going to dodge. Is he dodging even?
Yeah, well,
We don't know.
We don't know. The fact it didn't hit, I mean, that's what matters, right? Skill shot didn't find a target. Tabs throws out the volley. He's trying to trade with Odo. And looking at the minimap, there's not a lot of vision to really talk about some defensive wards.
They have
from
Hawk Shot.
Origen on the top, and obviously the tools of Hawk Shots.
All right, Syncroft, show me the magic.
All right, flash over from Jankos. Very easily secured by OG. Magic shown. Do you approve?
I mean, some simple card trick here. Sartorius, he's like, yeah, I can take that hook. That is the problem with Thresh. You need people to help you after you hook people.
Now let's talk about the team comps.
Let's talk about the team.
The laning skill disparity did not necessarily pay dividends.
Got them a kill to teleports.
Okay.
But yes, I continue.
Not the same as the brand. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
You know? Didn't get Towel First Blood.
It didn't
OG
make
have swapped away from the lane a couple times.
A nice roasted Pecky on the grill.
Do you like the Thresh as we get now into this swing and a miss? As we now get into the mid-game phase, which they can maybe set up some picks?
Yeah, the problem with Thresh in the mid-game, and it's the reason a lot of people, especially in solo queue, suffer from it, is that his kind of role changes because of his hook, right? So like early game, it's fine to go for hook, and if you get somebody, they get blown up immediately. Against this comp particularly, not only will the target not die at all, it won't die, and if it does, Zilean will revive it. And Thresh suffers from the fact that he sees himself as he's channeling, right? So you're combining a hook that generally has like maybe a 50-50 hit rate. You're only going to get it on the front line. You're never getting the back line. Even if you flash in, it's kind of a 1 in 3 chance. You know, forward, left, and right is a direction you got to pick. And your opponent can juke on higher boot speeds as well. So it becomes very risky to play hook Thresh in teamfights. So you change your role, and you position backwards, and you become more frontline peel Thresh with lanterns. But that means that's an element of main engage gone, and then it's all up to the kind of nuclear to find the engage, or H2K to kite as a team and force Origen onto an Orianna ball. But they don't have the greatest teamfight themselves, so they can't force. So they're relying purely on Odoamne on this side lane, but he fell behind in the early game.
Fortunately for H2K, Origen kind of want to run at you if they're going to go for the fight.
But they're doing 5v4 and they don't care if they die in the process. Now Sartorius is running in.
All right, body slam, not going to find the flash. The barrel goes the wrong direction, and Origen, they whiff the attempt, but I give them points for trying.
Yeah, I think it's a new combo where I don't know if you do the Gyra's ulti at the start of the animation or right before, but obviously it travels so slow now, regardless of distance, that you need to do it before you body slam flash. So you kind of throw the barrel, then body slam flash. You need to connect and then knock them away. But Sartorius kind of just, yeah, misclicked, I think. But it was an attempt. There was an attempt.
There was an attempt, and Sartorius just got unlucky.
Yeah. Finger slipped.
Didn't find the target. Sartorius, though, I think some points for effort here. Origen, proactive plays. They're moving around the map. You actually said in Picks and Bans, Crepo, that the team comp, Origen could play the map well. And look at this. Peke.
Here we
go for that empowered W. Flash over the wall. They're going to be happy with that.
Turbo Peke. Gliding through there.
Shockwave used to deny the minion wave. But not the big cannon. And
Which
Peke's
actually
not
reduces the armor of the turret. It's really important that you, instead of letting your minions run out, if you could tank instead of just one minion, obviously the turret armor will reduce and it's much easier to get the turret. And it's another objective that they take. And H2K, we see kind of the lack of productivity in their composition. Their main engage is actually Che with the hook. He's too far behind, he'll get blown up, and there's a Zilean ulti. And Odoamne just doesn't have the side lane priority that this composition desires.
Che's behind. Odo's behind.
Che's not behind.
Che's less effective. Less effective.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm defending this track. Right?
No, perfect. But
he can't help he can't help it. His mid laner,
there we go.
Like he's playing Thresh. This is like a big champion. Requires even lanes. He looks mid jungle, mid die. He looks top die. Gets complicated.
The game has fallen apart around Nuclear and Che in many ways. Whereas in the previous game, it was Nuclear and Che that started the game playing very well.
They're at the core.
Yeah.
But their electrons have gotten very excited. Just like Origen right now, they're excited.
They are excited. And this is now Origen's hardest test. Very rarely do we see them up, 3,000 gold at 20 minutes against, a tough caliber team. So this is where we judge their shot calling.
Yeah, I almost see them sitting in their chest. Guys, I think we're ahead. Really? No. Like, how much? 3,000. What do we do?
While you are making a joke, I was actually talking about the Fnatic series yesterday against G2 and how Fnatic being in such a close position to beat G2 in the context of the season, how amazing that was. And that Fnatic never had a chance to throw against many other teams of 5,000 gold lead, so they're in uncharted territory. And it changes the entire dynamic of 10 weeks of play. Now somewhat doesn't exist. And
Exactly.
this time,
Tabs doesn't exist anymore either.
yeah, that death sentence.
No, but I think you're right. I think it's kind of a joke, but it's true. These guys are not used to playing with a lead and snowballing. They had their teleport Zillion on the side lane, and their AD carry was playing forward, trying to get lane prio alone in mid lane, blind, leading to the side that was not warded. Look at it. Origen, double ward, left, front, right? Why was Tabs leaning to the right side of the lane with flash up, with heal up? He got hit by a Varus that he saw coming, then the hook came from nowhere. Yeah, well, then you can't snowball a lead. Because you need 5 people on the map. You can't play a lead with 4 people.
Just an oopsie, and that oopsie allows H2K more breathing room, more scaling time. Will this Kennen eventually catch up and be able to deal with Sartorius, or do you think he's always going to be chasing behind?
No, I think 1v1 eventually Kennen he becomes really annoying to deal with. But tanks should always be able to hold. Like, it'll take him a while to get through Sartorius, and he can just focus on the minion wave. But yeah.
Alright, so where is Sartorius at the moment? He's in the top lane, teleport is available. Nahyun with the rest of Origen starting to group around Dragon. This one will be uncontested, yeah. There's no support.
Yeah, we really need to see Expected guide like his young team now. Because he knows exactly what people need to do. He just needs to be able to spell it out for them. He just needs to keep an eye on the map and really micromanage people. And I just be with Tabs. Why was Expected not with Tabs there, for example? Like, when you play for pushing mid lane, you need to be together. It's so many players of Origen right now, they're trying to win the game for their team, right? You saw Sartorius go for some of these flashy plays rather. The same way you see Tabs is like, okay, I really want to push this wave so we can do the next thing. But occasionally they skip a safety check.
Yeah. Skip one of those small checklist items and get punished for it. I saw Tabs using his Hawk Shot into the Baron Pit as OG were on the Dragon. And I'm looking at the minimap. Talk me through vision. What do you like? What do you dislike from... let's start with the Origen perspective as they're clearing out the pits.
Yeah, they're setting up the natural vision, which they have the foundation down, which is that triple control ward that you see. There should actually be a control ward where Syncroft was right now in that brush, because it's actually... That is the brush that constantly gets rewarded over the wall. And the enemy jungler can't actually hit it that well. Graves can't hit it from over the wall. It helps you.
In that little banana bush?
Yeah.
Picker just fired the Q.
Yeah, a little curved banana bush. That's where you want, because you want to challenge the wards that H2K kind of used to peek in. So like that ward that H2K have over the wall right there, it's not being spotted by a control ward, so your control ward in pit should actually be out of pit. Because like, who the hell is going to ward pit, right? Nobody, because they can't even get there. They're always going to be warding over the wall. Right now, they're trying to like pseudo bait with not perfect vision. They only have one sweeper, and that's the problem. They didn't think about what they were doing until they were doing it. They didn't check, guys, how many control wards do you have? How many sweepers do we have? They need somebody to play with a sweeper, and it's actually the mid laner often in this case, because Syncroft is playing a warding jungler, like a ward hopper, right? Ooh, oh, no, he still got it. I think he still got it.
Yeah, Syncroft picked it up. Jankos actually threw out the collateral for that one.
Yeah, so like this ward is so annoying. Like, you should always notice that it's there.
And of course, the fact that Origen are not clearing out H2K's vision means they're comfortable. We're going to 25 minutes. The gold lead is shrinking, and
H2K placed the vision. They based. They got more vision. They got more items. They waited for Origen to disappear, and now it's a full reset. Which is fine. As long as Origen can repeat it again, they can technically push out mid, but the gold gap is kind of reducing.
Yeah. I mean, that 2,015 minutes, 3,015 minutes, that was sizable. That was impressive. But now it's becoming non-existent, and if you look inside the jungle of Origen...
Yeah, and that's something we talked about last game, right? There are camps up. Now Syncroft is getting chunked out, because Syncroft is so busy kind of trying to build his vision game with Expected, and they're trying to figure out where it's going wrong. They leave their Krugs up, they leave their Gromp up, they leave their Wolves up. Meanwhile, look at Jankos. He's letting his team do the vision game, and he's catching up slowly to the point where Syncroft, he still has that confidence from the early game. He goes into a fight, he gets hit twice, he's like, oh,
yeah, oops.
I stopped farming.
Yeah, definitely doesn't want to take that damage. Those cheeky wards allowing Jankos also to keep farming. So H2K, they're just very comfortable.
Yeah, so they move control ward number 1. Great. They have a ward in the second one, but it's constantly being... Che is just ward duty right now. It's actually quite greedy for him to go for this solo.
Where's the support from the rest of the team? Jankos nowhere near, just threatening. I mean...
Yeah, if everyone pushes out mid, And this is the problem. Right now, Expect and Syncroft should go to tabs, push out with tabs, shove that minion wave so far into H2K's faces that they're under the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and then as a group, deny this vision. These guys are all going on solo missions, and it's only a matter of time until one guy gets caught.
Yeah, especially when you consider Chain of Corruption, Death Sentence possibilities,
yeah,
Shockwave as well, with Ludens and whatnot, it's going to burst.
Exactly, so this is better. Oh, a support jungle start. Origen.
Risky, risky, risky.
Actually, my German here, but bitte schön.
And ADC in mid, they're now coming up. Tabs throws out the Asher onto Jankos. Somehow Pekka is just single-handedly blown up. WTF,
I mean, come on, Expect you're in the legacy list of kind of teams that have made the unthinkable happen. You've been in the most clutch games, and then you start Baron with your jungler as Carmelie Sin. Then you die with Flash Up. What's happening? What happened?
I don't have an answer for you, I'm afraid.
It's just, it's watching your heroes, like find out, like you meet your childhood hero, you know.
Live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
No, it's live long enough to meet them in the grocery store and turn out they were a massive douchebag.
maybe a step too far, but yeah, I mean.
No, not like not douchebag, but the disappointment is similar, right? Pekka is he's a super nice guy. I love Paco, but like, shouldn't die there. Shouldn't start the Baron. Step 1 to every Baron control play is pushing the mid lane as a team.
And because of the missteps, now look at the minimap.
Aye.
Vision from H2K being pushed all the way into Origen's jungle.
And eventually H2K will get ahead, and then we get to judge their Baron control. Which hasn't been the greatest either.
I was going to say, that could also be quite interesting.
I like it though, because I love Baron control as a setup. I think there's a certain beauty to a well set up Baron, a well-controlled Baron vision game.
And as the play-by-play caster, I think there's a certain beauty in the Baron throws.
Oh, yes.
I quite enjoyed those, as I get to yell and scream.
Did you watch the anatomy of a Baron throw?
I did indeed. Personally, it just looks like most of the games I play, so it wasn't hugely surprising. And for Origen,
I liked it though. I think it was clean, concise, and edited very well.
I agree. It's a great series, the breakdown. Personal favorite is still the decision-making between SKT and KT from 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, a little while back.
A lot goes on.
Yeah, we've seen lots of options. And it's actually really interesting that we talk about that kind of thing, because this is where we're starting to see Origen falter, right? They're not thinking about every single checklist item or pushing lanes right, setting vision up right, applying pressure correctly, and that's why Pekka got goofed.
Yeah, but there's still a shot here, you know? They made some errors. They still have the gold lead. Even if Sartorius fails here, they still have the okay side lane, because normally at this point in the game you really want this AD cannon to be putting so much pressure here, and actually Origen are using this moment of aggression here to start the Nasher. They may just want to burst it down here because H2K is very late.
Yeah, but here comes H2K. Look at those flashes. 1, 2, 3 from Origen. Odo's in the back line. He's got no AP, but he's got CC for days. Tabs is taken down. Syncroft with a disengaged kick. Expeka is brought back to life by the Chrono Shift and instantly sent to the graveyard.
Sartorius isn't here again. Like we saw...
He was on cooldown as well as TP.
Yeah, was it?
He was just on cooldown as the fight broke out.
Okay, I just looked at it right now. And it's unfortunate here. It feels like Origen grasping at straws. I feel like they're further behind than they were. They were even on gold. They had a side lane that was going okay. Now Nahyun really needs to connect, but Bomb's going cooldown. He has nothing left.
No opportunity to steal without those time bombs. Easily secured by H2K. And when we catch a replay of that,
yeah, it was a moment of kind of panic, I think, for H2K. The second that gank failed and Origen started the Nasher, that's when you need to be confident in their kind of inability to burst it down. I think Feven had a really nice move there with the Shockwave. It forced like 3 flashes. Then there's also a failed revive here. So look, they're going in. Teleport is on cooldown, as you said. Triple flash here. They need to disengage. I think this is where you get the hell out of dodge. Great flying from Modoamne. It's actually expected that gets revived and not tabs. But Feven, again, so much damage. It was the E onto Modoamne to get the fast ball travel into QW. That worked out, and then Jankos flanks in the fight. I think it was a rash move, and the mistake was already made in terms of the setup.
Yeah.
But Origen, they definitely had a great window to get back into this game.
It feels like Origen had that lead, and they had the opportunity to extend it, but didn't necessarily then have the steps or the know-how to make it a reality.
But I think this will be an important game for them. Yeah. Because we joke about how often they get ahead. I think there's a good chance they will get to this point in the promo tournament, and having lived through the moments of, oh, where did we go wrong?
Yeah.
Like, Tabs will now go home like, guys, I need to get this information from you, and then the team will be like, well, Tabs, we also need you to do this for us. We don't require you to push this lane if you can't. Always save yourself first, right? So don't overextend, don't get picked off. That buys you 3 minutes right there. Then Expect is like, you know what, we suffer with vision. We'll get back to that later as Sartorius right now is looking for kind of Hail Mary flank. This can actually be a big flank here. Look where it's coming from, on the bottom of your screen.
H2K very stacked up. Sartorius with an ultimate, no flash available. Body slam onto Febiven, but the barrel sends Febiven to a wall. Redemption comes down, saving H2K's life, and yes, Febiven eventually dies. Shockwave whiffs ever so slightly. Origen, unfortunately, they are routed and destroyed. Chrono Shift comes back up on Tabs. It's a 2 for 4.
Yeah, if everybody dies at once, obviously the Zillion ulti goes out of the window because it's just an afterthought, right? So you need to really be able to use it on a tank. But yes, I do think Origen can draw a lot of lessons from this game. H2K, they also play from behind pretty well, calm and collected. But again, great teams will punish you for that early game. And this Kennen side lane pick is being picked a lot here by a lot of European teams. But it's not always coming to fruition.
No, it really is not. We've talked a lot about Origen and the impacts of this series, but let's turn our attention to the victors. H2K now in a 4-on-2, trying to shut down Peke one last time. He's killed as Jankos dies immediately after. Odo and Nuclear take down the Nexus and secure second seed from Group B.
Second seed here for H2K. Obviously, they wanted that bye. They wanted first place, but the Unicorns kind of late season surge, reminiscent of Splice in summer 2016, honestly, prevented that. They still get the 2-0 on the block, and they are ready for playoffs.
This is a series where H2K was such heavy favorites, and they played game 1 pretty clean. Game 2, they came back from behind, but like, can they take a lot away from this learning experience? Maybe Shay, Tad, over eager both games.
Yeah, I think they can learn from Droth. I think it actually wasn't Shay in the second game. I mean, let's remember it was Jankos dashing forward.
Yeah.
I think this is the main problem I've always seen from H2K. Once they commit to a play, it seems very hard for them to kind of hit the eject button and be like, no, you know what? We either it wasn't a great play or we messed up part of the play. Let's get out of it.
Yeah.
You know, like that guy from Jankos started off fantastic. He forced a flash. But then he flashed after the guy,
yes,
trying to go for a wall shot, not respecting that the enemy jungler could show up, and they gave away 2 kills.
And what was it worth? Jankos, of course, jumping around on the side. We're definitely gonna have to find out what that was about.
I don't even know anymore. Sometimes I just nod and be like, yeah.
We were joking a little bit about, you know, Jankos saying he's gonna go Super Saiyan. H2K in great spirits before this game because the very strong likelihood they take second seed. And Odo and Jankos, they were saying, well, they don't have a chance to have some fun because this is serious business. You know, there's a seed on the line. There's a possibility of dropping to third if they'd lost. Maybe they can have some fun against Splice on Sunday.
Oh yeah, there's that game.
Yes, H2K and Splice still have 1 series left to round out the split.
Oh, that's actually going to be interesting. I think you'll see kind of an unleashed H2K and also an unleashed Splice. Like Mickey is already asking his coach, pick me Cyan. H2K is looking for some niche picks here. I actually think we'll see a completely different Nuclear and Shay, because I think they play the smart compose style where it's more important not to give away a loss than to chase a win. But if in those series, you can make the hero play. You can go for like flash play hook. If it connects, you can kill him. If it misses, you're quite unfortunately die. But I think we can see that.
They can go for the inconceivable plays when there's nothing left on the line. Okay, so H2K, one series left on the split. Sunday is going to be the expected quarterfinalists. It'll be Fnatic versus Misfits, and it'll be H2K taking on Splice. Now, of course, Fnatic could still lose their playoff seed if Rockets
do the unthinkable
and take down G2, right? So that's at stake in the other group. For Expeke, the spring split draws to a close. He rejoined his team in a support role, 3rd professional role on the LCS stage.
Yeah, but they can definitely learn from like the whole setup, you know, push mid wave together, then make sure you have at least 1 sweeper and you use it well, which means like everybody needs to assist in wall clearing, like support console down, for example. Or you need the double sweep. You need the slight tweaking on the control ward placements, right? These guys know this. When you show them the replay, like it's not like we're smarter, you know? It's just much, much harder to do this in the game. And it's training mechanisms that make it as easy for everybody to get on the same page.
We have full vision, so we can easily
Yes.
point it out instantly. They don't have vision. They also need to communicate across languages and teams and
Yes.
experiences.
And
they
also
need to-
different like word usage, right?
Yes.
Like it doesn't always mean the same thing. Like the definition of safe. You know, can you push? Like for some people, it's like, yeah, I could, but I don't know if I'm safe or not. Like, are you incorporating all this information? Like that's a thing where you need to practice very much so.
We'll find out. Origen take on Fnatic Academy or Misfits Academy next week. Before that, though, we need to wrap up week 10. H2K have locked that top 2 spot with a clean 2-0. Pyrus sitting down with Febiven to talk about it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Febiven. So now you have yourself locked in at least to the 2nd seed, most likely there. How important is it for you to have that one, Febiven?
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, I expected already going into this split that we would get in playoffs for sure because of the roster, obviously. But it's a bit unfortunate that we are not first place. But it's still actually possible if Vitality wins against Unicorns. But yeah, it's probably unlikely. But I'm very happy about it anyway.
Okay, well, you're going to be cheering for Vitality, I assume, then, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's look ahead to some of the playoff opponents you're probably going to be facing off against. I mean, it could be Fnatic, it could be Misfits potentially. Who would you rather face out of the 2 of them?
I don't want to play against Fnatic because it's my old team and I feel kind of pressure to play against them, obviously, because I played with them for 2 years and it would be sad to lose against them or win against them. I prefer to play against Misfits, yeah.
Okay, that's completely fair. I understand that situation. But now, you had maybe a little bit of challenge against Origen. Is that something you're concerned about looking ahead into the playoffs?
I don't think they actually, I mean, they challenged us, but I think we challenged ourselves more. Like in the first game, I think we played pretty good. The second game, my jungler was trolling a bit, flashing in the turret and then giving 2 kills. So, I mean, we still came back when we were behind, so I'm pretty happy anyways.
Yeah, you still managed to do it. And I noticed, yeah, maybe the composition, maybe not one of the easiest. Is that another one of the probably specials trying to train you guys in the hyperbolic time chamber?
I mean, yeah, we could have picked like a mobile assassin again for me, and I could maybe snowball harder. But I think, like today, I think we have to test like our main champions as well. And I feel like Oriana is probably, I mean, everyone knows this is probably the best champion right now in the game, and yeah, we just have to get ready for Sunday's match against Splice.
Yeah, trying to shore up those weaknesses and make sure that all your strengths are there as well. Let's talk a little about team comps too. Last thing I want to ask you, because at the very beginning of the split, you mentioned to me that the team hadn't quite settled into like a shot calling strategy just yet. What has changed for you over the course of the split and how your team communicates?
I think specifically for our bot lane, we have been talking so much more on bot, and also my synergy with YULCS is getting so much better, and I just feel like we grew so much as a team, like macro-wise and like individually as well, because Prolic criticize a lot, and the players criticize them a lot themselves a lot as well. So I feel like we've been growing very fast, and we're probably like one of the best teams in Europe right now for sure.
Okay, well, looking forward to see how you perform in those playoffs. And up against Splice, congratulations again on your win, Febiven.
Thanks.
All right, for now, we're going to toss it over to the desk.
Thank you. I actually feel a bit bad about the analysis we have prepared now because Febiven's obviously saying they have improved a lot, they're a very good team, and they are a very good team. But again, in this game, we had a thing or two to criticize. So we're going to start by looking at the early game and to OG's, praise also, Syncroft also in him.
Yeah, I think in this replay, obviously, a lot of the blame will be on Jankos because he flashed in after Cillian already flashed, and he should not be doing that. But I also think Febiven just used his flash to try to flash QW Cillian that is obviously going to flash anyway. Like, any player in the league will be able to react to that, and it will never work.
Jankos trolling again. Didn't wait for the Q from Lee Sin to actually expire before he took the blast cone. Then he's going to die for that reason, because now his 3 was coming.
Yeah, we're going to look at a couple of moves.
This is okay because he got the Grump there.
Yeah, he got the Grump. This is what happens, by the way, when you troll Prolly. He told us last week, or it was Febiven, sorry, who told us last week that Prolly is learning a lot of different kind of punishment techniques, and he's trying to use them on some of his players. YULCS, especially after this one. It's gonna be a bad night for YULCS.
And Froggen, also, you had a lot to say about the EU Graves that we saw in this game specifically and overall.
Very toxic over here.
Tell us, give us your insight from the NA side of things.
I'm used to playing with NA Graves, and that's just, you pick Graves, and then you usually get ahead in early game because he's a busted early game champion. But I mean, Jankos had a different approach, and it worked for him. He ended up winning. Maybe we have a thing or two to learn right there.
He went down 0-2, and they were down 4K gold against Origen. That says enough about how bad that early game was for H2K.
It was. But we're going to move on because we could bash it for a really long time, but we're going to have to see how it improves. And also, it's, you know, not a very positive atmosphere if we do. But I think we had to call it out. And then we have to look at the mid and late game. And you guys said, well, Origen has this advantage, but it will be very difficult for them to close it out.
Yeah, just because they barely get any practice, you know, kind of closing out games. And it's so rare that they would be in this situation where they have to set up Baron, you know, so... Obviously, when a lot of other teams spend years learning this, Origen struggled with it, and that's why H2K in multiple fights actually around Baron, funny enough, came back. That was the first one where Origen tried to bait it a little bit. Jankos walks in, kills Peke, stopped the Baron. This was the second one, where it's just a TP in from Odamne, and everything kind of collapses for Origen. Yeah. And that's kind of the problem, though. Early game is one part of the game, mid game is another part, late game is a whole other part.
But you got to start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere.
Winning the early game is nice, a good strategy.
Yeah, I think they just did it. Into mid game, all right. Like they ended up getting the mid tower. Like everyone collapsed, blah blah blah. Like they get the towers. It's great. Like it didn't look too bad. I think for whenever they started Baron and stuff, like maybe they shouldn't start it if they can't tank it and actually kill it. And then I'm not sure what Gragas was doing, if he got his TP cancelled or like what really happened. But they definitely need a tank to be there in the fight so he can frontline.
Good to see Origen obviously with a more proactive early game. Syncroft especially. A problem is that he's showing how good he is on Lee Sin. Coming
a
into
jungler
the
that's good on Lee Sin.
I know, but that actually means now if you are the teams in the promotion tournament, a bit like we saw last split, like a Gileas on Schalke, also on Lee Sin, teams will just ban it away. Been like, that is the one champion where you are winning the early game for your team. So we're just gonna ban it every game until you show something else. So while it is really good that Origen showed a nice early game, it actually kind of sucks they've now done it twice on Lee Sin. Because that is obviously going to be a target ban early on from some of these challenger teams when they play Origen.
All right. Froggen, from what you've seen from H2K, is this a team that will make it far in playoffs, according to your trained
I think it's very hard to tell since they played against Origen. But I mean, they're not bad. They're definitely a good team. I think the pace of which they're doing things, they can definitely do better. Then also just the setup in general, they look clunky. It just looks like they kind of do it alone, not really as a team per se. So, I mean, they can just look at it, and obviously they can improve. It really shouldn't be too hard for them to change these small things. So I think they're looking good.
Right, definitely. As you said, it was a series versus OG, so we don't know how much their heart was in it to do everything perfectly. Our player of the series was Che, and looking towards that bottom lane and how it has evolved, should that be a good card for them going into playoffs if they leverage their bot lane a bit more?
Yeah, 100%. I think Che and Nuclear have become, honestly, the most consistent lane they have down the bottom lane. It's so rare I ever see them, like, lose lane. I think Che, in this game, his brand was fine. His Thresh in the last game had some really good saves as well. And it's kind of hard to say he was at fault for him falling so far behind because it was mid and top lane getting ganked. And Jankos, of course, in the jungle who fell behind. So I think Nuclear and Che coming into playoffs in Europe can go toe-to-toe with any bot lane. And I think also, like, the more time they have to learn even more English and get more synergy with the rest of the team just makes them even better. So I think Nuclear and Che has been a really good addition for H2K.
All right, well, we will see how H2K evolves. And moving on, Misfits, they had a surprising loss against Rocket last week, and we will see if they can bounce back against Giants right after this.
Cacao fight.
Look at these bicep stops. You see? There is almost nothing. Where? Okay,
Davian's very low on mana. First blood picked up by Syncroft. He's not done. Looking for Feathervin. Origen get a double kill. But here comes H2K. Look at those flashes. 1, 2, 3 from Origen. Odo's in the back line. He's got no AP, but he's got CC for days. Tabs is taken down. H2K now in a 4-on-2, trying to shut down Peke one last time. He's killed as Jankos dies immediately after. Odo and Nuclear take down the Nexus and secure second seed from Group B.
Welcome back to the last week of the EULCS Spring Split, where Misfits are looking to get back on the right track for the playoffs as they face Giants. But first, what a moment. We have Crepo together with Froggen on the desk. I've been looking forward to this.
This must be really fun for you to like be next to like one of the greatest Anivia players in the history of CLG EU.
And Froggen.
And Froggen. Jesus Christ, you have to ruin everything for me. I worked so hard on this joke.
No, but it's cool. It's kind of like a time chamber back in, I guess, 2012 when you guys played together and were crushing everything as Counter Logic Gaming.
The Porter was doing interviews.
There's not much has changed for me. You, a former Glory now, and I'm a caster, and Froggen is still on top of everything and still a top mid laner in North America, so all good, right?
I mean, maybe not in the top of the standings.
No.
Yeah, I went downhill a lot. Froggen went downhill. He became an NA mid instead of EU mid. I just went caster, so you're kind of the only person that had the upward trajectory.
I mean, we can debate this for a long time, and I'm sure there's time in PGL and stuff like that, but we trigger your, oh, remember when I was a pro player enough as is, so let's talk about the game in hand. Misfits taking on Giants, and let's talk a bit about Misfits. They are locked in #2 in Group A, but last week they lost to Rocket, surprisingly, and they haven't had the stellar performances lately,
No, Misfits have been struggling. I don't know how much you've watched, Henrik, of their games, but like they started off really strong, but then lately it seems like they're just not doing much.
Yeah. Henrik, why do you think a team that's been quite dominating all of a sudden lost kind of the edge in the early game and in the mid game as the season progressed?
I think it can be anything. Like, mostly it can be the champions that changes, and then obviously you need to adapt, so you can't just play the same way all the time, and you need to kind of figure out a new way. So if they had like a couple of champions, 4 or 5 champions that you just know what to do on, you can only ban out so many champions, right? So they will always know what to do. And when those champions change and they need to figure out new stuff, it can be really hard to adapt, even though they look really strong in the early game.
And I think that's actually a great point, because Alfari, we see him right now, he's a really good side lane player, but he still struggled. Even when he was winning the side lanes kind of quite hard, he still struggled to have a big team fight impact, but because they were so far ahead and they were playing the map okay in the late game, he still had the pressure. But if he's put on a tank and if he has to be that main teleport engaged, I think Misfits falter. And they seem always to be waiting for somebody to make the first move, but nobody's really pulling the trigger, and I think that's something they definitely have to work on.
Do you think Kakao has been pulling the trigger less as we progressed into the split?
It may be just like Froggen says, like some champions, like this guy's Lee Sin is godlike, but if he's not put on the champion like that and he's a more passive jungler, then obviously there's only so much you can do.
So TLDR, we do want to see that from them, be more proactive, pushing those leads in a game like this, or a match like this rather, where they are up against Giants on the other side of the Rift, and they are preparing for the promotion tournament. They are the highest seed, so they can pick or Fnatic Academy or Misfits Academy. That is up to them, but again, much like Origen, this is a game where they just have to get all the practice in that they can from it.
Yeah, I think especially since if they have one guy always pulling the trigger, whenever he's put on a champion where he can't pull the trigger, I would really like for them to practice this game, really, that the guys that need to be able to pull the trigger but can't do it yet, just use these games as practice, like make them do it no matter what. They don't need to win. Like, it doesn't really matter if they win or lose. They at least have one game they can play around with. It's the best of 3, right? Like, they should be able to just improve as much as possible, and they should just put themselves in that situation where they need to do that.
And they have Memento, who has been the person of the facilitator. When Knight has been playing well, or when that synergy has been going well, it's been going better for them.
Yeah, they definitely have, I think, compared to like Origen, like slightly stronger players at least to make it happen. Memento has shown that he's not afraid to do it sometimes. And I think it's actually a good point, because sometimes you can only practice things so much in scrims, right? To the point where you need stage practice. For you, like after like all these years, how much different is it still, like stage versus scrims? Are you like used to it, or do you still see like new players struggle with it more?
I definitely see new players struggle with it. I think, I mean, obviously there's a difference. I'm not gonna lie, there's always a difference between real playing and then like scrimming, like practicing. But for me, I do as much as I can to make it feel like stage. Like, I play with a lot of stress factors. Like, I just put really loud white noise in my ears, because like even louder than it is in LCS, because it makes it harder for me to hear my teammates, and I really need to like carefully listen. So I do different stress factors, where in the past I would just play to play, like I'm just chilling around, like playing, you know. So I would say I always try to improve my practice, but LCS is always different when you're on stage.
Yeah, I can see that. I sometimes wish I had white noise when I'm sitting next to this guy. But anyway, we'll see if Giants can end their spring split with a bang as we hand it over to our casters for game 1.
Thank you, Shocks. Man, what a spicy desk. All right, good evening, all you League of Legends fans out there. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and joining me for this best of 3 series is my own stress factor, James Stress O'Leary. How you doing, man?
Hopefully going to do better than some white noise. Although some people might think otherwise.
Ooh,
let's get into
wow,
this
the
game.
self-burns. Everybody
should be
spicy today. Okay, let's take a look at our starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Misfits, which means we have got Alfari up in the top lane, Kakao in the jungle, Power of Evil on mid, Hansama the ADC, support Ignar, and the coach, Hussein Musfi.
On the other side of the rift, the red side of the rift, we have Giants. In the top lane, it is Flaxish. In the jungle, Memento. Mid lane is Knight, AD carry, Hiku, support Hustlin, and their coach is Loza.
And these Giants definitely have a chance to end their split with a bang. They have nothing to lose here. They can pull out some weird stuff. We saw Vitality doing it last week. I would love to see it.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of an exhibition match now. Misfits obviously fine-tuning their way towards playoffs. Giants tuning their way towards a promotion tournament. So maybe we'll see some of these strategies that teams play in scrims that maybe don't always make it to the stage if there's an extra risk factor involved. Excited to see whether these two teams are going to keep it standard or maybe mix things up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we have a good tradition at the end of the split of usually doing something a little bit more unusual. You have to think back to like last summer when Splice ended up doing that Sion Jhin bot lane that we had been hearing about the entire split long. There's always a chance.
Sadly, there is one thing that will remain consistent with the rest of this week, and that is Galio being unavailable for Champion Select for Week 10 and the playoffs. I would have loved to see Galio.
Champion.
But let's take a look. Picks and bans, a lot of it's going to be about comfort picks. You heard the analyst desk talk about Kakao's Lee Sin. You can see that he's had such a great set of stats when he's played Lee Sin. His impact in the game as well has truly been felt. It's given Misfits the kind of lead that they can build from.
Yeah, it's very true on his Lee Sin, but when he hasn't picked it, it's definitely been a little bit different. He's been playing a lot more of those wait to 6, get the ganks off a little bit after that, those types of champions, Rengars, things like this. It hasn't had the same impact on the map.
And it's very interesting because Giants have had almost the inverse. Giants have consistently been given Graves. And they have a 1-win, 9-loss ratio on Memento playing Graves. Whereas his Kha'Zix, 7 games, 5-2, looking a lot better. His Kha'Zix was able to carry fights a lot better, and that worked out for Giants on that period where they actually did pick up their 2 series wins.
Yeah, we'll see if Memento gets his hands on it again. Just catching him up on more of the bans. The Rengar is banned away, followed by the Camille on Giants' side. It's back over to Misfits. See what we can take away here.
Back to Misfits, will it be... I don't think Kha'Zix will get taken away here. We're looking at other junglers with that Elise gone, and now, will it be the Lee Sin, the final one? Will they take it away from Kakao?
I mean, they don't have to fear, right? Like, maybe they need to play a full-powered Misfits if they want to try to get that practice for the promotion tournament because, well, they might end up playing the sister team.
Yeah, may very well. That is the way I predict at least the selection process to go. Of course, the teams don't need to lock that pick until the end of the split when the teams will be decided where their final placement are. Of course, can't change in the standings currently, but the split isn't technically over yet.
All right, the Lee Sin is left up and available, but we have seen Kakao go other ways. Maybe they don't pick the jungler first. I mean, Misfits, they don't have anything to lose either. It is a statement game. Let's see what they do.
So where are we going? Will it be support early prioritization, or will it be the Lee Sin?
There we go.
That's where we're going.
All right, it's nice to see it back. Definitely most played champion for Kakao, and I mean, we talk about it big because he's played it so much here, but he was known for this all the way back in Korea, all the way back to 2014. I mean, the Insect kick was almost called a Kakao kick.
Not quite, though. Insect put his name on it. That was the easy one for him. So, Lee Sin, the priority out from Misfits. Memento hasn't actually shown us a game on Lee Sin, so don't know whether Misfits necessarily need to rush it, but certainly with this amount of priority on junglers in the draft, 3 at least taken away with that flex, now Giants are prioritizing other roles.
Yep, the Nautilus is locked in and the Ashe. Now, the Nautilus, of course, could be a flex pickup because it's something that Hustlin could definitely take into the bottom lane. He has actually done it a lot more than we've seen Flaxish, so makes a lot of sense. Follow up by the Ashe pick, it's going to be the Varus on Misfits' side.
Yeah, that's fairly straightforward. We've been seeing the return after a very brief hiatus of Varus. Didn't completely drop away, but Hansama will now likely be playing that Blade of the Ruined King style, and Power of Evil. He's played this champion as much as he's played Syndra in the history, and it's his most played of the split. Why not pick a safe blind pick?
I mean, this is a comfortable composition for Misfits already. They're on a lot of champions that they have a lot of games played on, and you're looking ahead to playoffs, you don't have to worry about losing this. Why not just shore up what you got? And the Kha'Zix is locked for Memento.
That's very true. There is a Kha'Zix that's been successful for Giants. Now, the thing about Power of Evil is he's had a fairly wide champion pool this year. Even bringing out that Karma in a game, don't think it was the best pick for him, but he's shown us that it's not all about Origen and not all about a handful of picks like in splits gone by.
Yeah, well, you talk about a large champion pool, though, we can't not mention Knight, because this guy has played so many different champions throughout the course of the split. He was the first one to start bringing the Talon to bear. I want to see what he does against the Ori, because, I mean, that's a hard lane to break through.
Yeah, we've seen Talon attempted to be played into it. We've seen a lot of Vladimir come out as well recently. The Ahri taken away. Obviously, Parabeeble had a couple of unfortunate games on that Ahri. Still, Misfits don't want Giants to settle themselves into a solid mid lane matchup. Giants, on the other hand, turning their attention towards Alphari with that Kennen ban. It's hard to ban Ignar out from the support role, so turn your attention top.
Yeah, why not? And, you know, I hadn't hit any supports so far, so why start now? And looks like they continue that trend.
Yep, that's a Shen ban.
Shen, yeah.
Shen gone now. Will Misfits ban away the Vlad or the Talon? Neither of the two. They actually ban away another early game mid laner in LeBlanc.
Yeah, we were thinking a couple weeks ago LeBlanc was gone, LeBlanc was dead, but long live LeBlanc. And not this game, though.
Not this game. So will it be the Flex Nautilus here? If they pick a mid laner, that's likely where this is going to go. Giants had a composition where they actually had Nautilus and then flexed it to bot lane by picking up Maokai. And I didn't like that composition out of it, but Giants maybe looking to snowball off those side lanes here with a mid lane pick that can roam.
I mean, I just played a few Talia games. We hadn't seen it much in a while, but we'll see what they can get done here. A lot of roam potential, a lot of side pressure. I want to see how Misfits are going to match it. That's a Karma locked in for Ignar. And just waiting on that last choice. It should be Alphari's.
Now, what have we got? Rumble is banned away. Will it be the Gragas? Misfits going for the slow, safe, steady play style here against Giants. Not going for anything all that crazy. Wanting to just perfect their regular play with this Gragas.
Comfortable as it gets for Misfits team in game one. Let's see what the answer is from Giants. Zyra up and available throughout the whole pick and ban phase. That good old Ashe Zyra bot lane has been done time and time again.
Which means it's likely to be Flaxish on that Nautilus top lane. Not too many matchups that can punish Gragas out particularly heavily, so it's tank versus tank, and now it's an interesting prospect because when Alphari wasn't playing a tank for Misfits, that was the games where they looked a little bit less steady for themselves. We'll see whether Alphari and his performance on Gragas, his engaged potential can be comboed very well with the rest of this Misfits team and they can get fights started against Giants, because if they can't start the fights, Giants, they'll do that for them. They got a Nautilus, they got an Ashe, they got everything.
Well, we saw the ability of Gragas to really set up and start fights yesterday, and that was over on Splice's side, with Wonder really giving us a masterclass in how to stick on people, like flashing, barrels, everything, body slam at point blank range. I wonder if Alphari can do the same. He came into this split, honestly, didn't know what to expect of him, and he really, really shined in the top lane. Lately, it has been taking a bit of a backseat, though.
Yeah, it has, but I'm wondering how far back in the lane Alphari is going to end up on this, and it's a rough one because Alphari, I feel like he's the player that I've seen play both tanks and carries, but ends up with the blinkers on himself and can get camped quite hard, but that hasn't happened overwhelmingly in the LCS. I want to see whether Memento turns his attention alongside Flaxish up towards that top lane.
Yeah, want to keep an eye on both junglers this game. Lee Sin, Kakao, that's definitely a synonymous combo right there, but Memento is definitely no slouch on the Kazakhs. We'll see how it all unfolds as Misfits taking on Giants here. Neither team anything to lose, but they are trying to up their game for playoffs or for promotion. Let's see how it all unfolds as we load onto the Rift for game number one.
It's an interesting bot lane matchup as well. You got Hustlin on one of his most successful champions. That Zyra is the most played for him with 9 games prior to this. 2 wins on it.
Yeah, been able to do a little bit of work, and it's been a hard split for Giants. Let's make no bones about it, but they can finish out strong. That gives them some confidence. And in the form we've been seeing of them lately, very well survived the promotion tournament. They've done it before.
Yeah, and this goes 2 ways now. If Giants take a good, solid game up against Misfits, honestly, win or lose, I think they can go confidently into a promotion tournament where the teams are of a lower caliber than you would anticipate from a second-place LCS team in a group. Misfits, on the other hand, they basically need to come out on this game and just destroy anything Giants have, because they lost to Roccat. They've been struggling for the last couple of weeks, and to redeem a little bit of this momentum going into the playoffs, this is an important place to start.
Yeah. You want to be able to finish strong, and as you said, it has been a struggle for Misfits for a while. Yes, they've been playing some of the higher tier teams, H2K, G2, but then they lost to Rocket, and they haven't had a win since they faced off against Origen. So they really want to put the cap on this one and cruise into playoffs, feeling pretty confident.
And that's the real emphasis of the rise of Rocket over the last few series. Giants are the team that have come up worse from it because they hadn't peaked at the same kind of time. So unfortunately, they find themselves practicing getting ready for a promotion tournament that I still feel like they're the strongest team in the promotion tournament. I feel like Giants should be able to make it back into the LCS with comparative ease. They have shown to be at a level that they can compete with some of the LCS teams. And I think this is a good opportunity for them to reaffirm that heading towards next week's all-important promotion games.
All right, we did a lot of discussion of the stakes, but let's see how the game actually shakes itself out. Big factor here should be Knight and his ability to roam on this Talia and see how well it can be matched. Although it's just going to be an easy start as they throw a couple of wards in, and they do not want to have to face off against each other's junglers to kick things off.
Yeah, you don't want Cacao roaming into the mid lane early on and punishing this Talia. Especially as Power of Evil, after a couple of levels, will be able to deter the push, but you can see Knight early on with the ground before it is worked can really push that lane. Despite the nerfs to Talia a while back, we still see her very heavily, especially over in the LCK. We see Talia crop up every couple of weeks, every couple of games, really. Yeah. Finds herself being played, and it's that ability to push and roam and get to other lanes, snowball other lanes, and make sure you can stay ahead.
Not the only one. Memento, he has the ability to do that as well on this Kha'Zix. Let's see, didn't get spotted up by Ignar there and didn't take the blast cone to try and make a play as the ward came down to spot him. You can see what Misfits are trying to do, keeping eyes on the Giants jungle at all times. Don't give them a whole lot of opportunities and try to play out a clean game. Down in the bot, Hiku and Hustlin, about as even as you can be. Kick things off. We see the Varus, we see the Ashe. It's 7.6, but some things remain the same, Stress.
Yeah. Staying at Varus Ashe for a while. No Jhin yet. So
That's
much
not the playoffs either, so you know no one wants to reveal anything, right?
I mean, it's not like Jin's too far out. Like there were some adjustments.
No, Jin's a whole nother story, but yeah.
The adjustments to Warlords may very well bring Jhin back into the meta in the bot lane. You get that massive crit because the heal can crit now as well. So that fourth shot can go in his favor, but not in this game. In Varus versus the Ashe, a lot of focus around trying to track down where Cacao is. You can see there's a ward over the back of the Dragon Pit, the Memento placed. Scrya's Bloom up through the top side of the jungle by Knight into his own jungle, trying to just lock down that Lee Sin, try and figure out where he is, where his gank path is likely to come from.
We have to talk about Misfits being a team that, even though they can make plays in the early game with the likes of Cacao's Lee Sin, they haven't actually been doing a whole lot of early game playing over the last several weeks. We've seen them, kind of step off a little bit, play it a little bit later, and maybe that changes here against Giants if they're not expecting to be punished.
Oh, this could be on the start of it. Cacao did cross a ward though, so Flaxish knows he's there. Memento, however, on the control ward, and the fact that Memento is coming closer to him and Flaxish is not in lane, you can see Cacao already knows. Cool, calm, collected, jump over the wall. He's got that tracker's knife already. Is able to just get himself out of danger.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And, well, they got a couple of wards thrown down in for themselves, so the early vision is there. And we'll see what they can actually make of it. I actually misspoke a little bit. I was talking about more the early game for Misfits actually being one of the better things. It's the later game that they've actually been struggling in, but that is a whole nother story, and it's a long ways away. We only hit 5 minutes on the mark. Memento's getting some farm on.
I know we haven't had any action yet, but we don't need to go late game yet. It's okay. Still haven't had any towers fall for either team. Misfits sneaking a little bit further ahead, mainly from that AD carry farm disparity down in that bot lane. Also top lane, ever so slightly, but early recall out from Hansama. Level 4, heading back, gets himself the Vampiric Scepter. And Giants, they have to now decide, do they stay in lane and try and push it out and stay for a bigger item? Look to maybe pick up something like a BF sword on their first back? Or do they push out now, recall out? That's exactly what they're doing here. And they're just going to take that early break point.
Yeah, question is what's going to break this one open? Because we keep an eye on the junglers, but they've been focusing more in the mid, more on the top side. Hasn't really been a whole lot of play down on the bottom, and maybe it's just a little bit hard to gank either of these lanes because you have pokey supports, you have a lot of ways to stop junglers coming in, but what do you think will be the difference maker here, Stress?
Well, I think the difference maker will be if Knight ever can actually shove Power of Evil in after 6. And there is the level 6 mark for Knight. Hasn't skilled his ult yet. There it is. Now we'll get to see whether Knight can get to a different lane. But look at this ward, the vision control already. Knight he has to clear this ward out first and now has to come back to the lane to shove back out. Otherwise, Paravival would punish when Knight roams. That's the difference 10, 15 seconds can make on these plays is Paravival gets to shove an entire wave under his turret, get turret damage, and deny some of that experience for Knight. So if Knight doesn't pick up kills on plays the first time around, very difficult to get ahead.
Pressure could be on them too, and you know, you look at this Misfits composition, and they're not going to be too hard up for damage in the later stages of the game. And Power of Evil has shown us, honestly, some of the limits of Oriana, even though Oriana can do a lot of damage in the hands of just about anybody.
Yeah, and Power of Evil, one of those champions he's synonymous with. This time it's not the Smite. The
that was a while ago.
Smite Oriana. Those
Runeglaive. That was a good time.
No. But when top laners and mid laners and everybody else is running Smite, not good. Not even support.
We've had some interesting balance things.
Although, you ever seen that when like Blitzcrank runs Smite? That's what Hashani should have done. But Kakao wants to Smite down Knight, forces a flash.
Okay, got him in there and wasn't able to get the kill, but burning 2 summoners is not too shabby to start things off, and Knight might think twice about roaming without a whole lot of protective vision to cover him. You can see both teams have been trying to place that in each other's jungles to keep an eye on where they're at, and spotted the trio coming down to bottom lane once again. HQ and Hustlin not going to play too far out.
This now makes it really difficult for Knight to have an impact on the game until his summoners are back available. You can see Kakao now coming bot side. They know Knight can't match the timing, and Memento is likely heading to the top side because all of his junglers respawned and the wards haven't spotted him in bottom jungle. So Misfits are looking for a play. They don't quite have level 6. Look at the experience for Hansama on the bottom left of your screen. A couple more minions and he'll likely just throw out those chains of corruption.
There we go. Kakao's coming in, holds on to his Q, and he just flash kicks Hustlin, who flashes right back out, but the piercing arrow is there. Kakao follows through for first blood, and Power of Evil comes in behind the lane. Shockwave for a second.
Seems all too easy for Misfits. Didn't even catch Power of Evil roaming out of lane. Ghost had already been used, so he had enough time to shove Knight back under his tower. Knight didn't even feel like he could get in a position to ult across, and that's the difficulty of not having those summoners, is Knight has to respect Power of Evil so much. They come across, Kakao comes into the bot lane. It's maybe not the cleanest of dives, everything doesn't quite connect as they want it to, but it works for Misfits. They get onto Hustlin, kick him back towards that wall, get the damage down. Didn't even need 6 on Varus for the start of this engage, and again, everything's just seemingly a little too easy for Misfits on this play.
Yep. Power was able to complete it all, and, well, Misfits setting up the play, waiting patiently in that brush was Kakao, and it netted them a couple of kills to keep on moving forward here. It's going to be hard for Hikyu and Hustlin now as they burned all their summoners in the exchange. So Knight joining them there without having anything else is going to have a hard time to really do a whole lot for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, Hansama has his summoners up and available as well, so he can be a little bit more on the aggressive side of things. Hikyu only just hit 6, so we do have to watch out for that arrow coming through. Hustlin has his ultimate as well. But honestly, without Hansama making a mistake, it will be tough for Giants to capitalize on this bottom lane.
Yeah, gonna rely ever more increasingly on Knight. Maybe when he does get that ghost back up and around, and oh boy, that is a very one-sided fan vote.
It is. I think it kind of reflects the standings, though, when that's a lot of voters who are like, okay, we're just going to go with what's going to likely be right in their minds. And you can see the start of this game, 2-0 for Misfits. Goes in their favor so far.
Yeah. So far, it is 1,500, a little bit over that gold lead, and we're getting close to 10 minutes. Memento is taking a trip down bot. Vision was denied by the control ward, but couldn't see whether or not Memento was spotted before that, and Hansama and Ignar are not too keen on pushing forward, so Memento is going to have to walk away empty-handed.
Yeah, they know that something was going on at that point. Anytime that they end up clearing out a ward, it either means there's a jungler there or a jungler's about to be there. So you can see Hansama and Ignar generally just keeping themselves in a secure place in this lane. And you were mentioning earlier about Knight roaming down to the bottom lane. Well, it's top lane for now that we don't have anybody roaming to. A little bit of an exchange, but Alfari and Flaxish will have an impact in this game. Teleports are going to be the big turn in this setup of fights in bot lane.
Yeah, it's still going to be a while before they really need to be that involved, but Misfits on the aggressive, on the offensive, they have so much vision control, it gives a very free and easy Dragon take over to Kakao, and Ignar's even able to get a few clears off. Not too worried about damage, but should he be, as he has to get a heal out there. The Ash Arrow follow up into the Stranglethorns. Not going to go down, but Looks like it was a near miss, so he gets the ward cleared, and Kakao manages to snag the dragon.
Giants trying to get the kill where nobody was around the person that dies. Essentially getting Kath Assault from a while away on that one, trying to over the wall.
Ooh, speaking of going right forward into the Shockwave, Knight a little bit low, but the Ghost is on. Power is auto-attacking, and the command attack, that's just enough to secure the kill. Kakao is right in the back.
Power of Evil walks into mid lane, flashes forward, gets the ult, catches all of the damage onto Knight, and there's nothing really that Knight can do about that. I mean, Misfits, this is what we've come to expect from them. The last few weeks haven't quite been that way from Misfits, but their early game in this one is really coming back to the form that we've seen in previous weeks.
Yes, indeed they have. We're starting to see some big plays out of the individual players, but also getting the rotations there the way they needed it to. And you have seen that the last couple of weeks they've had a hard time of it.
And this is where this game completely differs. Already, first Dragons secured. They didn't secure any of them. You can see the third column there, 0% in the last 3 weeks of first Dragons in the game. But the key factor for me that looking through this was so glaring is the fact that Misfits would give away 2 towers for just about every one that they would secure. That is way higher than any other team in the league. So that's how heavily Misfits were getting punished in the last 3 weeks against some of the toughest teams. Shows us maybe Misfits weren't quite on the pedestal that a lot of analysts and casters have put them on, myself included, in the weeks leading up to their toughest games.
I mean, I'm guilty of that as well, Stress. Honestly, Misfits came in looking really, really hot, and we have a tradition in Europe of challenger teams coming out guns a-blazing and not always shooting their way up the standings, but damn near close to it. And right now, Misfits, they were struggling for a while, so it's important to be able to play this one out as clean as they have.
But that's also not the end of the world for Misfits, that they're not top of the league in the first split, right? Okay, not everybody can be G2.
It's a tough legacy to live up to.
But you look at how Splice modeled their first year, their first season. The first split wasn't particularly great. I would argue Misfits have done better than Splice did in their first split. If Misfits can echo some of that progression into the summer split, who knows? They could be a shoe-in for like a finals placement. Who knows? It's a long, long way away. We'll have to see how the players and the organization stick it out. Not to say they can't make it this split either, but certainly they've done a great job so far.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Splice because in the most likely scenario for the playoffs right now, it looks like that's who they'd be likely to face off against, and we get to see how those two come to bear. Memento is pinging to try and go down bottom side, but Hansama, whoa, he flashes the arrow. Ignar gets nailed by it. Let's see if they're able to get the kill here. Kakao's tagged in for Knight. Do they have the damage? It looks like they do, and Giants just can't follow through on anything else. Memento's isolated, and Kakao is able to finish him off. That's 2 quick kills picked up for the Misfits jungler. And now Power of Evil's tagged in. Giants are hightailing it out of here.
Yeah, still trying to get close enough to the fight to have an impact. This time, Giants are able to get the playoff. And, I mean, Hansam, it's a nice flash at first, then realizes he flashes right into an Ashe. Good ult, though, have Hansam to try and keep Ashe under the turret. Hustlin was there to deal damage, too, and that was enough to take down the Misfits AD carry. But on the backside of the fight, it's Misfits cleaning everything else up. Memento and Knight both fell in that exchange, and Misfits continue to sneak this lead further and further. Hiku, gotta be careful, Shockwave!
Yep. Oh boy, he's down, and the auto attack finishes it off. It was Ignar that actually managed to get it. That damage from Oriana is really, really big, and only a Morellonomicon. That's gonna be first tower over to Misfits. After all said and done, it's not even 15 minutes yet, Stress on the clock, and that's a big lead.
Yeah, it is a big lead, and Alphari now not doing a whole lot in this top lane. He's playing a tank.
They're trying. There's 3 Doran's rings apiece right now. And Memento, he's going to be the turning point. Flaxish trying to bait this one out. Alphari, I don't know. Is this game sense of tingling? I don't think so. Memento gets 1 kill back. Kakao was there just a moment too late, but can he return a kill? Look at how low those health bars are. He follows through. He kicks. The Q connects, and Kakao pulls it off.
Kakao styles at the end of this one. Memento was able to get the kill. He's got to be careful, though, as they're coming up to the top lane. Knight comes up from mid.
There's a big Ashe arrow, and it's going to nail him in the back of the head. And Hansama, he's in some trouble. No, he does. It's going to miss. Okay. All right. That was close.
Yeah, it was a long-range Ashe arrow coming down the lane. Giants able to pick up a couple of kills on the end of that, but Kakao continuing to try and style on this one.
I mean, while this is all happening, Power of Evil's getting free time in the mid after Knight had roamed up towards the top. You can see Giants were panicking. Let's see this again.
So Memento goes in. When it's Oktoberfest, Gragas, it's not taste their fear, it's taste their beer on this one. Take down the fat man, but it's not enough to call an end to this one because Memento,
that was close.
Curves the Sonic Wave and is able to get the kill on that one.
Oh,
and,
boy.
It took a little while for the rest of Giants to come up here. You can see that Ash Arrow coming from the top lane, but doesn't quite catch Hansama and Kakao. He knew it, stepped into a bush, face checks, but he's like, I got to kill first. It's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, he can afford a death or two after the way he's been playing in this game. 3-1 now on the game, and showing why the Lee Sin on him so legendary right now. Misfits lead the charge against Giants, and we're seeing how impressive it is to see them actually fight. This is what we expected from them in the first several weeks of play.
Yeah, their fighting was a lot better in the first weeks of play. When you look at their last couple of weeks, you've already taken a look at the objectives. Now we want to take a look at how they were doing in these skirmish situations where there's 4 versus 4 or more members of both teams. And you can see weeks 7 to 9 when they were playing against the stronger teams, a lot less successful fights. their KD in these fights just dropped through the floor, and Misfits, they weren't taking a lot of fights because of some unsuccessful turn of events, and that's where Rocket punished them very heavily. Was Misfits tended not to fight over objectives, but this time they got the Lee Sin. Kakao's like, put me in, everything is okay. I'm gonna start these fights myself.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the important thing for them to try and show that they can still very cleanly play up against some of the weaker teams in the league, because they're going to be heading off against much tougher opponents in the next couple of weeks. Playoffs looming, and they want to be able to make a good statement. That is going to be another Dragon secured Infernal right now. Misfits, they've got themselves the extra 80 in AP, and, well, it's only getting better and better for this team.
And this is one of the things that Kakao has done so well, and Lee Sin accentuates for him, and I know it seemed like a broken record talking about how good Lee Sin is, but his pathing, his time, and where he spends time on the map is always top-notch. He's always doing something, whether it's Rift Scuttler, Dragon, farming, ganking. There's no wasted motion. And this high-mobility champion allows Kakao to stay up in farm, stay up in kills, stay up in dragons, stay up in vision control. And that's one of the things that we've loved seeing out of him, but yet to see it against junglers like Trick. And that is a matchup that I want to see once again.
Well, we just might get it. There's still a lot of time. At 18 minutes into this game, Giants are struggling to find a way back in. The gold isn't the hugest difference because they were able to get some damage on this top tower. Not able to finish it off, unfortunately. And Giants, it seems like they're scrambling to try to come up with an objective of their own.
And I like what the Giants have been trying to do in this game. I certainly think that Memento on this Kha'Zix has looked a lot better. They've just been on the rough end of a couple of trades. That bot lane play, I like setting it up with Talia going down there. It's just a little sloppy at the same time. Like the fact that HQ had to flash away, they'd already lost one exchange bot lane. Here comes the teleport again. Giants are trying.
Ooh, they just might get it. Okay, it's going to get canceled, and now they have their own coming in. Both TPs are canceled off the back of it, and everybody pretty much noped out of that one. Let's see if Memento is going to be able to make his way away. He's stopped up. Chains of Corruption on. Send a Mantra Inner Flame out, but that'll be the end of it.
The end of that skirmish. Misfits hold on to the top tower for now. I like the Giants were attempting to make plays. One of the things that when you look at challenger teams specifically is a lot of the plays come a little late. When you would normally look at the map and go, okay, now is the time to make a play on bottom lane. A lot of the teams in Challenger take a moment or two longer to set the play up, and you're like, okay, the window's kind of closed now. People have got in place to defend against this. So if Giants make those plays, they're not going to find the same resistance. The teleport might not be quite so quick. The escape from their opponents might not be quite so quick. So those are the type of things that can very easily get them ahead in a game, and it's enough normally to carry through into a win.
Well, it just might do in the promotion tournament, but in this game, they're going to have to watch out for some quick Misfits members. You see the boots being picked up there by Ignar. He's going to roaming, as well as Hansama upgrading his to tier 2, and Misfits, they definitely continue to hold this lead, and they can very comfortably keep going.
Yeah, they absolutely can. It's very nearly ironic if Giants end up picking Misfits Academy. They have to face a Misfits lineup again that has a very strong jungler that likes to make an impact. Pridestalker, the jungler for Misfits Academy, made a massive name for himself, tearing Lulex to pieces as Kha'Zix and Rengar. So if Giants do end up playing up against the Misfits sister squad, that would be a very interesting turn of events considering they're up against Kakao the week before.
They can also pick Fnatic Academy too. That's always an option.
And then they're going to go up against Amazing, who is another jungler that is
a lot of LCS experience
in the early games. So certainly the options of pick your poison can be a little tough.
I mean, this is the best practice you can have, though, is against Kakao and Lee Sin. If you can survive that, I mean, and they're having a hard time of it, well, I suppose you can probably survive quite a lot of junglers.
Yeah, that's true. This is one of those synonymous ones where you're like, What if, can you survive Kakao's Lee Sin, Clear Love's Evelyn, like all of these massive, like, picks?
Ooh, that's not one I've heard for a while.
I know, it's been a while. Maybe,
I haven't watched that much LPL, to tell you the truth.
Maybe when we see Eve come back in the meta. Always sneaks back in every so often.
Yes, sneaking being the operative.
It wasn't meant to be a bad joke, but
yeah,
it was more about the fact that people forget how to play against Evelyn, and then Evelyn comes out. That's why she's such a good like solo queue jungler, because everybody forgets you got to do things differently. Whereas for Lee Sin, you kind of just got to track him down, find where Kakao's at. That's what Giants tried to do in the beginning of this game, but they couldn't quite do it well enough. Found his way into the lanes and picked up 3 kills.
But also the laning phase is still kind of where Giants have had like their biggest strength, right? Like the games tend to fall off for them a little bit later than the first 10 minutes, and they're able to hold on fine. You could see Misfits, they waited for just a little bit, waited for just a little bit more, and then they pulled the trigger, and Giants bot lane didn't know what hit him. Speaking of, Knight, oh boy, he flashes, he ghosts out. Is he going to make his great escape? He just might. Ignar overstepping his bounds as Hustlin takes him down.
Ignar was not in range to get the tether down. He knew if it hit the W, he would have been able to get the kill because he could stick on top of Knight. Getting baited a little bit, thought he could pick up the kill. Everything looked good.
Tried for the
Ignar
style.
saw the play. It wasn't there.
No. You don't need to be on Lee Sin to have Lee Syndrome, thinking you're going in all the way, and unfortunately, that time around, Ignar bought it.
But, key thing.
Tell me, Stress.
It's all okay because they get the tower, right? That's how
true.
it goes. You get the tower worth. Ignar's like, I'm zoning. This is a zoning all-in, where Ignar's like, look, these 2 autos, that's enough to take the tower. Like, Ignar's saying, I did it. I did everything I needed to do. Did my job.
What a team player. he's going to be able to knock down the first for Giants right now. I meant that unironically, but it didn't come out that way. All right, Flaxus is in some trouble right now. He finds Power of Evil as Kakao and Alfari chasing him down. Flash in, Shockwave pulls him in, and Alfari Kakao tag their way forward. The barrel keeps him at bay for right now, but it's not going to be that long before they finish the job. Meanwhile, though, look what Giants are getting done topside.
Yeah, trying to push through. They will get a lot of damage down on this tower. Nobody's reacting yet, but Hansama is on the way. Alfari caught out way too far, pushed up, no tower available. Flaxish caught out way too far, pushed up with Alfari and Kakao around, and Misfits make him punish. 3rd dragon of the game. 1 player in almost the entire game, apart from a little assistance from Power of Evil, has even touched the dragon, and that's Kakao.
Yep, he's bumping up the dragon numbers quite a lot. He has to make up for the last couple of weeks.
I would love if there was the potential for our stats team to do jungle proximity of anybody else to Dragon for this game, because it's literally going to be Kakao and then 1 shield from Power of Evil.
Just enough for the Dragon assist. So, while Kakao's been doing a lot of work here, Memento has been trying to find some in the jungle. He's going to give the blue buff over to his best buddy, Knight, and, well, he has been very comfortable on this Kha'Zix, but it's been hard to find openings against Misfits in this game. We're getting to the 24-minute mark, and the gold lead may not be a lot, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Those dragons are very important ones, an Infernal and 2 Mountains.
Yeah, if ever there was a good combination of dragons to have for Misfits, when they're like, okay, let's push objectives super quick. Let's get these 2 mountains. Couldn't have gone a lot better for him.
Yeah, and speaking of objectives, those mountains are going to help out quite a lot as the Ash Arrow goes a little wide. TP's coming in for Ignar right now. Giants want to all in, but this is going to be matched. The Talia wall comes out around the side. There is Ignar getting ganked down, and now Giants, they're around the Baron pit. They took 1 look at it, but the Misfits were sneering at him from the other end.
Well, now Alfari has to cross up the manual way up towards the mid lane here, because Giants, while they could have maybe looked for Baron, they know that the possibility of Misfits stopping them, they don't have the fastest Baron clear in the world right now, so Misfits are able to shove back out and at least delay the play onto the Baron.
From one objective to another, Misfits, they have had some trouble in the last couple weeks across the board, but also in the Baron department, they've not really been able to secure too many.
Well, here's the last objective we haven't touched on yet, and it's at the key point in the game, and you're right, Pyra, they haven't got many Barons at all. 1 out of 12 in week 7 to 9. Again, they were behind in a lot of these matchups, but you can see the difference in Barons secured to Barons lost, the percentage on the right-hand side of this graphic, down to 8.3%. Their opponents were never letting Misfits anywhere near the Baron, and this is from a team that we were talking about had such good Baron setup.
Whoop, and Flax, as she got set up, taken out, and Barrel is going to knock Hustlin back into his tower. That might be all the Misfits need to try and start baiting on the big purple worm, but look at all the Giants' vision there. Look at Knight, side pushing away. The only 2 towers that Giants have in this game are in that top lane. Hard committing to it.
But it's a good setup of vision that Giants have right now. You can see that many wards is going to take a long time for Misfits. Oh, that was a good shockwave.
Power of Evil. That was nasty.
Who needs vision control? Just shockwave him. Go for Baron. Oh, that one caught me. Observers, I'm glad they caught it just in time.
That one's going in the highlight reel, but I think we might have to rate it R. Misfits are going for the Baron right now. Knight's hanging around the side. There is a potential of a steal, and all right, that's one way to cut people off. Kakau's the only one still on this side of the pit, but they're still able to do it. Memento's here. Vision spotting him. Oh, this would be the pro moment right now. Speaking of highlights, he comes in. It's a little too early. Redemption's there. It's smited down by Kakao, and they get Memento in the bin.
The panic smite out of Memento. It was the last opportunity that he had personally to try and get it. So this was how they did it. With Giants having so many wards, you'd think they'd realize there's only really one place they can be, even with the flash. Oh, Hiku gets caught. Oh. That's nasty.
Yeah, he knows. That was an oopsie.
Yeah. Not too many options of where you could flash. Could have flashed the other way and would have been closer.
When you're in the epicenter of the shockwave, not a whole lot of good options to go. And I mean, this is why we have 12-5 in kills right now. Power of Evil is tearing it up on this Origen.
He absolutely is. I mean, it's one of the most synonymous picks for him. Anything that uses like spherical projectiles, Power of Evil, he's like, this is my kind of champion.
I think you cracked the code, Stress.
That's it. I've been saying it for like a year, but
oh, well,
I haven't figured out.
I guess I haven't been listening.
You and a lot of other people, Byra. It's all right.
Oh, now I feel bad.
No, I've been trying to find a way that it's safe for broadcast to talk about Power of Evil and the spherical style that he likes to play.
Well,
Oriana, we'll wait till he picks up Aurelian's Soul. That way he's got spheres orbiting in a sphere. Everything will be great. That's what he needs to do.
That's too deep. Too deep for me. I'm bailing out. We'll see if Giants can dodge a wrench or a ball. It's 28 minutes on the clock right now. Memento, he's trying to make a counter play, but there's so much vision here for Misfits. Easy siege with this Baron control. They don't even need to split, really. Kakao's kind of marching some minions in the mid, but everybody from Giants have backed off. They've seeded it.
Yeah, at this point, Misfits, they know they have the easy route into topside. Ignar, he's going to try and be a team player again and do some manual warding out on the side with his position. Alfari gets caught by the arrow, but he easily shrugs it off.
Yeah, that's not who you want to hit now. The Talia wall is cutting off the rest of Misfits, but they realize they might just be able to push in still with these Baron-empowered minions, and the wall's going to collapse any second. There it goes. Misfits, they're just going to rotate into the mid and try to finish off this tower. Should be an easy take.
Yep, again, just walking these advantages for the Mountain Drakes. The Infernal just empowers their team fighting. They have a 6-0 Oriana, so as long as Power of Evil is safe, realistically, Giants have a very difficult time winning team fights. And Giants, they were trying with this Talia to get an advantage in the lane and then move out to the side lane. Maybe try and get Hiku or Hustlin ahead, but they lost lane to Hansama and Ignar, and it just became all too difficult for Misfits actually to weather the storm. And now, sorry, for Giants to weather the storm, and Misfits are just going to push further and further into the base.
Yep, they have to hold out long as they can. But it looks like with the amount of minions building up in all the waves, they're playing horde mode. Memento trying to hold off this onslaught. The rest of Giants are here, but look at that Mountain Drake damage and the empowered minions. That's all Misfits really need. They can easy peasy just kind of take out any objectives. That's number 6, and it's all going to be base towers from here.
Giants might need a Brumak to deal with this one if we're playing horde mode on this one. But honestly, Giants... Yeah, I was trying to delve back into the annals of time. Feels like a long time ago that Gears came out.
It definitely was. Well, we're here in 2017 right now, and another dragon spawning, and Knight is just getting bopped. Left, right, and center. He does make it out alive and should be able to surf away. Hiku sends out an arrow, but it gets out flash to Kakao. Now he finds himself isolated, kicks out way Flaxish, but that's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Misfits on base.
The rest of the team are like, okay, Kakao, it's fine. You've done your job on Lee Sin. Give them the Infernal Drake. We'll take the inhibitor instead. And despite Baron expiring, still Misfits have cracked the base. Giants went out on the all-in play. They get 1 kill, they get 1 Infernal Drake. And Giants right now, okay, they'll kind of maybe be a little happy about that, but it's all going Misfits' way.
Yeah, Giants, at the very least, they have a little bit more fighting potential right now, but they're going to need to scramble. Their base is in shambles, and Alfari leading the charge here. Flaxish going in. Giants are going to try to make this big play. Power of Evil has to flash out. There's a shutdown. Maybe they have a chance to turn it around. Redemption comes in. Hansama Ignar speeding away from this fight. They do not want to take it any further. 30 minutes. Giants still far down in the gold game, but they found some life.
Yeah, Misfits voluntarily taking the fight up against Giants. They're coming down towards the Infernal Drake. I don't know whether they thought Giants were lower than they in fact were, but obviously Redemption allows Giants to stay a little healthier. Power of Evil ends up dying, 6-1-2 now on this matchup, and that's the sign of life that I'm glad to still see out of Giants. Despite obviously being heavily up against it in this one, Giants still making plays on the map. You can see Misfits voluntarily taking this fight here. They think that Knight is still in mid lane.
And he is.
And he is. I was a little confused by that tower still being there on the minimap.
He takes the express route.
Yeah, I was wondering where we were in the game here, because I was going to say he comes down into the fight with the wall. Now Ignat caught again.
Oh boy, he has to burn his flash to get out of harm's way. So Misfits, it's unraveling a little bit for this team. They still have a sizable lead, but starting to see some mistakes out of this team in the later stages of the game. It's the kind of thing we criticized them for in previous weeks.
And this results in a mid tower going down for Giants. And Misfits tide has ever so slightly started to turn now. With Baron in 1 minute 40, the lead that Misfits have already should be enough to close this game out. Unless Giants can disrupt a lot of the team fighting, maybe catch out Power of Evil again. Now he's got no flash available. He hasn't got anything like a Zonya's yet. So Power of Evil is a little vulnerable in this next fight, but Giants haven't been all that able to focus out this Orion. Only 1 kill on the board. Most of Misfits members haven't even dropped more than once.
Yeah, it hasn't been a really bad game for Misfits overall, and we can criticize a couple of mistakes and say, all right, you know, not perfect. You're not going to get the S+ on the game, but all the same, realistically, the game doesn't affect the standings. It's a practice mode for Misfits and for Giants facing up what they're going to be next in playoffs and in the promotion tournament. But the fact that Giants have managed to fight in the face of overwhelming pressure from Misfits, that is an encouraging life sign for this team. And if they could continue to do this the later stages of the game, well, they definitely have some damage. Let's see if they can turn a fight or two.
I don't think I've ever got an S+ rating in a game. I've got S once or twice.
I'm actually not sure if S+ exists. I know I've gotten S straight up.
I found out once a long time ago that the rank of D exists in a game.
Yeah, a long time ago?
May or may not have been one of my performances, but certainly ended up finding that out the hard way.
I found out that one pretty quickly, actually. Anyways, moving on. 20 seconds on the Baron right now. It's being pinged out by both the teams. A lot of vision control by Misfits because they have the map as well. Let's see if Giants can affect a pick that might be able to turn it in their favor. All the same, no inhibitor in mid means it's going to be harder and harder for them to be able to keep their eyes on one objective at a time. And the Baron's going to spawn.
Yep, look at that Baron cam. Baron's eye view, almost.
There's a lot of eyes.
That's not actually a Baron's eye view at all. There are a lot of eyes. Maybe it's just a random one.
All right. Giants are going to try to collapse here on Alfari. He turns and runs. They're honestly not really able to do much to him because he's very tanky on this. He's not the only one, too. Cacao has been pretty sustainy as well and even gets the ZZ Rod portal, so he's having a good time this game. Seeing if he can push some waves without Misfits having to be there.
Yeah, Giants are trying to just hold some sense of control over these like 2 brushes on the top side of the jungle, which is, you know, sound strategy as long as Misfits can't force a fight, but Misfits may just turn for the Baron, drag Giants down, because it is only a matter of time before the next minion wave appears in the base, and that's what Cacao's going to do. They're not even going to kill the wards for now because the control ward is already taking out the vision.
Just going to bait it out. Flax says she might have to teleport in if he wants to try and make a play. Alfari's onto Hustlin. Oh, forces the flash out of Hustlin as he throws the big barrel. HQ and Knight in this brush. Memento's going to hop. Alfari just bops him down. There's teleports coming in. Hustlin isolated from the team as Power of Evil finishes the kill off, and Alfari might be isolated, but he's staying alive for now. Pulled in, Guardian Angel popped. Flaxish on the front, pulled back in by the Shockwave. Alfari still tanking the front line, the Talia wall. It's gonna get torn down. Power of Evil finishes Flaxish off. Knight and HQ, the last member standing. Not for long, Cacao on the front. Safeguards back. Knight's trying to hold it out, but you can't help but thinking this is endgame. Misfits want to end it in style, and that is gonna be the ace.
Power of Evil outtrades HQ, massive lead, and just autos him down with his empowered auto attacks Misfits. It's looked mostly comfortable this entire game. Inhibs back up. It should be a clean take now. Only Hustlin and Memento are around, which actually does leave a little bit of room for Giants to hold on through this. This might not be the end of the game.
No, Misfits are going to try to knock down as many objectives as possible, which means Giants still hang on, clinging to life here. But with Cacao and Power of Evil low, You got to be careful. Memento's looking to flank around the side. This inhibitor will get taken, and Ignar, he's able to zone out Memento on his own for now. Not isolated. The team's there. Shockwave is not going to connect, but Cacao's a little low. The damage out of Misfits is disgusting, though.
And Memento doesn't even have that third upgrade yet, so it doesn't have Evolved Leap. So for those of you looking at it like, ooh, that's a tasty Kha'Zix reset, nope. Hasn't got that ability available yet. And Alphari, I was thinking of this, like, do you really want to go aggressive and blast Hustlin back on this one? Are you trying to save your ult for when Memento jumps? Well, turns out Alphari realizes he can just jump over the back there with the help of Power of Evil and just take out the jungler. No real reason to hold on to the ultimate. Guardian Angel gets popped. Misfits eventually end up taking the fight here, and they don't quite push in for the win, but they've set themselves up in such a dominating position that they're actually back in the Baron pit, already taking it down on the live picture.
Yep, teleport in as well for Alphari.
Teleport out to the bot lane.
Looks like they're going to try to contest the Elder Drake here. Oh boy, okay. So Giants trying to force something at the very end of it. Misfits realize, okay, maybe we don't have enough members to do it just yet. With Memento coming back up, he's coming through. Hikyu's going to get pinballed, and Power of Evil with his 10th kill of the game. 36 minutes in, Misfits want to end it right here.
Well, there's one thing you can say. If he's a wizard, Alphari sure plays a mean pinball on that one, as Misfits want to try and waltz it into the base, want to try and take an easy, comfortable victory in their minds in game one of this series.
Well, they needed to make a statement, and it looks like they certainly have. Giants, they tried to bite back, but it just was not enough. Flax this year, one last-ditch effort, a couple of redemptions coming in. He's tanking the line, but not before Hansama fires him down. Hustlin can't even get back to his own fountain. Nexus turrets are falling. Misfits, this is their game. This is their victory. 1-0 on the series.
Eventually. Gotta get some more KDA.
I was letting you have that one. Oh no, the fountain dive. Ah, get out of there.
It's all going wrong.
There's the ace, and there's the win.
Even Giants just smiles on their faces at the end of that one. Game one of the series goes in favor of Misfits. Return to some of that form we saw in the earlier weeks. Obviously, on the road to playoffs, Misfits wanting to just kind of reaffirm that they are a top team. Couple of losses here and there rocked their confidence, you would imagine, but that one looked straightforward, looked quite comfortable for the team.
Yeah, honestly, it was all going to be mental. They didn't have to worry about losing any standing coming into today, and just playing it out strong, playing it out to your strengths, and not showing any new picks, not showcasing anything that teams might not expect from you. So they still have a lot to show up for on the playoffs. I'm excited for it.
I know, right? They showed Lee Sin and Oriana. Woo!
Who'd have thought?
Spicy.
All right, Misfits have taken their first win of the day. For more, here's Shocks in the Gang.
Here's Shocks in the Gang. All right. So Misfits.
I'm the gang.
Yeah, apparently. Misfits, fantastic statement game. A very good victory over Giants. And I want to take a look at picks and bans because I wanted to have your opinion on Talia. Obviously, Power of Evil completely took over this game with the Oriana. But what do you think of the champion in general and then in this matchup specifically?
I think it's a champion that, like, obviously it's really good. I think most of the time it just shoves in the lane and then it's really good at roaming. We kind of saw the opposite happen this game, so maybe it's not so good of a pick for Giants. But what it should be able to do is just push up. It should have a decent amount of pressure, especially when you have a strong jungle champion. So it's kind of like just you look to shove in, then you look to roam around the map, kind of impact the side lanes a bit more, especially with the ultimate. Like when enemy bot lane, they don't have a gap closest or anything, it should be so easy to use. You use it down there, they're forced to flash away or they're going to die. Like, it should be pretty straightforward.
We're going to take a look at that in a second. I did want to ask your opinion on the fact you guys said, oh, this is very Korean draft, not only because of Talia.
Yeah, when I see like a strong tank in the top lane, I see Talia mid prioritized and then kind of range poke support with a bot lane utility. That's for me like screams like LCK drafting. It's just mostly the Talia because it's really high priority there, but we don't see it as much yet in the West, right?
Yeah, I think in NA people have started playing it a little more, like Piglet has played it in a lot of his games. But I just think it's such a strong pick, but they really don't know what they need to do in order to really facilitate like what she can do, because even from the level 1, like how they played it out is that Zyra doesn't get priority in the lane, and then obviously you like to talk about level 1 and 2 bot lanes, but
Fraga was talking about me during the game a lot. I'm obviously only just a bad solo queue player now, but like, yeah, grouping as a team in a bot lane to then get the plants out so Zyra can push, and then Talia pushes, and then you die bot lane. When Talia does it well, it looks so easy, right? But this game was kind of the complete opposite.
Yeah, I think with this clip, it's kind of just a mistake from Giants. Like, obviously, they get forced out of the river. Like, now they would need to play careful, but what's gonna happen is the bot lane just goes back into bot, and then they die to the gank right after mid lane is just forced out.
Yeah, it shows really poor communication, right? Like, Knight just lost his summoners. This guy's playing under turret with no summons. He sees Power Reveal leave. They saw Lee Sin in river. Ashe and Zyra here should be playing bat. Do you think it's a communication error here, or is this just on the bot lane to spot it for themselves?
I think it's both, honestly. Like, obviously, Giants is aware of it. All of them are aware of it, right? So yes, they should be communicated to bot lane, but they should also already know. And I think for Talia, she already knows that Orianna is gonna move first. If she can't roam with her ultimate, at least stop Orianna from roaming. Like, just put down the wall in the river. Now Orianna can't roam bot, and at least like the Varus would have been able to, or the Ashe would have been able to survive. You know, it's just like, I don't think they're really using their champions to the potential that they have.
Yeah, definitely so. And then here we see like repeated dives over and over. We saw also communication error. That wall came in, kind of shutting out Memento. Like, as he goes into the fight, he eats the remains of a Lee Sin kick. He gets knocked up, has to flash out. Like, Giants, they were all over the place. They fought back decently later in the game, but early on is just like Froggen is saying, like, if you draft this team comp, you have very clear goals. Like, it's very simple in terms of what you want to accomplish. It's like, play until your bot lane either has a CC, try and get a push in mid. If you can't, just group with the jungle. Don't look for fights. It's all just about push and then moving the advantage to a different lane and having a numbers advantage. And Giants definitely failed that here.
And on the other side, Misfits played very well. Fari had a good game. Kakao on his Lee Sin, as we can expect, had a good game. Bottom lane, and then Power of Evil going completely off. So you said a small revival for Giants in the mid game, but we're going to take a look at the final team fight that sealed Giants' fate around Baron, of course.
Yeah, super clean here at this point. They're super hard. In these type of fights, actually, Talia can shine, right, in these kind of choke point environments, but I think Misfits is just too far ahead.
I mean, I think yes, they're too far ahead. Giants should not be able to win. But again, we don't see the wall being used to anything useful. You saw Misfit just running through Giants' jungle, and the wall is not even used. She can just use it to block off Misfits, and then at least the Giants will have a number advantage situation, even though they're going to spend like a minute killing the tanks, right? It will still be better.
We saw PoE go 11-1-7 here, you know, 80% kill participation, really showing up for his team. Froggen, do you remember playing much against him? Have you been watching his games? Like, did you see the progression? Because he seems to be an entirely different player than he was last year, and even just much better than he has. He seems to be peaking, like, for now.
I'm not sure, because obviously I haven't watched every single Misfit game, but I've seen some of his games. He still plays like the same kind of champions. He has played a decent amount of Ahri, Orianna. Like, I assume he has played Syndra too at some point.
Yeah.
Like, yes, it's one of his favorite champions.
Yeah, exactly, right. So maybe the champion pool just really fits to him at this point. It's not so much him stepping up or down. It's more like, I remember in the past he had huge issues adapting.
He did finally play Ryze. Like, he never played Ryze last year, but then this year
he always had problems like really playing the OP champions. But now it's kind of like his champions are in meta, so it's only natural that obviously he's gonna look better than previous.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know, mid laners, when you ask who do you look up to, it's Faker or Froggen. Is there anyone in EU right now that you're really impressed with in the mid lane?
I mean, I'm back in the EU.
All right, that's the perfect answer. There we go. Well, Misfits, they have a 1-0 lead against Giants in this series. We'll be back for game 2 in just a minute, or 3.5.
Can you play Timo?
Yes. Apparently you can play Timo.
Okay, we're showing everyone focus.
There we go. Kakao's coming in, holds on to his Q, and he just flash kicks Hustlin, who flashes right back out. But the piercing arrow is there. Kakao follows through for first blood. He follows through. He kicks. The Q connects, and Kakao pulls it off.
Kakao styles at the end of this one. Memento was able to get the kill. He's got to be careful, though, as they're coming up to the top lane. Knight comes up from mid.
There's a big Ashe arrow, and it's going to nail him in the back of the head.
It's going to take a long time for Misfits. Oh, that was a good shockwave.
Power of Evil. Flaxish on the front, pulled back in by the shockwave. Alfari still tanking the front line, the Talia wall. It's gonna get torn down. Power of Evil finishes Flaxish off, fires him down. Hustlin can't even get back to his own fountain. Nexus turrets are fallen. Misfits, this is their game. This is their victory. 1-0 on the series. Welcome back to Game 2 here at the EULCS Studios. We are looking to see if Misfits will close this one out 2-0 or if Giants can maybe fire back with a win here. Now, Misfits, they're in the run for a final appearance at Hamburg. It is a ways away, but we'll see. And if you are a Misfits fan and you want to see them potentially there, check out EULCS.com for more information on how you can join us. Tickets are still available, or some are new.
Everybody wants to get to Hamburg. Everybody wants to be there. They want to get in the games.
It's the place to be.
We're going to have to find out whether these 5 members of Misfits are going to make it there. Unfortunately, Giants won't be able to make it there themselves. But we've got to go through playoffs for that. This is a bit of an exhibition match. For those of you that are just joining us, it was close in the first couple of minutes.
I was going to say, in the beginning, definitely.
Ended up taking things quite convincingly the way the rest of the game went. But Giants don't seem beaten by quite a harsh loss in game 1.
I mean, they got overwhelmed at the end there, but we could see them still trying to force the fights and make the plays, and that alone was admirable. The fact that they pulled it off a couple of times was also very, very hopeful for a team that has been trying to find its footing, and heading ahead into the promotion tournament, they are going to need all the practice they can get, and this is some of the best practice you can get.
Yeah, exactly. Practice on the stage. It was discussed a little bit between Quickshot and Crapo earlier in the day, where you're talking about, getting time on stage compared to the challenger teams. Now, that doesn't necessarily apply to teams like Fnatic Academy, who have got amazing Mr. Rallis, Kickist, players that have got so much experience on the stage. But nevertheless, it can't be really overstated that getting in tip-top shape ahead of those games is the absolute key here.
Yeah, you definitely need as many games and as much practice as you can. And even coming in, Giants, they were one of the less experienced teams in terms of roster because they had the likes of Flaxish and EQ coming in pretty new. And, well, they've had some time to adjust. Let's see if it's going to be enough. Game number 2, champion selection is up. Giants this time on the blue side.
Incoming Lee Sin.
I think so.
Maybe even Oriana as well. We saw Misfits prioritize Lee Sin, Varus, and Oriana in the first phase of the draft. That's not where we're going on the first ban, though.
No, it's Camille on the blue side. They banned it on red last time around, and ball's back in Misfits' court.
I want to see a game of Alfarion, something like Camille. I want to see more of those types of picks. Yes, the tanks do favor him better. He's played 2 games of Camille, but I want to see more. That's the playstyle I like to see out of Alfari, despite the fact it hasn't tended to work so well for Misfits.
Well, you might as well experiment a little bit. We saw them playing a very comfortable composition last time around. Maybe they feel like they can stretch their wings here and try something that they haven't been doing as much. It's not just the Camille. He had a game on Fiora. He had a couple of games on Jace, the Renekton. I don't think it was banned last time around. Maybe he gives it a go.
Now I hope Misfits just go, they banned the Ori. This last pick, mid lane. Let's get something crazy. Let's get a bit funky in this one.
Well, Misfits have banned the Syndra as well. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think it might just happen. We'll see. Back to Giants once again. Do they ban out another Power of Evils picks? I mean, with the Syndra taken off by Misfits themselves, you think they could go elsewhere. No Lee Sin ban in the first phase. It's a Rumble.
Yeah, and this Syndra ban, because Oriana is one of the big blind pickable mid laners. We saw LeBlanc banned as well in the first game, but that was phase 2 of the bans. We'll see whether Misfits stay true on that one. A lot of these blind pickable mid laners now not available. We'll see where Misfits end up going. Don't anticipate a high priority unless they want something like a Vlad that is generally contested.
So that was the Shen ban, and it's a very different set of first bans because, all of the jungles weren't banned away, or all the jungles still remain.
Rengar released, Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, all available. Giants have their pick of the litter now. That means maybe they go somewhere else. Maybe they go to the mid lane or to the top lane here and try and pick up something else, but nope, they're going to stick on the jungle role.
All right, there's the Graves. They didn't get a chance to have it. Last time it was banned out by themselves, actually, in the final phase, but they were on the red side that game, and now we'll see what Memento can do on this champion.
1-9 the current win rate for Giants. Now, I think there's probably a little bit of cause and effect that doesn't apply here. Like, if Giants are playing against great teams and they're playing the Graves, probably doesn't quite add up here. It's not the Graves that's at fault on that one, but Misfits, they want a jungler for themselves, likely, and it's the second pick.
Okay, see. Well, the Varus is already locked in, and now Cacau's going to have quite a few options available to himself. We have seen some changes that benefited the Kindred. I'd love to see it.
Do it. play the Kindred.
It's Rengar. Okay. Surprise, Knife Cat.
That moment when Rengar's become quote-unquote boring, so we're like, I don't want to see that. Who knew we'd be, like, basically begging for a Kindred game
Welcome to Season 7, right?
After Kindred was played in like so many games, everyone was like, this is ridiculous. Mobility creep and damage from junglers, not
We saw it
what we're
80
looking
carry,
for.
too.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
I love how Giants are just toying with the crowd and us by hovering all of these
And then they
random
lock
champions,
Nautilus.
and then they look like boring ones.
Come on, guys, lock something interesting.
You did it before we went to break. Misfits were questioning, Alfari, can you play Teemo? Can you play Teemo?
Would be nice. Maybe if it gets turned around, Misfits do it for Game 3. That'd be all levels of crazy.
That'd be the game not to do it.
Yeah.
Right? If you're about to lose the series, potentially. But this Nautilus, very standard pick. Likely see Misfits look at the Gragas as a pick into it. We're going very similar to Game 1. Only change so far is the Rengar for Misfits. If it's the Gragas here, then we're going down into the depths of mid lane and support pools. See whether the Misfits want to change things up on that one.
Still have some time before we enter the second ban phase. And Giants, for their part, they have been going. Very standard choices. And Misfits, it's the same thing. The Gragas is locked in.
We're playing basically the same game again, Pyra. For now, at least.
Well, maybe we can predict how it ends then.
Maybe. So we're going top lane with the bans now. Kennen taken away. Giants, will they look mid lane with some subsequent bans, maybe taking away some of Power of Evil's other champions that he's played a lot of. Ari has been a pick that's been big for him. The Corki fell off. A lot of these other picks that he's playing, he's only played a game here or there on.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what the mid lane matchup ends up being this time around. It was Knight that took the Talia last time, and well, they banned the Ahri against Power of Evil. Let's see if they do it again. The LeBlanc is actually what comes up.
And now Power of Evil is a player that hasn't really played a whole ton of LeBlanc in his career. Obviously, there was a time where LeBlanc wasn't a particularly potent laner, or at least champion, required a heavy snowball. Seen her very heavily in the meta since the changes in the preseason with the assassin changes, but generally only one game on LeBlanc for him. Banned away in so many games, though. You can't really overlook that.
Yeah, especially back when it was pretty much every single time, and this has been changed, but now still banned away by Giants yet again. See what their final ban is. It's the Cassiopeia, so Ahri has been left up.
Ahri is available. I don't know whether he'll blind pick it. There are a couple of matchups that you don't really want to play into, and might open up something for Knight to play. He's played a lot of Vlad, played a lot of Talon, has Knight, the Talir in the last game. Misfits are likely going to counter pick mid lane, so if they go for support here, the Karma is available, I believe. Just checking back through the draft, that would be the most likely one. So there's still a possibility for something interesting coming from the mid lane.
Wait until the very end. Giants still had to pick their mid laner on this rotation. They have the Graves, they have the Nautilus. We don't know where that Nautilus is going, so there's a possibility to start flexing things away, and instead of having the same top matchup, Giants could mix things up.
Especially with the Zyra band as well. May see that changed up. Zyra was one of the other champions that Hustlin has done well on. Now, if it is a Lulu Ashe is difficult to deal with. We saw in the player spotlight we did with Rokas Hyun and with Deed a couple of weeks ago, they were talking about how Ashe and Lulu was a very strong combination.
Could be pretty potent. See if Hans Sama and Ignar can handle it this time around. But now we get to answer the question, what is Knight going to take blind in this matchup as it's gone all the way down to him?
Is it going to be Vlad? Is it going to be Talon? Oh, is it going to be Victor?
Oh.
Victor's a difficult one to play here because, I mean, Victor comps are typically a lot more reactive to what the opponents are doing here. So
there it is.
Will Misfits go for an aggressive mid lane pick? Will it be something like a Talon? Or will he play the Talia, a roaming pick for Power of Evil?
Oh, you try to game one. I'll show you how to do it.
Will he be boring and play Vlad?
Well,
it's
we'll
not that boring.
We're going to find out in about 12 seconds, so don't worry about it, stress.
Yeah. Just looking at the champion pool, that Ahri is still up if he really wants it.
I mean, there's a lot of options for Power of Evil. There always is, and it looks like that's the choice that he wants to make. It is the Ahri. So we'll see if he ends up getting those charms on.
Ahri's exciting. Ahri has the potential to snowball. You got to hit those charms. You can wave clay, you can push.
Well, he snowballed pretty hard last time around, and I mean, this is the type of champion you can definitely do it on, but Cacao on a Rengar might be more up to Power of Evil earlier on in the game, the first several levels at least.
You hit one charm, get the Boiler Strike, jump in, get the kills. Everything goes the way of Power of Evil. Now, I wonder whether they're going to end up sticking with these summoners. A lot of the time, it changes right before we go into pick and ban. That's how sometimes the spectator client works, so we might not see the teleport, might be the Ignite.
Yeah, things could change up at the last second, and it all depends on how Power actually wants to play around his team. Maybe they want to practice and get themselves more rotations per game.
We'll see whether
teleports in.
We'll see whether Knight feels confident, doesn't take cleanse for himself.
Ooh, that'd be bold. I mean, he had the barrier on when we last saw, but that could change up now. With the compositions all locked and loaded here, strong laning for both the teams, but a reactive composition, especially in the mid lane for Giants Gaming. Will it be enough to let them grind out a win? They're trying to get as much practice as they possibly can. It wouldn't hurt to get one more game in. Would it, Stress?
No, there's always room for another game between two teams. Obviously, Giants struggling a little bit this split. Misfits in second on the standings in Group A right now. Want to see more out of this Misfits lineup. We still got another series, a very important series of practice on Sunday, which is essentially a playoff preview day for the strength of the teams.
Yes, indeed. All right, we loading up onto Summoner's Rift, game number 2. Giants trying to hold on, and Misfits trying to close this one out in style. Let's see how it all unfolds as we head onto the Rift.
Knight's playing the dangerous game here. Did lose out a little bit on the rock, paper, scissors of mid lane, where you take barrier, hoping your opponent takes ignite, because you can weather that through that damage. Your opponent's got a non-combat summoner. Takes teleport. This is an old little rock, paper, scissors that used to happen a lot when TP mid lane was a little bit more common. So was ignite, but not before everybody was taking TP on every single mid laner.
Oh, look at this. Misfits have decided to go for a little fun in the start of the game. Inside their own jungle, advanced brush, 5 members deep, and they're pinging on the bush that Memento is hiding in.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Flash charm.
Here comes Alfari. Oh yeah, Memento's not taking any chances.
Not going for the aggressive play. Just gonna head back. It's a day of, looking back to the past of LCS. A lot of people would be like, you gotta take Ignite on Ahri, everything's all about getting those kills, snowballing. Paravival's gonna channel his inner Charu, take teleport on his mid lane, look for that side lane control and try and punish Giants where they can't wave clear quite so easily. Victor's great at holding mid lane, but out on the side lane, if he ends up down there, obviously he can't join the fight as fast as an Ahri with teleport. And if you drag him out of lane, you can look at mid tower as well. Yeah. So Misfits trying to play side lanes.
Giants could try to play it very, very defensively. They have a solid amount of wave clear if you take a look at everybody pretty much but the Nautilus early on. And it might be hard if Misfits want to play the siege game, but if they go for the dives, well, we saw what happened last game.
Speaking of Nautilus early on, has placed a ward on the red buff of Cacao, so he's going to see if he ends up going over there after the Raptors. And if that happens, we might see Memento look early into mid lane, maybe look at bot lane, although bot is a lot less secure of a gank to get off this early on.
Yeah, it's a hard one. Varus and Ashe, a lot of range on both those AD carries. Playing it out as safe as they can. And the Lulu talked about this being a pretty strong and sometimes oppressive lane. And how do you think it's going to stack up against Ignar and Hansama's Varus and Karma?
I think Hansama and Ignar should be able to hold through. It's difficult to outpush a Lulu. That's the difficult one, is Giants will shove this lane out. Karma can do a good job of holding some of that for a while. And it's actually not a gank that Memento's gone for. It's an invade on the blue buff. And now Misfits have pinged onto it. They are aware that that could have been an option out of Memento, and that's where he goes here. I believe Cacao may even have seen that ward as it died and just infers that information from there.
Looks like he should be heading over, hops the wall to get inside of the Giants jungle himself, so things should be matched unless he takes his time on the Scuttle Crab. No, it shouldn't matter. He's going to be able to get it back.
Yeah, may even head up top. You can see how vulnerable Flaxish could be in the top lane.
He's
but
pushed up.
If he goes top, then Cacao forfeits the room on that blue buff. Now Flaxish is actually coming down to try and ward. They basically have it confirmed that Cacao was on that blue. And look, Cacao backs away because Memento has spent extra time in this bot lane jungle. Rather than coming back and trying to defend, he's cleared out the entire lower jungle. And Memento now has an experience advantage because of this.
Yeah, that could be the big win for him right now, and he'll be able to get some vision on the bottom side himself, but with that blue buff still standing there, he has the potential to be able to 3-buff or even give away an early one tonight.
Well, that's the thing is, Cacao, now that he's backed away once, will be struggling here. No experience to gain from the bottom lane. Memento going to try a play on mid lane. See if they can get him.
Ooh, there's a quick flash from Power of Evil reaction. He nails the charm into Memento's face. The Death Laser, though, punishes him. He is incredibly low and has to back away.
Good early game out of Memento. This Graves, we said, he's only picked up 1 win on it, but this is looking a lot better for the Giants jungler. Kakao obviously not wanting to overstay in the enemy jungle. Now Memento's going to get that blue buff, a very late recall, but nothing's really pressured him out.
Yeah, Kakao's now had to look for some scraps in Memento's bottom jungle here, and he's not able to find any camps. Let's see if he can maybe come in for a gank, but at level 3, it's not going to be the easiest for this Rengar.
Yeah, Rengar flashing over the back of behind the turret probably isn't going to be the most easy gank to pull off. He's waiting for Raptors to respawn right now, and there they come back up. It's not all about the gank. This time it's just about trying to get some of that experience disadvantage back.
He was able to get that done, and well, early in the game, the difference maker really has been the jungle pathing. Memento with a level advantage still over his counterpart. Considering what Kakao was able to do last game, and this is the reason why we compare his Lee Sin to just about every other jungler. He just seems to play differently with it.
Well, yeah, he seems way more confident to take trades. That's one of the difficulties now. Rengar and Graves are a little harder to trade in the early game. It's a little bit more reliant. Like Graves wants to get that instant explosion off the wall. Rengar wants to try and reset the jump as many times as possible and stay out of danger while trading damage back. But Lee Sin, Kakao, just, he knows all he's going to do is think about it, hit that Q and go in. Well, that Q didn't quite hit, but they're still going in.
Forcing the flash out of Alfari, and they're going to keep going all in on this one. That's going to be first blood for Flaxish.
And Kakao couldn't get there in time here. He was on the top side of the map already at Krugs, and Memento transitioning what is an experienced lead into a jungle pacing lead, coming to the top lane when Kakao couldn't really react. Alfari tried to flash out early to get as much distance as he could, but it wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. So, back to the mid lane we go after that play. Power of Evil with the teleport and the flash both burn now. Knight having that summoner advantage. No level 6s now. Power of Evil hits it. He goes Spirit Rush. There's the barrier. Will it be enough to save his life? The charm connects. Power, he's running out of mana though. And now the Chaos Storm. It's Knight's turn to play back on this one. Auto attacks. He steps forward and the flash is burned. But will Power make it out alive? Hustlin comes out of nowhere and Glitterlance's help picks for the kill.
Support roam to tidy it up at the end. Power of Evil put his dancing shoes on and took a step outside of the disco ball just to take down Knight. And you can see, despite the barrier, Power of Evil outperforming Knight in this mid lane when you look at those trades. Managed to land the charm when it was important, had the experience advantage from this teleport being in play, had got back to the lane earlier, and Knight, fortunately for Knight, he gets level 6 off this passive minion kill that ends up happening there, and Knight is able to at least put the damage back down so Hustlin can trade it back effectively, because if that Chaos Storm damage hadn't come through, Hustlin would have had to have used a lot more to get that kill. That support Lulu doesn't have the massive amount, and Power of Evil knows. He knows he was one minion earlier, would have been his life, potentially.
Yep, that feel when you get killed by a Glitterlance.
I mean, that's not that bad.
I suppose it's not. There's worse fates, that's for sure. But Hustlin, he flashed for that one, definitely well earned. And back to the bottom lane we go as Hansama and Ignar pushing up to try and trade out against all of it.
We got Kakao looking for a play on bot side as well here, although Memento's already there. Maybe now just looking for the Raptors instead. Has realized the enemy jungle is around.
Yeah, they're matching levels at this point, though, the two junglers. And Knight's actually playing guard duty on the Raptors. Kakao can't really get in to close it. He's second-guessing for a second as Memento's finishing off red buff.
Yeah, Kakao, he's going to take 2 Raptors and say, okay, that's enough. That's as much as I wanted to steal away. But look at how Misfits are moving on the map. Always threatening to bring Hansama and Ignar up from the bot lane. Now Power of Evil wants to go mid. Can he land the charm?
There's the collapse. Knight nowhere to go right now with Kakao and Power there. That is the second kill for Power of Evil onto that mid lane.
It looked all too simple. Power of Evil didn't even need to attempt the Hail Mary charm. It was all about just the damage coming up. Kakao jumps in, gets the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good assist there by Kakao, but all the same, this is starting to look more and more like it was in game number 1 with Power of Evil. He may not have necessarily dominated the mid lane one-on-one, but he was pretty much taking out anyone who dared venture there.
Yeah, exactly. You can see how, strong he ended up towards the end of the game. Great block from Alfari.
Interrupts now Memento. He does have his dash, and he bails out over the Baron Pit, but Flaxish is not so lucky. Gets a knock-up onto Kakao. Smokescreen will not cover the escape of Flaxish. His Power of Evil gets a third.
Everybody's going to have to Kakao in fear right now because he set up the Power of Evil from the mid lane. 3-1-0 on this game, on this Ahri. It's a snowball champ. We wanted to see something a little different. And suddenly, Power of Evil has gone from nothing. Post 6 now, 3 kills in the space of 2 levels, and it doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon.
No, he's definitely having a ball right about now, and we're only 9 minutes into this game, but Power of Evil has picked up all of those kills.
I'm telling you, Pyra, it's spheres, because it's an orb that gets thrown out. It's another champion based on spherical, like, geometry. Look at it.
I can't believe it. You're right. I didn't want to admit it, but you're right.
Foxfire swirls around, like everything. You name it, there's a circle in there.
Okay, well
Forget the Illuminati triangle. The Power of Evil comes in circular form.
Yep. Power of Evil does send out another orb of deception, but he does take more damage than he gets. Holy moly, he's having a field day this series, though, I'll tell you what.
Absolutely. Has that teleport available to get him back into the lane. This was the block. Beautiful stop by Alphari. Even with the tidal wave of beer that comes over the wall, catches Memento, pushes him back in. Easy kill on Flaxis. She was trying to save Memento, but it wasn't to be.
Yep, unfortunately. Memento, he managed to get out, but it was Flaxis who went down in that aftermath. Hustlin takes a little bit of damage down in bot, but that's going to be a pushing lane for a while. Power will get his blue buff, so he's not going to have to worry about mana anytime soon. And to be honest, he wasn't really too worried about it there. A couple of auto attacks were sealing the deal.
Yeah, we had that last chapter as well, was just keeping himself up in mana, keeping himself pushing in the lane. You can see Knight has had to go Negatron Cloak. It's a fairly common buy. Going towards that Abyssal Scepter on Victor, just because you can wave clear out. You know, not rushing that perfect Hex call, realizing all he really needs is the extra laser play on the minions, push it back out, going defensive after that.
I mean, it was starting pretty solid for Giants, but a lot of it came down to jungle difference, and now Power of Evil, honestly, is almost single-handedly making up that gold himself, and this is why you see Misfits having a gold advantage. At about 11 minutes into this game, Ignar has actually come through mid lane, joined by Cacao. That's going to get spotted on a ward as they go through. And Giants, they're going to safely back away from this and see if they try to set up a bait, though, with Night Memento in the brush.
You can see Power of Evil 1,300 gold right now, waiting.
He's just
for
sitting
the
on
next
it.
recall, investing in the future. Now Knight, however, will be able to wave clear very effectively, as always. Blue buff reliant, but once you give it, very easy to just push back out. No way of Misfits getting tower damage that easily, but it's all about the roam. It's about the roam play to bot lane. They're going to clear out the control ward. Giants know it's coming, so they have to back away and at least give it a little respect, but there's no minions bot lane, so you can't make a play under that tower.
Yep, going to be a little harder than it was last time around when Power of Evil was even able to come through the lane to make the big play, and Misfits stopped in their tracks for now. The gold lead is not huge, but there's a lot for them to try and take on the map here. Trying to knock down the first of the turrets. Cacao and Ignar still committing to this. See if they can get something done. Memento's down with the Krugs. CQ hustling, helping out. Some vision. It's a dangerous game both teams are playing, and they don't see anybody. Giants are in the dark here. This could be dangerous.
Misfits are trying to just set Giants up to cross through vision. But then you take a look at how confident Flaxish is top lane. Sitting behind the tower. Yeah, he's just sat there saying, we know where Cacao is. He's on the bot side. Well, we'll see whether Cacao can punish you, because Giants, they're about to face check.
Oh, the arrow goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Ignar checks into a hole, heaping, helping it damage. Will it be enough as Hans Sama gets the heal? The heal is not going to be there as Memento gets one kill before taken out himself by Cacao. Hiku hustling, hightailing it back to their tower, and in comes Power. Is it enough to finish the fight? Orb of Deception, it is, and they nail the charm onto Hustlin. Now Misfits know to back away.
Misfits easily able to capitalize on the fact that Flaxish had no TP anyway, so he was out behind the lane. No way of him getting down to that bottom lane, and it took a while for this Misfits play to actually get set up, and Giants kind of expected Ignar to just face check in and they would kill him fast enough, but the arrow off position didn't hit from EQ, meant they didn't take out Ignar quite fast enough. Cacao dealt so much damage alongside Hansama to Memento, and then from there, they just continue this play. Power of Evil, ultimate charge gets used early, gets into the lane, gets the kill, continues to snowball. Misfits looking to cement this lead even more.
4 kills now for Power of Evil, participated in quite a lot of them already. Giants trying to make a play inside the Misfits jungle, though. Will it be enough to stop this bleeding? Cacao is going to check into them. The ward, that was timely. It's turned into a munchkin for the time being, and Memento and Hustlin are going to have to settle with damage on red buff. A lot of pings flying here. Misfits, they want to collapse. Here comes Alfari, Flax just blocking. There's a lot of Giants members here, but this could be dangerous. There's a flash, and Chaos Storm is on. Alfari, he's going to be left for dead here. Memento claims another.
Flaxish laughing at Alfari's misfortune, missing the flash over the wall here, and Giants fire back. They had already been keeping themselves close in the gold because of that earlier kill and the farm lead on Flaxish. Now they turned it into first tower blood. Giants have taken a good lead right now. Misfits going to try and answer with an important mid tower.
That will be big as well, and they should be able to get it. No one else is around except for Hiku. He just can't clear the wave in time, and Misfits do fire back, but still Giants on the gold lead. Slim as though it is, they are making the plays they need. All started with Memento being able to outpath Kakao in the early game.
Yeah, they then moved top lane, got a kill up in the top lane on Alfari. Flaxish ended up getting the best of that, but it's kind of gone wrong from the mid lane, and despite a gold lead, there is something to be said for the fact that you just took a Victor's tower early on in the game. Now, Victor would normally love to defend that for 30
if he wasn't
minutes.
there, right?
Oh, flash.
Ooh, Kakao, that was close.
That was last second. Yeah, Victor wasn't there, but that's one of the dangers of moving Victor away from the lane. Is suddenly Misfits are ending up taking arguably the more influential tower, despite the gold going over to Giants more from that first tower.
And they take a lot of vision control inside of that jungle. Let's see this play once again. It all began up top. Memento, Hustlin' Knight. Hey, we're going to get sandwiched for a second.
Yeah, Alfari thought he was going aggressive. The rest of the team was coming in. I don't know whether it was he was looking for that awkward combo with the cask and the body slam. His cask was on cooldown already. We're back to the live view because Paravival was trying to kill Hustlin. But certainly Alfari didn't really find what he was looking for on that flash.
Definitely didn't, but you can't hit them all. Sometimes you just got to hit the flash button.
I don't hit many at all. So.
Oh, man. But it has been all about trying to get the kills, rotate for towers this game, 1-to-1 apiece, and no dragons looked at just yet. Early on, it was Kakao last game who was able to honestly sneak into the pit and take a couple of them out, but this time it's a very different game.
Absolutely, and I want to take a look at what's happening in the game now and you know, note how that mid tower is so influential. I know a lot of people will already know this, but maybe some viewers that are newer to League might not understand why mid tower geographically is more important. You can control the jungle so much easier. You see Kakao now has this free reign to go on Hustlin. It forces out a TP because they're trying to assume vision control through the jungle. They get deeper wards through. You can control the entrances to the jungle. It has two sides of impact. And that's why top tower is not quite as important.
Power, not able to hit that charm there, and ooh, okay, flash, hook, and flashed away.
Whoa.
The arrow connects. Giants are coming in. Power of Evil. That's going to be a big kill pickup, and meanwhile, Misfits fire down bot on the tower.
But that's the way you can get punished for trying to get that vision control, trying to cut through the shortcuts through the jungle. Power of Evil was on his own, thought he was okay after the flash, and now Giants are going to even up that mid tower. Again, if this tower goes down, it should go in favor on the outers, but look, the inner tower is being pushed by Misfits, focusing again on trying to get that deeper vision control, these harder to take objectives now from these inner towers. Misfits are able to keep their tower lead in place.
Still a slim one right now, 17 minutes on the clock. It's even in kills because of Power of Evil just getting caught out in that mid. Now Giants are trying to take top control. A lot of vision, a lot of control wards placed out for them and a couple of trinkets. And you can see Misfits on their side. They're opting to keep it down in the bottom, but they've pushed in the inner tower, so the easiest next take for them will be the Mountain Drake.
And I'm interested to see where the Power of Evil is actually going to play out on the side lane, because with this TP, that's normally what you want to do. And Power of Evil hasn't really done that yet. He's been looking at a snowball through mid and punish Knight in lane and try and get as many kills. Misfits going to look for that Mountain Drake, first Drake of the game. Now keep in mind, they got 2 Mountains and an Infernal in the last game.
That was a big tipping point.
Very quick to take it, thanks to Kakao's Lee Sin.
Yeah, this is a different game, but all the same, Misfits will still be able to secure Dragon, help them try and win in the Siege game up against Giants, who have been fighting back. It's pretty close to even on the goal, but that's not going to tell the whole story here. And we see Power of Evil getting caught once again after the charms dodged by Memento.
Yeah, flash from the hook, arrow came. It was so quick, we nearly missed it on the replay. Got it as Power of Evil. Power of Evil didn't see it coming either, and was not able to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Had a proto belt, I think, at the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's not too worried, though, even though he got taken down. The proto belt, the Morellonomicon, he's got a lot of damage.
Might have bought the proto belt after.
Giants on the bottom tower, though. This is a quick reaction. Misfits not able to really do anything. They were honestly dilly-dallying up with Vision in the top side, trying to clear Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, and here's where Giants have been punishing Misfits in this game, is every time Misfits are out of position looking for an objective for themselves, Giants are saying, no, we are still in this game. This isn't game one. We actually have a gold lead. We'll see if Giants can maintain that. Now Paraviva's out on the side lane, pushing up top side, trying to get that tower kill. He's banking on the fact that nobody can kill him or chase him down the lane. It would take 2 members of Giants in order to really punish Paraviva, at which point Misfits would get objectives elsewhere.
It's important you make that distinction, too, that this is a very different game from game number 1, because at 20 minutes last time around, we were looking at a very different gold game.
Yeah.
Misfits have been kind of more hard-pressed here, and the towers have been traded well. Giants, let's not forget, they got the first tower blood. Memento, honestly, was running Kakao around the map and was able to 3-buff him.
And that's a great sign for Misfits heading into the promotion tournament. We're talking a lot about how they need to be at a position to fight against Challenger team. Well, I mean, you look at it, you cross in the 20-minute mark up against Misfits, who are in the 2nd spot in playoffs out of Group A. Despite recent form, you've still got to say that you would assume Misfits are better than a Challenger team, and absolutely that would be the case. So Giants are in a decent spot right now.
And they did it without showing off any, like, oddball strategies, any strange picks. Like, we saw Vitality the other week pulling some interesting choices in the bottom lane. That Johnny Blitzcrank, pretty memorable. But right now, Giants, unfortunately, Knight, he kind of got jumped on and surprised there himself.
Yeah, forgot Rengar was in the game. Speaking about
That's a bad thing to forget.
Well, Rengar punishes those side lanes so incredibly heavily, and that's where Victor does not do so well on the side lane as Ari does. Now, Ari obviously not always played side lane style like this, but the power of evil style for this game is all focused on pushing, and apparently focused on taking a 20-minute Baron, because they're going to push this one down.
They might just be able to do it. Mountain Drake, too. Giants, they're here, but there's no Knight. Okay. Try that one again when you are a little more certain you can take it.
Yeah, it's still risky here. Memento obviously has a lot of burst potential, can get into the pit. Kakao maybe not feeling 100% certain on taking that. Knight with no flash, though. Has to be careful going out on the side lane again. Will get capitalized on. We saw these yesterday in the Unicorns of Love versus Splice series, where the Rengar Xerxes just kind of made a mountain out of a molehill on killing Wonder again and again on this Rengar going to side lane.
Yes, indeed. But the top has been, you know, tank v tank. We have seen how much Agragas can actually do in terms of damage, and, well, they won't need him right now because Paraviva, there's another Ash Arrow. Might have been getting flashbacks there, but nobody was there to chase him down this time, and Misfits are able to clear the wave away.
Yeah, this time tried to dodge it.
Dodged into
the
it.
line. That's, Paraviva will get it next time. Next time, he'll get out of the way.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely not snowballed nearly as hard as he was on that Orianna. The Ari, a little bit more situational, trying to get picks off on side lanes just the same way the Rengar's been doing. But for Misfits, the game plan seems to be just try and control Giants best they can, even though they fell behind early in the game.
Yeah, it's been a very back-and-forth game just in general, though. Giants, you would look at this and say, okay, it seems like 2 pretty even teams. Well, Giants may be happy with that come the end of this. They're not necessarily looking for a series win. They're looking to get the best performance from themselves as possible. And that sounds very weird, but when you're already in a position where the playoffs are locked, where your spot is locked, it's all about self-improvement and kind of not looking at who's in front of you every single moment of the game.
Absolutely, and this is the time to test these things out and test out how you're able to play and finish the game out strong. So we're likely to see more and more of this. Paraviva goes in, tries to secure himself the blue. It's Memento that actually got the smite down. No, not smite, actually.
Yeah, claimed it. I believe it was just with an auto or the Q as it exploded.
Everybody wanted the blue
buff too. So everything's okay for him on the side lane.
Let's take a look at where the Vision game is, though, because Misfits, they've clearly indicated they want the Baron, and a few minutes ago trying to take it, not enough damage to finish it off quickly, but a lot of Vision invested. They're trying to make sure Giants are kept in the dark here and kind of cowed inside of their own base, or inside of their own jungle, I should say. But now is the bait.
Doesn't work well against an Ashe.
Unfortunately,
no. Those little drones fly overhead. Hikyu's just looking at like Ashe's little smartphone, trying to figure out. Wonder whether it's 4K camera just flying over. Get the entire resolution.
They've got a good amount of sight on it for sure. But Baron isn't the only objective in the game, Stress. There's going to be another Infernal Dragon coming up. We have had a lot of important dragons this series.
We have. It's another one, as you said, coming up. And you can tell a lot of European teams the Baron isn't the only objective. They would call you a liar, Devin. Everything's about that Baron. Baron dance for 20 minutes. That's how we do things here in Europe.
Yep, it's been known to happen time and again.
That's how we used to do things here in Europe.
Well, the dance was often a lot messier. I think it's definitely gotten cleaned up in recent weeks. Giants.
I remember some of the first gagames I observed were like Millennium versus Copenhagen Wolves.
I know you wanted to talk history, but man, you're going back.
Those were some fun games. 50-minute games. Nobody did anything. Just walked around Baron warding for 20 minutes of it.
Okay, speaking of doing something, Giants, they were trying to make the play, but the Ash Arrow whizzes by Alfari's ear, and he goes on in, barrels Memento and Flaxdish, and now Power of Evil just dives into that and tries to get the kill picked up. Will manage to finish it, but meanwhile, the rest of Misfits are fighting, trying to keep the rest of Giants caught up. It's Kakao that gets turned into a Munchkin, but the damage is actually evenly split right now, as Memento's the only casualty of the fight, until Flaxdish flashes forward, looking for Alfari. Dodging the charm out of Power of Evil, and Kakao's on the other side, has to burn his flash as well.
Giants are still a man down, but wanting to try and take this fight. They know they've used a lot of the summoners that came from Misfits. The flashes are already down now. Ignar's trying to delay them on the way to this dragon, and Giants actually get pushed aside for now. Misfits will reassert control of this dragon once they can actually get here safely. Problem is, Memento will be up in 5. He will be full health. If Giants stick around, maybe they'll try and steal, but it's not going to be much more than that.
Might just be able to do it. Still, Giants, it looked for a moment that Misfits were going to be able to take a big fight, but they just don't have the lead here just yet. And now this dragon can certainly help them to do it, taking the initiative and grabbing it before Giants can react.
Yeah, at this point, Giants end up looking for that damage from the Victor in this fight. Nothing really hits to start the fight off, and they're thinking about backing away from it, but Alfari doesn't let them escape. Memento ends up dying to Power of Evil. It took a little longer than he was anticipating for Power of Evil to get that kill, but Hansama having to dodge away from that Chaos Storm, needing to avoid a lot of that damage, gets the heal out, allows Alfari to be a little healthier at the tail end of this fight, but Misfits, again, coming out on the better side of a lot of these trades. It is still quite an even game, though. Only 1,000 gold in it between these two teams.
Yep. Still, Giants trying to force the fights. You can see that optimistic Flaxdish flash. That one's always hard to say. But he did manage to land it onto Alfari. Now the game, once again, revolving around the Baron Pit with an Infernal Drake taken out by Misfits. That gives them the extra 8% AD AP. It's going to make Power of Evil's Ahri a little scarier. Not to mention Kakao's Rengar. After a rough early start for him, he's actually not had too bad of a show of it. Able to pick off people on the side lanes and still be a presence in those fights.
Absolutely a presence. It's always hard to understate his presence in fights, but here we go, fight again. This time, Hansama got caught.
Yep, he was able to get out of dodge just in time, but Alfari, unfortunately, is not so lucky. Knight with the Chaos Storm is able to do the deed, and Misfits have to wave goodbye to their top laner for now. See what Giants can get done.
Yeah, and maybe they'll look to set up at least the vision control around the Baron Pit, but ooh, Hustlin got caught.
It's a lot of damage.
Looked like it didn't quite land, but Hustlin ended up getting charmed in. Damage comes down. Oh, Giants, are they going to? It's more about vision for now, surely.
Yep, clear what you can. Didn't actually finish off the ward in the brush, but they didn't need to because it's denied.
For now, yeah.
It's not about clearing the ward, it's not about the gold, it's about sending a message.
Sending the message that for the next 10 seconds you won't have vision in this bush.
We could kill this ward, but we won't.
Always the better way of doing it, right? You gotta make sure that that message gets understood. Now, Power of Evil. We've seen him in situations around this point of the jungle, getting caught out. Misfits are a little bit spread. He's gonna channel Fnatic. Actually, this is a Unicorns of Love special in the mid lane brush. Power of Evil obviously spent a lot of time on the Unicorns of Love. Some things have stuck. Next thing we're gonna see Misfits playing like Yorick Cassiopeia comps.
Oh God, no! I didn't think you were gonna go that far, but you did. Well, you know, maybe they could pull it out in the playoffs. Right here, right now, though, it has been a lot more standard comps. Maybe a few trick things, a few different things with the Ahri. It's something Power still favors when the situation arises. But at 28 minutes, we haven't really had a clear leader in this game, and this has been the hope for Giants that they can maybe push this one all the way. They own the vision of the Baron Pit. They just need to win some fights, and they can grab it.
Yeah, now they maybe have an opportunity as Power of Evil isn't quite with the team. Neither is Alfari. Power is crossing down through the jungle. Maybe they could have looked to catch, but I think the rest of Misfits are just close enough. And it's a tense situation now as Knight shows in the top lane. Will this be the signal? Look, Misfits instantly start moving on the map. Instantly try and close some of the distance, get some more control over the jungle. And look towards mid lane by the looks of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big game of Ring Around the Rosie, too. Neither team, even when they find each other, have been able to fully commit to the fights. They just kind of keep rotating around, taking vision, giving it away. Happens time and again. And the game, we could be in for a long one, Stress.
We could be, but at the same time, if Power of Evil goes off in a fight, or if Knight is able to go off in a fight, absolutely could end things. One Baron, and you turn around. We're 29 minutes into this game so far, and Misfits, not the same lead they had in the last game. Last game was a crushing lead. Giants kind of ended up keeling over. This time, Giants have fought quite hard, and you've got to commend them for the spot they're in.
Yeah, the decision-making is a big part of it, too, right? Like, they've been able to match Misfits pace for pace for the most part on the map. And even though it has quieted down for a little while, they're not allowing Misfits to really make a whole lot of huge plays outside of maybe getting one member in a skirmish, maybe losing someone on a side lane. But those are small mistakes compared to what we saw from them earlier in the split.
This does, however, feel like the Misfits that we were starting to see over the last 3 weeks, where they're not contesting a lot anymore. We're just going through the dance of vision control and reasserting control between each team. It just bounces back and forth. The Misfits aren't really looking to force a lot of plays. Giants, on the other hand, have been looking with the Ash Arrow, with the Nautilus. They've been trying to get plays set up. And that's something I like to see out of Giants.
Yeah, sometimes you misfire, but, you know, hey, you miss 100% of the arrows you don't launch, so HQ, keep on trying. Let's see if he's able to nail one the next time around. They got Power of Evil at least once or twice, and, well, here's Misfits trying to siege on, but up against the Victor, it's going to be harder. Still, they've once again regained control of the Baron Pit. Will they pull the trigger, though? They have a lot more damage. They have a Mountain Drake. The answer, as of yet, is no.
Well, this is about burning the Hawk Shot. No blue trinkets are available. And once the Hawk Shot's been burned, then it's about going back, trying to do the same and getting the teleport out of Giants. But that's going to be a tricky one to get. There is this ward in the mid lane. Oh, flash onto Knight.
Okay, Hansama, he wanted to start something right now, but Knight did have a wild growth on. However, they're able to melt through that shield. One quick kill, but will he live through it? Barreling Hiku back into the team. He flashes back out, but Alfari says not today. No, you don't. A double kill for Hansama, and Misfits now looks like they're heading for the Baron.
Oh, the play was on. Hansama clearly listening to songs twice as old as he is.
Power! He tried to back in that brush, but Giants had eyes on him. Okay.
That's a bit of a giveaway over to Misfits now. Over to Giants now. Maybe Memento can get in here.
He's blocked off by Alfari, though. There's the damage. Memento, he's in danger of going down, trying to dodge away, but Alfari's still chasing him. Is the kind enough? No. Alfari barrels in, and that's going to be another kill. Giants all but Flaxish are down, and Misfits, okay, they were delayed, not stopped on the Baron.
Yeah, now they're going to go back to it again. Hansama here with the Blade of the Ruined King. Here comes the TP coming from Alfari. Will be full health. It's only Flaxish that really remains. Both Knight and Hiku are in the base, so it's going to be a Baron going up to Misfits.
No contest possible this time around. Let's see what Misfits can get done with the Baron buff. Just secured. Hiku sights it out as it happens.
Yeah, I was going to say Hansama clearly listening to songs twice as old as he is to begin that fight off. Because flashing forward, getting the Chains of Corruption, he certainly had some Night Fever on this one, and he knows how to do it. Lockdown into all of the damage comes through, and Misfits, it's a scrappy fight, but at the end of it, they get the carries from Giants. Woo! Once again, Alfari hits Hiku, saves the body slam flash, gets the kill. Now, what was Power of Evil thinking on this recall?
Oh, there's nobody in there.
Bush. There's a ward in one of the most likely warded spots on the map, and it's a little greedy, just a touch.
Sometimes it happens, and here we see the back half of it where Memento tried real hard to try and get away from Alfari, but nothing doing.
Back. This was the second half of the fight that we didn't see the first time around. Hansama was able to easily cut down the Lulu. Hansama really has settled himself over this split. First split here in the LCS. Everybody talked about him for so long. Obviously, we also Drive, the video about Hansama, his background. I really think this is a guy that's going to be sticking around for a while here in the EULCS and will make a name for himself. He's already had a good start to his career here in the LCS. I can't wait to see what he's got for us over the consecutive splits.
Well, still got a big playoff performance ahead of him, and before that, we got to finish out this series, but he has been having a pretty big impact this time around, and the killer instinct is there. When you flash ult somebody, you know that's a Draven main.
Okay, I see where you're going on that one.
I hope he gets another chance to bring that one out again, because we've had definitely some solid Draven players over the years, and you never know when it's going to come back out.
Yeah, sadly, not quite as strong in the sense of that laning trades. That this is Hans Sammer. Maybe a little over confident in mid lane, tanking a tower up as an AD carry.
I mean, he got it. That's all good. Not too worried right now. He still doesn't have that flash, but the rest of Giants, they're starting to lose out on these objectives. Misfits, they keep turning it on. Memento, a huge amount of damage burst onto him between Power of Evil's Charm and Orb combo.
Yeah, Power of Evil didn't even commit to that fully. Had Proto Belt available, had his ultimate if he wanted to use it. He just knew that he would take 3/4 of Memento's health down with one combo.
Yep, they can just keep on rotating, taking out everything they need. Once again, it's 2 Mountain Drakes. It's like cutting through butter with a hot knife. Giants trying to mobilize to push back, but minions, well, they're gone for now. Still, Misfits have taken a bite out of the tower in the top, looking for the one in the mid. There are no towers outside the base left for Giants. They're still trying to cling on right now. See if they'll be able to do it.
Unfortunately for Giants, they haven't really been able to punish much more than just Power of Evil in this game, despite putting Kakao so far behind, in air quotes, so far. They had a good lead from Memento's jungle early on, but Kakao stabilized with the rest of Misfits, and they've been able to steady the ship.
Yeah, Kakao definitely recovered well, but the rest of Misfits were doing exactly what they needed to across the map, and gotta give some credit to Alfari. In every one of these skirmishes, he's been honestly huge in many ways.
Yeah. While he's lost his life a couple of times in these fights, he's been instrumental. The casks that have, you know, that he's pulled off, the block on Memento trying to go over the wall, a lot of little mechanical outplays out of Alfari in this series.
Yeah, showcasing why he's honestly such a strong top laner, and coming into his rookie split, it's not something I think that everyone would have expected, but he's definitely proved that he can hang with the big boys.
It's just a bit sad that we get a Flagsish Alfari matchup and they're both on tanks. These are two guys that...
But it's Gragas. Come on, Gragas can do cool things.
In solo queue and in like Challenger and outside of Challenger series and wherever they played, these two have been some of the ones that are like, yeah, give me Fiora, give me Riven, give me like these champions that can solo carry, and then the meta kicks in. And now Flagsish is like, oh, I'm on Nautilus, there's not a whole lot I can do that's all that flashy. Alfari's like, I'll have a couple of plays. I'll set up some fights. Everything will be great.
Does his job, and you know, maybe we'll get to see some more of that carry potential. They just don't want to give it away right about now. At least that's what I'm hoping, Stress.
Maybe we'll see that in playoffs.
Yeah. Alfari
will come out with some carries, put on some good performances, I hope.
Yeah, but he's been tearing it up on tanks for the most part, so at least he's been very comfortable with the way the meta has shaken out right now. And you know, there's a lot of options still, but we're seeing more carry potential out of those junglers these days. Cow on this Rengar for his part. May not have had an explosive start as the Lee Sin did, but he's definitely looked a little bit better than what we've seen from him on some of the other champions.
I do think that's going to really hinder Misfits, though, in a best of 5. Specifically against a team like Splice, where, okay, we've criticized Trashy a bit for his jungle play, but I don't think we've criticized Trashy's champion pool quite as much. Like, I think Kakao looks exceptional on Lee Sin. He looks good on Rengar, but I wonder whether that's going to be enough against a team like Splice, where Trashy has shown us in recent weeks, whether it's the Elise, whether it's the Gragas, in previous weeks the Rengar, the Kha'Zix, which, yes, Kakao's shown us as well. That's a really interesting matchup to me.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not as clear-cut as, you know, you might look at some of the names on paper and think, well, it's on Misfits to kind of prove otherwise here. 38 minutes into this game. Let's see if they can close this one out. Giants are trying to stall.
And you know, it's funny when you're in a game and you're like, okay, Kakao hasn't died yet. He's 2 kills, 5 assists.
And we're criticizing him.
And we're like, maybe Kakao's Rengar is not amazing. But, I mean, you look at
Are we out of touch, Stress?
No. It's the kids who are out of touch.
There we go.
Principal Pyra.
I'm glad you caught that one here. Let's see if Misfits...
If it's a Simpsons reference,
cool that, yeah. No, I know you got it.
I got that.
Yeah.
That used to be like Challenger Series, if anybody wants to go... I don't know why, but check a VOD from 2015. Most of what Pulse and I were talking about
You're not selling it for me very hard.
I know, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That was a long time ago.
You can watch The Rise of Origen if you rewatch Challenger. Maybe we'll put it in a DVD collection.
A lot of good history here in Europe. The arrow, it's going to unfortunately split the uprights of Misfits, and now the barrel might be the difference maker in the fight. Flagsish is caught. Chains of Corruption are on, but every ultimate is thrown in the kitchen sink. Power of Evil is around the side. He picks up Memento. That's going to be a double as he takes down Hiku, trying to get him on the back half. Flagsish hustling. This is not going to end well for Giants. Flagsish anchors away but there are few hopes left for this Giants team as it's only Knight and him remaining. Misfits knocking on the door.
3 kills in the fight, and Giants can't hold on to their base anymore. Misfits want to push in. They don't need the Baron on this one. They're just going to walk it through for now.
Yep, they just have enough minions to make it happen. Flaxish, desperate charge, trying to hold them off, but it might be the Giants' last stand. Knight is caught right up on Fountain. The bullet strike keeps him in place, and Power of Evil at the very end just surging it up to victory. Flaxish is going down. There's the double kill, and Misfits, 5 members strong, march through the base of Giants and knock them down, mopping up this series. Eventually again.
Eventually, they're taking the time on killing it. Those towers are a little too rough on the old armor. Power of Evil, oh, does he survive through?
There we go. All right, GG boys. Misfits taking the series out 2-0 for the victory.
Yeah, Power of Evil 9-3-4 on the game. Previous game looked solid as well, looked more than solid, looking exceptional. And this is the Misfits that we needed to see this week. This was the Misfits that had to show up, and boy did they. Giants, you got to give them credit for game 2. A long time keeping the game even, looking solid themselves.
Yeah.
I think that's a good sign for Giants fans, is like going into promotion tournament, being able to hold even with Misfits for a very long time in this game. Unfortunately, though, the snowball that had started rolling earlier on in the game ends up crushing them with this Ari later on.
Yep, slowed it down compared to game 1, but even in that game, Giants were able to show that they could fight it out, even if odds were stacked against them. But the Misfits, just too strong, able to come up with a victory without dropping a single game on that series. And smiles on their faces as they can be pretty happy heading into playoffs.
Yeah, crowd have been firmly behind Power of Evil for this series. Made pretty quick work of Giants, but it's not the last time we will see Giants. Of course, they have an important series coming up, and there you go.
That's a nice sign. Somebody wrote the right name on it today, Power of Evil. You know, at the very end, really stacking up the kills on that Ari like he did on the Oriana. Coach, always having something to say at the end of the team, giving them the victory speech. Much better than the defeat speech.
Yeah, that's you never really write one of those.
No, you don't want to write one of those.
In preparation for a game. It's like the Oscars, you write the loser's speech. Like, that would be a terrible version of the Oscars. But Misfits, they get a standout performance on this one. Power of Evil.
Especially standout performance. He is our player of the series, and honestly well earned for him as he was tearing it up on both Oriana and then eventually the Ari. Overall, though, Misfits, we'll get to see them playing one more time at least before the playoffs hit. They'll have Fnatic on later on, and yeah, can't wait to see what they do there as well.
Shock horror, Power of Evil. Player of the series on that.
Who'da thunk it?
Had as big of a twist as M. Night Shyamalan. I can never pronounce his name, I'm sorry.
That's a hard one. That is hyper difficult.
Power of Evil's way easier. Tristan is way easier to pronounce.
How about his last name? Can you do it?
I'm trying to remember what it is. That's
Shraga. I can't say it probably. I probably butchered it completely, but
at least I didn't come off looking the worst in the pronunciation game.
Power of Evil, though, like I asked him earlier in the split, like way at the beginning, is this the team that kind of unlocked you? Because he hadn't looked quite as a major carry for a while. He was more known as like he's going to be more utility. He's going to try to focus on helping teams in the side lanes. That was his reputation.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's shown, not just in this series, that he can stand up and carry when he needs to.
And it was looking a little awkward when he had those Ari games where he's going very defensive on his builds and that type of thing. We were like, ooh, is he looking to carry? Doesn't matter. Misfits come out ahead. They carried this set of games. I mean, his builds were totally offensive in play style. No, they didn't offend me. Certainly, Giants felt the offense on the other side.
Yeah.
Death cap in both games, just go full AP.
It was hard to play up against what Power was throwing at it, and the rest of the team as well. Like Kakao and Lee Sin, obviously a monster, less so on the Rengar, but overall, they still took strong 2-0. Now, for more on that, Quick Shot is with the Misfits coach.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Hussein. First time picking up a win in 3 weeks. It wasn't as clean or confident as I was expecting. What about from your perspective?
I think, so what happened in those 3 weeks is every team has like this performance cycle where you peak and you slump and you peak and you slump. And we knew for a while that obviously we'd been peaking, we'd been improving fast, so like eventually we were going to slow down and we'd have to try to figure out what was wrong. And so we went through that, and I think that's what happened in those 3 weeks. So even though the Giants game was slow, it was very stressful, to be honest, watching from the back. I think we're starting to recover. We're starting to get some of our gameplay back, especially around Baron Vision. So I think we're fine for now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely showed game one a little bit more than game two, much closer.
Yeah.
Very tense for 25 minutes. When you sat down, you said, you know, it was pressure.
Yeah.
How did you guys handle losing to Rocket 2-0? Because, you know, losing to H2K and G2, let's be frank, that's not a big surprise. But Rocket was the first upset of the split.
I think we were surprised that it was a 2-0, but leading up to those games, like the scrims hadn't been going well. We knew we were in a slump, and so we were trying to figure out like every little thing that was messing up our play. And so when you're dealing with like the small issues instead of the big macro play, there's like a lot more issues in terms of coordination and stuff. So we knew Rocket would be difficult, more difficult than like I guess people would expect. But I don't think we were expecting a 2-0. That took us by surprise. It was pretty heart-wrenching.
I think it took everybody by surprise. I guess if there were a time to slump before playoffs would be the
I'm
right
actually pretty
time.
happy
and
with the timing, I guess.
fix the problem, hopefully by quarterfinals. Before we get there, you've praised Rocket a little bit now. In terms of standings, you guys are locked in second. We know you're going to be playing against Splice. There's a few seeding battles up. Fnatic and Rocket, mathematically speaking, are not locked. But Rocket would need to take down G2 in order to unseat Fnatic. Do you think that could happen?
I mean, it's difficult, but I don't think G2 looked very good against Fnatic at all. And so it's possible. Rocket's been looking better and better, and G2 seems to be slowing down as well in their improvement. I think they can do it.
12-0 team versus the 5-0 team. We'll find out tomorrow. Over in Group B, technically speaking, first is also up for grabs. H2K could take that one away, but it would require Unicorns of Love losing to Vitality. If you were to predict the winner of that series...
I would be very surprised if that's not a 2-0 for Unicorns at this point. Like, I think Rocket's the only team, and Fnatic against G2 that's really stepped up in terms of upsets, but not in Group B.
Okay, so I mean, those are the ones that are on the fence. Now, I want to look forward, okay? Week 10, you guys play Fnatic on Sunday. That's another learning experience, I suppose. What I really want to ask you about is Splice. You guys are locked in. You will be playing against Splice in the quarterfinals. It's your debut split on the LCS stage. You've made it to quarters already. What's going to be success for you guys in this playoff run?
I think, so the goal with Misfits back in Challenger and the way we made LCS was the project is like a year-long project at the least, where the end goal is Worlds. And so Spring Split always was going to be a learning experience for us, learning how to be a team, learning how to improve, like setting up all the systems that we need. And I think we're starting to get there. We've got a lot of it down. I would hope, at least for a top 4 finish. I'm looking for a top 4 finish. I think we all expect at least that much from us. So I think we can take Splice. They've looked good recently, but I'm pretty confident.
What's the key to taking Splice down? You've got a surging Splice at the moment who seem to be in an upswing with 1 week before your series, and Misfits who just struggled to take down Giants 1 week before quarterfinals.
I think a lot of our struggles came down with like when teams came back from IEM, they had these new jungle routes, and it took us a long time to adapt to that, but we started doing it now. So even though the Giants game was close, I think both the games we pretty much had in the bag. It was just very small mistakes that were made. And I think within the week that we have to shore up those mistakes, it shouldn't be a problem. And Splice has mistakes that they make in the gameplay too. So really, neither team is perfect, but I think we're more consistent.
Well, thank you very much, Hussein. Congratulations on picking up the win today, breaking the losing streak. I'm looking forward to the match on Sunday.
Thank you.
Great. That does it for us here on the couch. We're going to head up to the analyst desk to wrap up the day with Post-Game Lobby.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Quick shot and welcome everybody to the post-game lobby. I'm joined by Crepo and Frog, and I heard Trevor there say awesome, and it was an awesome interview, a lot of good insights, and I feel like we can all agree with the fact that Misfits, they seem to be on track. They're doing everything right. They came from Challenger. They've improved very rapidly. Yes, they're in a bit of a slump now, but top 4 finish seems very realistic at this point.
I mean, I think we talked a bit before about them having problems with engaging and really like playing, like putting people on the right engage champion stuff, and it just looks like they didn't really improve on that in this series.
In this series,
it's something that they could have used this series for, right? Instead, they like choose to put the players on champions they already know how to play, and they just want to get the game over with. That's fine too, but I think they could have used the practice for something
A bit
else.
of criticism there. So as for how they could have used this game, what do you think, Crepo?
Yeah, in terms of like top 4, that means they'll have to convincingly beat Splice, and I'm not quite sure in a best of 5, because like if you have a team that just recently went through a slump, if you can hit them hard, like one game in a best of 5, like they may actually like tilt a tiny bit or get upset, because these guys are very new to the stage, and they must be very new to like 10's best of 5s in terms of playoffs, right?
I mean, yes, Hansama, Ignar, Alfari, but they do have Power of Evil and Kakao there, who should be an experienced backbone.
Yeah, I mean they've definitely played also played promotion tournaments to get here, but obviously it's a change up from the regular season, and I think Splice have a lot of experience in these more tenacious best of 5. So I'm definitely looking forward to that series, especially with the kind of the late season surge of Splice.
Yeah, bottom line, recent Splice versus what you've seen in the last 3 weeks from Misfits. Actually, it looks pretty
even. Yeah,
I would say in favor of Splice, going off most recent performances, but.
It's some gameplay elements, yeah, but also like Splice, they still have these like wonky drafts where like they go back into old. It's like, you know, some teams that like to play like scaling mages for late game and then they don't care too much and then they fall behind in the early game and they just say like, if we played this a tiny bit better, it would have been fine.
You guys never used to fall behind in the early game, though, which is even, right?
This is a misconception about GIA. We only had late game against
so hard.
Gambit. Yeah. No. Only against Gambit, and that's what people remember. We actually had some of the shortest games against other teams that were not Gambit, but people don't remember those games.
All I remember is that 70-minute game versus DreamHack versus.
I mean, we had a guy
5.
sniping with Lux all the time, you know, over and over. Poor Copenhagen Wolves.
Short games.
Yeah, definitely short games.
It was a short game.
I'm glad we cleared that up now. We're gonna focus in on our playoff teams a bit more. So we just talked about Misfits and Splice because that's who they will be facing in the quarterfinals. You want to take a look at H2K because earlier they locked in a top 2 finish with a clean sweep versus Origen. And if everything kind of goes as expected, H2K will go on to play Fnatic. So from what you've seen from H2K today, gentlemen, how do you think they will perform in the playoffs?
I will go first here since Froggen's pointing at me. Of what's going to happen to H2K if Jankos's kind of early aggression moves keep failing. Because in the last like 3 weeks, it's a flash off, then he dashes in to go for the wall shot, and guess what? This guy sidesteps you and you lose both kills. And jungle and mid dying should be enough on this stage actually to really snowball games. I think if Origen had better mid-game control, they could have easily taken that win.
Yeah, I think especially with that, it looks like they just overcommit on a lot of plays that they don't even really need to make. So they would just need to figure out, like, is this really a play that's like, it's gonna win us the game, or is it actually gonna throw it, right? And it seems like they have had problems with that in previous weeks as well. So it's just about, like, really just stop doing it. There isn't much more than that. It's just like, okay, you know this is not good, so don't do it. And
the old school H2K back in the day with Ryu also had that problem because it basically was, once they said yes to a play, they would all just start shouting, like, go, 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 and nobody could be like, even get a word in between and be like, guys, let's stop this play. No. It would just keep on cooking.
If the Q hits,
the Q hits, apparently the entire team has to follow and flash in.
Has to go.
And that could be a problem against Fnatic because when the games get like a little down and dirty, I think Fnatic can actually and some team fights where they can then surprise, and then it could be a fun series, especially like if you're H2K, your favorites, you come in and suddenly you lose to like Fiddlestick support and AD Cannon. That may just hit H2K in like kind of the mental department.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting thing to trace because of course they have a history of not doing the best in playoffs. That third place is on the books always. Do you think that's completely erased because they did so well at Worlds, or is that still a thing that's in their minds?
I think it'll definitely chase Probably at least. And also like the Worlds run can be debated. Like they played.
No.
I don't know, can it? You know, we have an analyst here.
I mean, they won against the wildcard team in the quarters, right?
Yeah.
A little more unlucky, and they would have met someone else.
I think that the results you know, tell the tale in the end. Semi-final.
All right, semi-finals at Worlds. Obviously, they're looking for a great performance here.
Yeah.
There has been kind of this, I don't know whether it's stubbornness. Like we have the 5 games on NAR from Splice last split where Probably refused to adapt. They definitely learned from that as well. I think they have a new bot lane that kind of plays different too. You know, they don't always have to play around it. Probably says very often in interviews and on the desk here as well. Nuclear and Che are kind of more so they can play around. An upset loss to a Fnatic in a game 1.
I mean, as the Fisho said, all of a sudden our playoffs, of course, it's not still sure Rocket can still get that spot, but either way, it's looking like our playoffs will be much more competitive as we thought a couple of weeks ago. So that's good. Let's take a look at the standings as there's only 2 days left in the EULCS Spring split. G2 Esports has locked in that first place in Group A and the bye. The Unicorns of Love are very, very close. Of course, they have to win still versus Vitality tomorrow, but that seems pretty likely. And, well, going into the playoffs.
I'm hoping for the Rocket upset.
The upset, yeah.
Against G2, I think it would be quite a bit of hype there.
Definitely. I mean, it's possible. They took down Misfits. It's like the perfect run, the perfect story. 5 series victories in a row. All they have to do is beat G2 and break the undefeated streak. I mean, it would be a story, right?
If Expect goes to bed at 8 a.m. again, you saw that tweet. Did you see that tweet from Expect by any chance? No. They said like, yeah, I didn't play that well today because I went to bed at 8 a.m. on the match day. Would you be allowed by Rick Fox to go to bed at 8 a.m.?
I would not. But I mean, from all the Koreans I talk with, they just like always go sleep at night because they have games in the evening too, back in Korea. We just wanted some comfort there, but I would not be allowed to. I wake up at 8 a.m. every day, you know.
So you wake up when Expect actually went to sleep, and that's the difference between Froggen and the Korean top laner.
All right. Well, as we're approaching the end of the spring split and take a look back on the spring split, we also want to step a little further back down memory lane. Look what we found in the EULCS archives. Oh my God. 2013 EULCS summer split after the tiebreaker versus Gambit, where Crepo played Nivea in the mid lane.
No, where Froggen played Blitzcrank. And I participated in the game by playing Nivea, and I lost in CS, and then I killed him once.
I was actually checking through the VOD, and your Blitzcrank was pretty damn good. Yeah.
I actually, to this day, learned something from watching that game. From watching him play Blitzcrank, my play got better in terms of hooks, which is quite sad.
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
No, it's not quite sad, because when we were in Korea and you guys were not playing League but doing other things, and I was playing League, then
this is coming from the guy who is hiking, yoga, and whatnot now these days, you know? So
team obligations. I used to play with a Super Frost in ranked 5, and I would go bot lane with Madlife, where I remember clearly a game where I played Blitzcrank and he played Corki, and he was like, "What are you doing?" You know? And then he showed me the game after how I could play Blitzcrank, you know? So I learned a few things from him, which I then taught Crepo back, because he wouldn't listen to me when I told him. I was like,
Patient zero.
Your DreamHack, your Blitzcrank is bad, you know? He couldn't play the DreamHack against Fnatic, so we ended up losing that, and we got second instead of first.
Yeah, I've blocked all those memories. I don't remember. I just know I just sometimes played in the
Just to make you feel old, that's 4 years ago, and you guys played together even until 5 years ago. So in 2012, you guys started playing together. So
just to make you feel old, you already had a college degree back then, and you were well into your few years of interviewing.
Yeah,
so.
if you actually see the only person that looks worse in that picture, you guys both look better, and I look worse, probably from working with you for 3 years.
You look much better, Sean.
Oh God! All right. Anyway, do you miss him enough to come back, actually, or is it?
It's enough for 2 days, right?
I miss him, but I can get my Crepo in like a few days now.
Yeah,
we're gonna enjoy Berlin nightlife at least one night.
All right, well, I think that's time to move on to the schedule. The EULCS is back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European summertime with Vitality versus Unicorns of Love, and that game G2 versus Rocket, which is incredibly hyped. You know, I hope at least the first game is close, you know, and hope that they win, like what Fnatic did. Would be monumental, but it would give us a very interesting series. And Vitality, hey, they've been playing better since they've had not that much to play for, so is there a chance?
Yeah, actually, there's a chance to be a fun series, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think we can both know like that once the few games you can play on stage where nothing matters, they're actually really entertaining to play.
We've had some. Doesn't the game matter at all? Like
for Vitality, it doesn't. They've been hard luck.
They're Echo Fox. They're in safe play.
We were actually not in safe place, by the way. We had to rely on...
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
God bless Team Liquid Throws.
Thank you very much for that. But, I mean, I have played some fun games in my time, you know? Like, I remember an Alliance versus Millennium game back then that was very bloody with some Ramos top.
Oh, it was 33 kills in, like...
New assist caught for Nerf, you know?
Talk to me about LCK final, or not LCK finals rather, the OGN finals where you won 2 games in a row and you could crown yourself. You could be a legend for all time.
Best of 3.
2.5 games in a row, let's put it there. We decided to play some champions we didn't necessarily have a lot of practice on in the past. And then it went wrong.
Was that the reason?
I mean, it kind of was. We had never played Ashe and Scrims.
Yeah, but we also never played Diana.
Yes, we did. We won on the Diana games. I played Vladimir in that game, and I remember I definitely haven't played a lot of that in scrims.
Did we?
And how we lost, I remember it. It's like
Wicked running with the GA.
No. It's literally like, you know, feed arrows down mid, and we just see it pass people until it hits someone in the back at like the tier 2 tower, and we just fucking, excuse me.
Yeah,
we just
scream go. and then we just go for it.
I'm just over here like...
And then we end up losing the team fight, then we lose Baron.
Was that the red buff steal with crit? Was that when did Snoopy run crit runes? Do you remember that one?
Oh, that was at IEM.
That was IEM.
Was there also a Cho'Gath? Do you remember that? Oh god, we're going too far.
Cho'Gath is Worlds.
He flashes in on the mid tower and oh god.
Yeah, that's Worlds. That was his one. He keeps. That's the only highlight of his career. He keeps like, with that play, man. Every highlight.
You know what happened for like more than a year before we fixed it, and it started at OGN finals. Is that Snoopy always loses his red buff to the enemy AD because he refuses to smite it. And then sometimes Crepo also ends up with the red buff because he auto-attacks once too much.
Yeah,
don't blame the crit. You should have expected the 1% crit.
He ran 1% crit rune, and then he crit the buff as my auto attack is flying, and then I end up with banana red buff.
So now you can apologize.
Apologize?
All right.
Anyways, done.
I actually really enjoyed this going down memory lane with you guys. It's really cool to have you on the desk today, Frog, and I hope you enjoyed.
I did.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But for us, though, it is time to log off for the night. Thank you guys very, very much for watching, and be sure to tune in tomorrow with the playoffs just around the corner. You won't want to miss it. Have a great night.
And now Sartorius, he throws down the equalizer. This is getting a little messy. 2 for 3. The unburrow from Synchron. He's going to give up the kill. And Origen get aced. Origen group up and Tabs is blown up before the fight really even starts. H2K take down the Nexus turrets. There's no objectives remaining. No opponents remaining. With the ace and the base, H2K 1-0.
Look at these bicep stops. You see? There is almost nothing. Where? Okay,
Davian's very low on mana. First blood picked up by Syncroft. He's not done. Looking for Feathervin. Origen get a double kill. But here comes H2K. Look at those flashes. 1, 2, 3 from Origen. Odo's in the back line. He's got no AP, but he's got CC for days. Tabs is taken down. H2K now in a 4-on-2, trying to shut down Peke one last time. He's killed as Yankos dies immediately after. Odo and Nuclear take down the Nexus and secure second seed from Group B.
There we go. Cacao's coming in, holds on to his Q, and he just flash kicks Hustlin, who flashes right back out. But the piercing arrow is there. Cacao follows through for first blood. He follows through, he kicks. The Q connects, and Cacao pulls it off.
Cacao styles at the end of this one. Memento was able to get the kill. He's got to be careful, though, as they're coming up to the top lane. Knight comes up from mid.
There's a big Ash arrow, and it's going to nail him in the back of the head.
It's going to take a long time for Misfits. Oh, that was a good shockwave.
Power of Evil. Flaxish on the front, pulled back in by the shockwave. Alfari still tanking the front line, the Talia wall. It's gonna get torn down. Power of Evil finishes Flaxish off.
Can you play Timo?
How you can play Timo? Okay, we're showing everyone focus.
It's Knight's turn to play back on this one. Auto attacks, he steps forward, and the flash is burned, but will Power make it out alive? Hustlin comes out of nowhere, and Glitterlance is help picks for the kill. It's blocked off by Alfari, though. There's the damage. Memento, he's in danger of going down, trying to dodge away, but Alfari is still chasing him. Is the kind enough? No. Alfari barrels in.
On killing it, those towers are a little too rough. On the old armor Paravivo. Oh, does he survive through?
There we go. All right, GG boys. Misfits taking the series out 2-0 for the victory.